Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
Good evening and welcome to NBC News' coverage of the 1980 presidential election. Our team of correspondents, analysts, pollsters, and commentators is assembled here in New York and around the country to see if Jimmy Carter can win re-election or if Ronald Reagan will be going to the Oval Office. We have been polling around the country in the key states, NBC News and the Associated Press, and what we're learning in the key states is that makes us believe that Ronald Reagan will win a very substantial victory tonight. Very substantial. That's our belief as of the moment based on polls in key states. And we have two projected states in the presidential race which tend to support that view. In Florida, NBC News projects Ronald Reagan the winner of Florida's 17 electoral votes. And so we will put on our map in blue, for those of you who are watching in color, dark gray and black and white, we'll make Florida our projected winner for Reagan. We have the electoral vote, therefore, given the fact that we had projected Indiana for Reagan earlier, is now 30 for Reagan, two states projected so far. We have another southern state to project. Florida was carried by Carter 4 years ago. Mississippi was carried by Carter 4 years ago. But tonight, our projected winner in Mississippi is the Republican candidate, Ronald Reagan. And so, again, in blue, or dark gray and black and white sets, light gray, I'll get that straight this evening, light gray and blue, we move another 7 electoral votes into our projected column of electoral votes for Reagan, 37. 3 states projected for Ronald Reagan now. And we'd like you to meet some of the people who will be reporting this evening. Jessica Savage will be covering the races for governor in the House of Representatives. Garrick Utley will be covering the Senate races for us, Garrick. And Tom Brokaw and I will share the coverage of the presidential race. David Brinkley, who is recovering nicely from an operation, thank you, will provide commentary from time to time this evening. He's right over there. Well, Tom, it's turning out to be an interesting evening, perhaps more quickly than we had thought.
Well, the pattern that we have on the map already, I think, does show some ominous signs for Jimmy Carter. We have been talking throughout this campaign that he has to hold his political base, as all good politicians do. And there are 2 big chunks of it already tonight. Mississippi and Florida, both states that went for him 4 years ago. Tonight we're showing in the Ronald Reagan column according to our projections. That is not a good sign for Jimmy Carter, very plainly.
No, Jimmy Carter had expected to lose Indiana. There had never been really any doubt about that. But the other 2 are quite serious losses. Tom, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, we have some popular vote that we want to show you as well. We'll be counting the electoral vote and the popular vote here tonight. Remember, in the electoral vote, the number is 270. That's what they want to reach. We have about 2% of the popular vote in from across the country. Most of that, 2% of the precincts reporting in so far. Most of that, as you might expect, from Indiana, Mississippi, Florida, those states that we have projected thus far. That is the eastern third of the country. And with that 2% of the precincts reporting in, Ronald Reagan with a pretty commanding lead that translates into 37 electoral votes, none for Carter thus far. Each state has an assigned number of electoral votes based on their representation in Congress. And that comes up to 535 altogether, and then there are 3 at large. So they need to get 270 to win before this night is out. It's a little simpler in the state and congressional races. There it's just a straight vote. Whoever gets the most wins. And Garrick Utley is going to take a look at some of the Senate races.
Right, Tom. And the numbers are very simple in the Senate. 100 Senate seats. It takes 51 to control. As of now in the current session, the Democrats have 59. The Republicans have 41 seats. That means tonight the Republicans must pick up a net gain of 10 seats if they're going to gain control. We'll see whether they make it. There are 34 seats up this year. Now, one has already been filled. Senator Russell Long of Louisiana was re-elected. He's a Democrat in September. So tonight we're talking about 33 senatorial contests, and we already have some projections to make. NBC News has projected that in Kentucky, the incumbent Senator Wendell Ford, a Democrat, has been re-elected, that he's going to defeat Mary Louise Faust, the Republican candidate, Ford going back to the Senate. And in Indiana, NBC News now projects that Representative Dan Quayle, Republican, will defeat the Democratic incumbent Senator Birch Bayh. Bayh, a liberal Democrat, a major figure in the Senate. He was trying for his 4th term. Indiana has never elected a senator for 4 terms, so the jinxes work against Birch Bayh. What is significant about that, though, is that there are a number of states where Democratic liberal senators face tough conservative challenges. What happened in Indiana may be a trend. Let's look at Iowa. We'll be watching the race there tonight, where Senator John Covert, liberal Democrat, is being challenged by Republican Representative Charles Grassley. Also, we'll be looking at Idaho, where Senator Frank Church, Democrat, the head of the Foreign Relations Committee, is being challenged by Representative Stephen Sims. And in South Dakota, George McGovern, trying for re-election, the 1972 Democratic presidential candidate, challenged by Jim Abner. In all of these states, liberal Democratic senators in a very tight race. They're all too close to call, but they must be a bit worried because Birch Bayh has lost in Indiana. We'll be following these races as the results come in. Now let's go over to Jessica Savage and some of her returns.
We have one projection already. There are 13 gubernatorial races, and NBC News now projects, you heard a little bit earlier, in the state of Indiana, that Lieutenant Governor Robert Orr will be elected governor of Indiana, defeating his Democratic challenger John A. Hillenbrand. Again, NBC News projects Robert Orr, the winner in the gubernatorial race in Indiana, a 4-year term there. That was expected. The Republicans were expected to pick that up. The incumbent governor, Otis Bowen, was barred by state law from seeking another term, and the lieutenant governor's politics were very much in line with his bosses, and he's very popular, and so we project that he will be elected in that state. Now, as of a week ago, in some of our House races, the Republicans said they expected to pick up maybe 15 to 25 seats. Well, today, all the Republican Party officials I talked with told me that they have revised that, and they now expect a lot of the Reagan coattailing effect to come into play in many of the states, and they may pick up anywhere from 20 to 35 seats. Some of those seats they hope will belong to some of the Democratic leaders. 7 leaders have been targeted by the GOP. Among them this year, House Majority Leader Jim Wright of Texas. He's in a very tough race in the 12th Congressional District. The Republicans conducted a survey in that district to come up with the best known person to run against this 26-year House veteran. They settled on Jim Bradshaw, a Fort Worth City Councilman. I, however, talked with Wright a while ago, and he thinks that although it will be a close race, he may be able to turn it around. They're not as confident at the Democratic Party about the race that concerns John Bradamus of Indiana, the House Majority Whip. He was also targeted by the GOP. His opponent in the 3rd District there is John Hyler, who was helped by GOP money and also Political Action Committee money. Bradamus was hurt very much with high unemployment in that district. That could be a very close race, one the Republicans hope that they might be able to win. Another tough race, Al Ullman, head of the powerful House Ways and Means Committee in Oregon's 2nd Congressional District. He's having trouble recapturing the seat he's held for 24 years. His challenger, newspaperman Denny Smith, a Vietnam pilot, the son of former Oregon Governor Elmo Smith. If, as is now predicted by sources in the Republican and the Democratic Party, the Republicans do pick up maybe 25 seats, they will still be far short of the 218 needed to control the House of Representatives, but they will have a much firmer hold on the type of legislation that that House comes up with. John?
Thank you, Jessica. Tom, looking at Florida, it seems to me that the president down there was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. The Cubans were mishandled in the perception of many of the people in Florida. The whole issue of the Cuban and Haitian refugees, and I do think I have read and been told that it's their perception of Floridians that he mishandled that may be hurting him badly tonight.
Bob Strauss told me just last week in Cleveland, as only Strauss can put it, he said, I said, how's it going in Florida? He said, we got everything but the measles down there. Nothing has gone right for him so far. The thing to keep in mind about both Florida and Mississippi in terms of being Democratic states, they haven't gone with Democrats much in the last 20 years in presidential elections. Florida only twice, I think, since 1952. In Mississippi, they voted for Barry Goldwater in 1964. George Wallace got their vote when he was running in 1968. And Richard Nixon received their vote when he was running against George McGovern. So these are states that there are certain disappearing myths in American politics. One is that the South is a place where they're always going to go Democratic, because they're not always going to do that.
No, and as we see on our map tonight, you can see 2 states down there that are going Republican. We'll have more coverage of the 1980 election after this.
Plymouth, #1 brand of high-mileage American cars. The American way to beat the pump. with cars like the front-wheel drive TC3.
It's the last gas!
The front-wheel drive Horizon Miser.
Last gas!
The front-wheel drive Champ.
The last gas!
And the front-wheel drive Reliant K, America's highest mileage 6-passenger car.
This is it! This is it! Last gas!
Plymouth, #1 in mileage, the American way to beat the pump.
The secret of the Colombian coffee bean was passed from the grandfather of Juan Valdez to the father of Juan Valdez, and then to Juan. For in Colombia, it is an art to pick the coffee bean at the moment of perfect ripeness. It is an art that is passed from generation to generation to generation. It is no accident that Colombian coffee is the richest coffee in the world. It is a national heritage.
In modern elections anymore, it's not enough just to tell you who won, but why they won, and somehow how some of the issues may have cut across the lines. Well, since the polls opened early this morning, we've had people at voting places throughout the country asking voters what was on their minds on this critical election day. As the voters left their polling places, we asked them a series of questions that had to do with issues such as the holding of the hostages in Iran, the state of the economy, the character and the integrity of the candidates. In other words, the most important issues of the day, the issues on the minds of the voters. This NBC News Associated Press poll was carried out at almost 1,100 polling places across the country. By the time this night is over, we will have talked to 12,000 voters for our national poll, and then another 16,000 voters in key states around the country. One of the questions, not surprisingly, that we dealt with in the state polls was the hostage crisis, and whether the events of the past few days turned to be a plus or a minus for President Carter. He thought it was a minus, generally speaking. So far, we've asked approximately 1,400 voters in each of the 3 key battleground states, New York, Ohio, and Illinois, whether they approved of the president's handling of the Iranian hostage crisis. If he hoped that what happened over the weekend would boost his approval rating among voters, then the president was sorely disappointed. He guessed right. It was a negative for him. Only 27% of the voters we talked to in New York said they did approve. In Ohio, only slightly better, 31%. And in Illinois, 33% approved. The last NBC News Associated Press poll on this question, taken throughout the country 2 weeks ago, gave Mr. Carter an approval rating of 36%, and he simply didn't reach that in those 3 battleground states that we showed you just a moment ago. So clearly, last weekend's events, in terms of the hostages, cut against Mr. Carter with the American voting public, the people who went to the polls today. John?
And the people who went to the polls today and talked to our poll takers in the key states that a president or a candidate needs to win the election have told our poll takers from NBC News and the Associated Press, they've given them information that makes us believe that a substantial victory will be awarded to Governor Reagan tonight in the balloting, a substantial victory. He's in California. John Anderson, the independent candidate, is at a hotel in Washington, and the president is at the White House. 3 reports now, the first one from Judy Woodruff at the White House.
The only way to describe the mood here at the White House, John, is just to say that it's very sad. No one is commenting on the record at this point, but aides who are working in the press office are wearing grim expressions. They're staying very quiet. Perhaps the best indicator was Jody Powell's teenage daughter, Emily, who I saw a few minutes ago with tears in her eyes. Reporters haven't seen the president since he flew back to Washington from Georgia earlier today, where he voted. But when he spoke to the townspeople in Plains this morning, almost 12 hours ago, he choked up as he talked about hoping that he had fulfilled his commitment to the people of his region. I think it was evident at that point to the people who have been following the president in this long campaign that the president knew what was ahead. We have been told not to expect any statement from Mr. Carter until about the time the polls close on the West Coast, and of course that's several hours from now. But it does seem obvious that the miracle story of Jimmy Carter, the unknown Georgia governor who finally made it to the White House, is just about at an end. And now we switch to Chris Wallace, who is outside the Reagan home in California.
1669 San Onofre Drive, Reagan's residence in the Pacific Palisades, a spot that could be as famous tomorrow as Plains, Georgia is today. The Reagan camp fully expects that, openly predicting victory for several days now. Reagan spent this afternoon at his home with top aides discussing the start of a possible administration. One state that the Reagan camp will be looking at very closely in the next hour is Kentucky, a border state they say will indicate how Reagan will do in Ohio to the north and in Jimmy Carter's southern base. Of course, the victory already in Florida indicates that Reagan is in good shape in the South, but a victory in Kentucky in this next hour might indicate a landslide across the Midwest. In about an hour, Reagan will leave his home and drive to a dinner with close friends. Later, he'll go to a hotel to watch the final returns, something that people here are looking forward to. Now to Jim Cummins at Anderson headquarters in Washington.
Here at Anderson headquarters, the ballroom at the Hyatt Regency in Washington is just now beginning to fill up. We expect it to be full within the hour with volunteers for Anderson. There won't be much tension here tonight. His people, Anderson's people, had considered him out of the race a long time ago. During the campaign, it was said Anderson had trouble broadening his base, that his primary supporters were white, upper class or upper middle class liberal, the so-called wine and cheese set. Well, for the record, they've already brought out the cheese here tonight, and we expect the wine to arrive later. We are told that Congressman Anderson will come to the hotel within the hour and go right to his suite to watch the returns come in, and that he will come down here after the election is decided to make a statement to his supporters. Tom?
Thank you, Jim. No single night in America may have so many highs and lows as an election night, the winners and the losers. Jessica Savage is going to be keeping track of many of them, the House and the governors. Jessica?
And we have a projection here, Tom. NBC News now projects that Richard Snelling will be elected governor of Vermont. Snelling is running well ahead of his challenger, Democrat M. Jerome Diamond. He's the three-term attorney general for the state. And then NBC News again projects that Richard Snelling will be the winner in the gubernatorial race in Vermont. This is one of the states that have two-year terms, and by winning this race, rather Snelling will be the winner. And winning this race, Snelling now becomes the first Vermont governor to win a third term in this century.
Thank you, Jessica. We'll have more coverage of the 1980 election after this.
Shake your noodle.
Shake, shake, shake your strudel.
Shake, shake, shake your spinach.
The Ziploc storage bag developed by Dow has the unique, easy-to-use seal. It's a zip to lock, and once it's locked, it stays locked. You can shake on that.
Shake, shake, shake your blueberries on Blueberry Hill.
The Ziploc storage bag. You can shake it, but you can't break it.
Your watch is broken.
No, it isn't.
The little winding thing's gone.
There isn't any little winding thing.
How do you wind it?
I don't.
You don't wind it ever?
No, it's a Timex quartz. You never wind it, not ever. It keeps absolutely fanatic time all by itself.
You never touch it?
Practically never. But always when I fly to Paris. Different time, you know. I just push that little button.
That's fascinating.
That's enough talk about my Timex quartz.
David Brinkley is here now with us, and Tom, I believe you've got another projection.
We have two more projections, actually. In the South, Jimmy Carter's home base, which is being broken up tonight by Ronald Reagan. We are projecting the state of Alabama for Ronald Reagan. Reagan wins in Alabama, 9 electoral votes, right next door to Jimmy Carter's home state of Georgia. And the state of Virginia, a state that Ronald Reagan, well, actually the Republicans won 4 years ago. We are projecting once again that Ronald Reagan will win Virginia. So we color those blue, as you can see in our map there. Blue if you have a color television set. I am told that it will be dark gray if you're watching in black and white. Reagan with 2 more important southern states to add to his electoral total. And there it is on our NBC map, as you can see it.
And we have one other projection to make. The votes are coming in from down there now. The polls are closed in several of those states. And NBC News has a projection that will not come as a surprise. We project in the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter, the winner of its 12 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter carried Georgia the last time by 66% of the vote. It's not surprising that he would carry his home state again. And that gives him 12 electoral votes on our electoral vote projection board. Reagan 58 to Carter's 12 electoral votes. Reagan in several states, Carter so far only in his home state of Georgia. What do you think about all that?
Well, I guess President Carter's got a color television set and is able to see these things without your light gray and the dark gray, but he can't be very happy about it. It's going very fast and very badly. And I think maybe before this is going to be wound up fairly soon, one way or the other.
Can I just correct one thing, by the way? I just like to get everything sorted out.
Don't tell me the president has a black and white television.
No, the grays are wrong. I got them wrong. We've been told 3 different ways about the grays, for those of you who have black and white sets. Now, John, blue has been converted to light gray. It still is not a good sign. It doesn't change anything in terms of the election, of course, but for those of you watching in black and white, you may want to know where it all stands.
This is too early in the evening for trivia, but my advice to those of you in the audience with black and white sets is run out and get a color set. We'll never get this straight.
You can get good deals on them now.
Or call your friend who has one, as a matter of fact. Well, David,
this is the 3rd time we've used the map. We've never got that straight.
That's right.
The light gray and the dark gray.
The South is really ripe Republican territory, is what that says. I mean, Richard Nixon did well down there before. Jimmy Carter was a kind of an aberration because he was a hometown boy 4 years ago. But this portends something for the Democrats for the future as well. They just, you know, it's a revived GOP south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Well, I wonder if this might not mean that South Carolina would go to the Republicans.
You know, it was the South that elected Carter last time. The rest of the country voted pretty much as expected. The South turned itself all the way around and voted for Carter, whereas it had been going more and more Republican in the years prior to that. This time, if it goes back to where it had been before, it's really bad news for Carter, whatever color his television set. I want to ask Jessica something. Jessica, you don't have anything yet on Jay Rockefeller in West Virginia?
No, we don't have a projection on that
I am
yet.
worried about him. In the previous election, he gave his net financial worth at $19 million. A lot of money. Rockefeller, $19 million. He is spending this time $10 million.
10 he is.
Well, now what does that mean? One more election and he'll be broken on food stamps?
Well, I think what it means is one more election, he's going to hope to up the stakes by maybe looking at a vice presidential spot or maybe running for president. Maybe that's cheaper.
Well, at those prices, he'll still be broke. A Rockefeller on a food stamps would really be a milestone in this country.
They have bumper stickers down there. The opposition's running bumper stickers that says, make them spend it all, Jay.
It's the best thing for the West Virginia economy that they've had in a couple of years now.
Well, we're going to have to pause now, everybody. That's our coverage, and that's where the election stands at this time. We'll be back.
Tonight's election coverage is brought to you in part by Comsat General Corporation, a Comsat company.
Good evening on this election night 1980. We are going to be here with you at 22 and 52 minutes after the hour throughout the evening. Going to be bringing you up to date on all that's happening with reference to the local races in this area. We've got live cameras and News Center 4 reporters all over the place covering a lot of the campaign headquarters. In Virginia, the polls were to have closed at 7 o'clock. I suppose some of them have, but many of the polls in Virginia, polling places that is, are still open. And we are told that there are 200-300 people in line at some of those polls. NBC News has projected Ronald Reagan will be the winner in the Virginia contest. Out in Vegas, they're also predicting Reagan will be the winner in the country. They're saying it's 9-5. NBC's poll's a little more scientific than that, a bit anyhow. They do it on what they call an exit poll. That is, they ask people who they voted for as they're coming out of the polling places. And on the basis of that, we are told, or they figure, that Reagan will win. They don't tell us how many people say none of your business. There are probably a few of them, too. The polls in Maryland and the district will not close until 8 o'clock. And we'll be having reports from there also. In Virginia, there are two races that we're keeping a very close eye on. That is the 8th Congressional District and the 10th Congressional District. You're looking at them right there, Marty.
Jim, in the 8th Congressional District, Stan Parris and Herb Harris. Harris, the Democrat, the incumbent at this point, out to a rather substantial lead. If we can change over and have a look at the early numbers we have in from the 10th, and we'll have to remind you again, the polls are not closed in Virginia because people are still lined up to vote. Here is the way it is at this point in the 10th District. Frank Wolf and Joe Fisher. Joe Fisher, the incumbent. It is hard to assess anything from the early figures. We certainly are not going to project anything from them. Dick Smolka, our election analyst, is with us. And Dick, You have said all along that you felt that the 10th and the 8th would be close, the 10th probably the closest of all of the races in this entire area. What did those early figures tell you, if anything?
Well, I did not see where those came from. If I knew where they came from, I could tell a little bit, but I'll go back there, and as soon as we find out where they come from, then we'll have a good idea.
Explain what you mean by that, because that's important, where they came from.
Well, we have a record of how these precincts have voted over the last 10 or 12 years and how these candidates have done in the precincts, how the party has done. And so, based upon their track record and the turnout in the precinct, we can get a pretty good idea of that precinct's contribution to the total outcome, and from that we can make a pretty good estimate of which way that district is going to go.
You have one of the most populous precincts in the entire nation.
Yes, the Burke precinct in the 8th district has over 6,000 voters, and that's one's going to come in late, and it's so big that we really have to watch that, because if it goes one way or the other, mostly new voters, mostly people who have just moved out there, and we don't know how they're going to vote.
All right, we're going to take a break and be right back.
The people who own ships like this one and the people who sail them think it's a good idea to keep in touch with one another. Even though every vessel in international trade has a radio, atmospheric changes can make radio transmission unpredictable at best. That's why today many shipping companies and oil companies involved in offshore drilling depend on Marisat, the remarkable satellite communication system developed by ComSat General Corporation. Using Marisat, a captain can be in direct voice contact with his management people on shore. He can send and receive telex messages or facsimile data. Crewmen and passengers can even call their families at home. For years, ComSat General has helped show the world the way to use satellite technology to solve specific communications problems. Indeed, ComSat General has often been up there with the answers before the questions were asked. For answers in orbit via satellite, think first of ComSat General Corporation.
We have one added dimension to our election coverage here at News Center 4. Stan Bernard is manning a national desk. Stan is watching races throughout the country, the races of senators and congressmen who serve on key committees, committees whose judgments and decisions affect not only the area in which we all live, but the future of the federal worker as well. Check in now with Stan and see what he has to say about what's going on so far. Stanley?
Exciting place, the newsroom on election night, Marty, and where there already appears to be a major defeat of one committee chairman over in the Senate. The chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, Birch Bayh, he's a member of the Committee on Appropriations, projected a loser in Indiana by both NBC and CBS now. Now, Bayh was going for a third term. Tough to win a third term in Indiana, but he has apparently lost to Dan Quayle, a two-term member of the House. Now, there will be considerable juggling of chairmanships in the next session of Congress. We'll be explaining that as we go through the evening. But the next senator in line of seniority to take over the Intelligence Committee will be Walter Huddleston of Kentucky. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Stan. I'm wondering if we can ask Dick, Jim. I'm curious about how many of the projections in the long run are found to be sustained. How many of those hold up and how many of them reversed?
Almost all of them hold up. We rarely have, the national networks have a very, very good batting average on this one. And as far as I'm concerned, we try to make sure absolutely that the projection is solid.
In other words,
it cannot be reversed.
If you tell us something is gospel, we can depend on it.
I'm very conservative on my projections.
All right.
One thing I would like to say,
go ahead.
Our projections are based upon figures that we have that are not necessarily fed into our system. We're getting them from two different sources, so that we're not basing our projections on 1% of the total. We have very good numbers when we make
So our 8th and 10th district figures from Virginia that we showed, we should not be paying a great deal of attention to at this point in time.
We don't have information on
where they came from.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. As we noted, the polls in Maryland and the district are not going to close until 8 o'clock, a little more than a half hour from now. Traditionally in the district there have been problems in getting votes in and getting a count in to get us out of here before 2 o'clock in the morning, but they seem to have those problems under control. We expect it not to be too long a night anyhow. We invite you to stay with us. As I said, we'll be here at 22 and 52 after the hour. Join us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
X is for extra sexy. X is for extra dazzling. And now X is for extra body. Introducing brand new Flex X. Extra body shampoo with balsam and protein. Plus an extra Revlon bodybuilder no other shampoo has. Feel the extra rich lather. The extra sexy body you get. X marks the spot. X marks the winner. X marks the newest Flex. Extra body shampoo and extra body conditioner too. From Revlon. Extra beautiful.
to know better. You got the look that's all together. Living, loving, day or night. Joy that shines, the thing that's right. The joy that's good.
The Mary Tyler Moore Hour, weekdays at 9 on Channel 4.
Decision 80. NBC News continues its election night report. Here are John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw.
Good evening once again. It is early on this election night, but already there is a lot of good news for Ronald Reagan of California on our election map and a lot of bad news for Jimmy Carter, the president from Georgia. We have a state just coming in. NBC News now projecting that Ronald Reagan will win the state of Ohio and its 25 electoral votes. Reagan wins Ohio, a big key industrial state in the Midwest. Its 25 electoral votes go into his column. He'll add those to Indiana, Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, all colored blue on the NBC News election map. That means they go into Ronald Reagan's column, and that's a very impressive beginning for him on this evening. And no Republican has ever been elected president of the United States, by the way, without winning Ohio. Here's the electoral vote as it now stands. Ronald Reagan, 83, Jimmy Carter, 12. Carter's all come from his home state of Georgia, needed to win 270 altogether. So it looks like a very substantial victory for Ronald Reagan, as we have been saying all evening here. For this evening is out, and it may be an early evening indeed for Ronald Reagan. It will be a long evening, however, for Jessica Savage, who is going to be counting the 435 House races and also taking a look at the governor's races around the country, and Garrett Utley keeping his eye on 33 Senate races for us tonight. Say nothing of John Chancellor, who is here taking a look at the vote as well.
To say nothing of David Brinkley.
And David Brinkley, who is going to be joining us from time to time. We're so delighted. He had surgery just a week ago. But tough old bird that he is, he insisted on being here tonight. We're delighted.
He'll take that tough old bird term up with you when he gets here.
I know he will.
Let's have a look at the national popular vote now. We have it in from a number of states, mainly those states in the South and the Southeast, but as far north as Ohio. And we see that with 2% of the precincts in around the country, that Reagan has a lead of less than 200,000 votes, but the important thing to look at is the percentage. 4% for Anderson, 42% for Carter, 53% for Reagan now, with the votes beginning to roll in from several states in the South, in the East, and one big, very important Midwestern state, Ohio. And looking at some individual state races that we're getting in here, we have projected Reagan the winner in the state of Indiana. You see a third of the precincts have reported, and he's got a very large lead, bigger than Gerald Ford did 4 years ago at the moment now, 57% for Reagan. And in Kentucky, we have results from there, 2/3 of the precincts reporting there, a 5-point solid lead for Reagan. Jimmy Carter won that state last time with 53% of the vote about. He's now got 46% of it coming in. It shouldn't go more than that. Garrett Utley. Birch Bayh is our projected loser in the state of Indiana.
He fits in the projected loser. Dan Quayle is the winner there. We projected that a few minutes ago. We have some other projections coming in, results coming in predominantly from the southern part of the country. First of all, in South Carolina, this is not really a surprise, but NBC News now can project that the incumbent Democratic Senator Ernest Hollings is headed for re-election, that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Marshall Mays. And in Georgia, Herman Talmadge. NBC News projects that Herman Talmadge will be reelected to a 5th Senate term. He's running with a good lead over Mac Mattingly, the former head of the Republican Party in the state of Georgia. Talmadge faced a very tough fight during the primary earlier this year. In fact, he had to face a runoff to get his party's nomination. He's also had problems because he was denounced, repudiated by his Senate colleagues for the misuse of office funds. But Herman Talmadge has lived again. We project him the winner in Georgia. And in the state of Ohio, which just a moment ago we projected for Ronald Reagan in the Senate race, we now project that Senator John Glenn, Democratic incumbent, will be reelected there, defeating Republican candidate James Betts. So when you add it up already, we have projected 5 Senate seats, Senate races. The Republicans have made a net gain so far of 1. They have taken away the Democratic seat from Birch Bayh in Indiana. And that's where it stands right now. We have some other very close races in the South. We'll have some information in just a few minutes on those. Tom?
Thank you, Garrick. 4 years ago, Jim Baker was a key figure in President Ford's campaign, and he had his heart broken on this night 4 years ago. It's a far different story this evening for Jim Baker, who's in California at the Reagan campaign headquarters, the Century Plaza Hotel, with Heidi Schulman. Heidi?
It is a different story this year. Jim Baker, the early indications are that the trend is in Ronald Reagan's direction, that he is leading substantially in key states around the country. Is that the same thing you're hearing?
That's the same thing we're hearing, Heidi, and we're very optimistic.
Somebody said a moment ago that there are big smiles on everyone's faces upstairs. That's the case?
That's true.
We have called now Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, key southern states for Ronald Reagan. Those, of course, were a primary target for you. But we all tend to talk about Jimmy Carter's South. How do you explain what is happening in the South tonight?
Well, you know, we've said for some time, Heidi, that we thought we could at least cherry pick in the South. From early indications, we may do better than that. But we've always felt that his base was nowhere near as secure as our base in the West, and that's proving to be the case.
Also, Ohio in the Midwest, which was, of course, was a key battleground this year. What are the indications from there?
Well, judging from your exit polls, it's pretty good. And in fact, I think the exit polls of all 3 networks show that the swing states, Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Michigan, the states where we really expected this battle to be fought are breaking our way.
Someone had suggested, someone from the Reagan campaign earlier, that Ronald Reagan is a ballot box candidate, that people don't tend to say in the polls that they will vote for him, but they go out and do that on Election Day. Is that your feeling?
Well, I'm not sure that that's true. It's obvious, though, that the undecided vote is breaking our way, and we're very pleased about that.
Okay, thank you, Jim Baker. Now back to John Chancellor in New York.
Mr. Baker, like a lot of other politicians and journalists who have talked about an exit poll. That's the poll we've been referring to this evening, a poll made by NBC News and the Associated Press. Well, other organizations do it as well, talking to voters as they come out of the polling places. And we base some of our reporting this evening on that. Some call it an exit poll, others call it a voters poll. We'll be back with more after this.
Picking and choosing the right investments requires very careful handling. One wrong move can easily damage the best laid plans. At Merrill Lynch, we know that size and strength can be very valuable. But it is our sensitivity to your investment goals and agility in helping you reach them that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
Sam, answer the television.
Zenith announces space phone.
It's probably my wife. Dave, answer the television.
Are you kidding me? This could be my boss. Hubie, you answer the television.
Just push a button and answer the phone right through your new Zenith.
Hello?
Who's this, please?
Hubie Brown?
Congratulations, Hubie Brown. You've just won a free world cruise.
Space phone only on Zenith System 3. We're moving television into the future.
Back before anyone ever dreamed of an energy crisis, a Sunday afternoon drive on quality General tires was...
Triple dip, here I
well, pretty much for the fun of it. Today, we need more efficient driving, like making fun trips, work trips on any of General's full line of radial tires that help save gas, Sunday or any other day. Quality, choice, price. General has a tire for you.
Sooner or later, you'll own General's.
Smell that bacon. Nothing can penetrate this stuffy nose.
This can.
Hall's Mentholyptus?
With vapor action. Hall's vapor action penetrates deep into clogged nasal passages to help your stuffy nose feel clearer, while Hall soothes your throat to help you cough.
Hey, this is something. The bacon? No, the Halls.
For penetrating relief, get Hall's vapor action. Now in new ice blue, too.
Some figures to keep in mind about the state of Ohio, where we have named Ronald Reagan the projected winner of that state's 25 votes. Ohio unemployment is 9.1% when last checked. Youngstown, 12% unemployment. Toledo and Cincinnati, 10% unemployment. Keep that in mind as we go through this following analysis based on our polling in Ohio today. Ronald Reagan won Ohio, which Jimmy Carter carried by 11,000 votes 4 years ago, because the voters were most deeply concerned about inflation and also the maintenance of American strength abroad. And the voters in Ohio felt that Ronald Reagan could do something about both better than President Carter. So far, NBC News, Associated Press poll takers have talked to 1,500 Ohio voters as they left the polls, and the results on these issues now. Only 22% of the people concerned with inflation voted for the president, while 71% concerned with inflation cast their ballots for Ronald Reagan. Only 28% of the voters worried about U.S. strength abroad, then they voted for the president, but more than two-thirds, 68% of those worried about American strength abroad went for Reagan. Another striking result in Ohio, a heavily industrialized Midwest state which had been losing both industry and jobs, only 19% of those polled listed unemployment as one of the most important problems they face. But that's with 9% unemployment, that's understandable. Carter and Mondale made an appearance on the last campaigning day of the campaign yesterday in Akron, Ohio. It did not work. Tom?
John, there's been a lot of talk about, in the course of this election, that someone may win an electoral victory, but not the popular vote here tonight. We're going to show you the popular vote right now and show you that Ronald Reagan is not only running ahead in the electoral vote, but he is running substantially ahead in the popular vote as well. 3% of the precincts reporting in nationwide. Ronald Reagan with a percentage lead of about 11 points now over President Jimmy Carter. Changes in the numbers, but not in the percentages, as you can see. John Anderson at 4%. That's an important figure, one that he'll be watching very carefully. He has to get 5% of the popular vote to qualify for federal election funds. And for every percentage point above that, he gets about another $700,000. So there will be a lot of cheering and straining going on at the Anderson headquarters tonight, not because they think he can win, but because they need the money to pay off the campaign debts. Someone who's been with us during this long campaign season is Theodore H. White, the author and historian, and he's right behind me right now with someone else who's been with us through it all, Bob Jameson, covering the Anderson campaign, tonight interviewing Teddy White. Gentlemen.
Tom, Teddy, we've been talking for a moment about points of reference. What kind of a historical context would you place the election tonight in?
It's still too early to say because I think it's still building. But if it builds at this dimension, it could be of landslide, and it could be the end of an era, as 1932 was the end of an era, as 1964 was the end of an era. Some elections are just ripples. Others are tides coming, and there's a tide of change, I think. The sense I think the country has had growingly over the past few weeks of loss of control over events, loss of American power, humiliation abroad, uncontrollable inflation here at home, gives people a sense that things must change. And we have to wait, I think, a few more hours to see how big the dimensions of this apparent victory is.
Teddy, when you talk about the end of an era, are you talking in terms of 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt was elected for his first term, or 1952, when Dwight Eisenhower was elected?
I'm speaking of the end of an era in the sense that we're going to have to do our rethink again. We have been a free trade nation almost since 1932. We've been for free trade. That was a good idea 50 years ago. But when I see the devastation of Detroit and Toledo, the auto industry, the steel industry of the USA, when we left that war, we made more steel than all the rest of the world put together.
Teddy, we have just a few seconds. If the indications are correct, it would be a big Reagan victory. Where did President Carter go wrong?
I think he was caught and cramped and squeezed by history itself. It was less his fault than the forces arrayed against him.
Teddy, thank you. Gentlemen?
Jessica Savage has some information on both the governor's race and things that are going on in the House of Representatives. Jessica?
We have the third of our projections of the evening to offer. We offer a projection. James Hunt will be re-elected. We project Governor of North Carolina, defeating his Republican challenger, State Senator Beverly I. Lake. Beverly I. Lake, a male. Again, NBC News projects that James Hunt will be the winner in the North Carolina gubernatorial race. He will be the first governor in modern times elected to a second four-year term there in North Carolina after winning the opportunity to do that with a constitutional amendment. He came up with the idea 3 years ago. As we said, we had two other governor's races projected in Vermont. Republican Governor Richard Snelling re-elected, and in Indiana, Lieutenant Governor Robert Orr is the projected winner. There's been somewhat of a Republican sweep so far in the state of Indiana, and we think it's affecting the race in the 3rd Congressional District. John Bradamus, House member since 1958. There you see it was 64% of the precincts now reporting in. His opponent, Republican challenger Hyler, with slightly more the vote than Bradamus has. It's a very tight race there. Bradamus people say that they're not really sure that the House Majority Whip will be able to come out of this one. The Hyler people say that there is a large vote turnout in that area, but that their 1,000 or so volunteers that they had today made some of that large voter turnout theirs. That is one of the races the Republicans have targeted, and as you see there, the candidate is not doing that well. Bradamus may not be reelected. In the Abscam races, 5 Democratic House members have been implicated in the FBI's Abscam bribery investigation. They are all in very close races tonight. Let's take a look at one of them, Michael Myers of Pennsylvania, the first congressman to be expelled by his colleagues since the Civil War. Organization politics, he's looking to help him defeat his challengers. It may be enough to help him get by the GOP challenger Robert Burke, but that's a nominal candidacy. There's an independent running very strongly there, candidate Tom Folgera, who's been endorsed by Philadelphia Mayor Bill Green. And in the John Jenrette race in South Carolina's 6th Congressional District, an area of tobacco farms, an area where John Jenrette used to run very strongly. He was recently convicted of bribery charges in the Abscam investigation. He held a press conference October 13th, and they said that he would run again. And his candidate, challenger, GOP challenger there, is a guy by the name of John Napier. He's an attorney. He's a former aide to Senator Strom Thurmond. He's one of the Abscam challengers who received party money prior to the Abscam case coming up, and Napier has decided not to make an issue of it. We have very little in the way of precincts reporting in less than 1% of the precincts. Napier leading 312 to 86. As we say, that's not enough to make any kind of an indication, but that race promises to be a fairly decisive one. John. Tom.
Thank you, Jessica. And just to bring you up to date on the presidential race, it is looking very good for Ronald Reagan at this time. In his Hollywood days, he made a film called Bedtime for Bonzo, and that often comes up at his rallies around the country. Recently, he has been saying, just remember, Bonzo grew up to be King Kong. If this keeps up, Bonzo grew up to be the President of the United States. And we'll be back after this.
Well, never thought I'd get hemorrhoids. Just what I need now that I drive a cab.
Here, try what I use. Preparation H.
You too?
Anybody can get hemorrhoids, especially people who sit a lot. But Preparation H often gives me fast, temporary relief from occasional pain and itch.
Sounds great.
Even helps shrink swelling of tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try it.
Tips good this week?
Yours was the best.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling.
The foot fixer makes your feet feel good. Oh, the foot fixer makes your feet feel good.
The Foot Fixer, a total foot care system from Clairol, with an automatic heater to keep the water hot and a vibrating water massage that soothes and refreshes.
The Foot Fixer makes your feet feel good.
The Foot Fixer from Clairol Research.
I see you're buying a long-lasting nasal spray. Why?
It gives me long-lasting relief.
How long?
Well, it says 8 to 10 hours.
Here's Duration nasal spray. How long does it give relief?
It says up to 12 hours. That's some difference.
That's 2 to 4 hours longer. That's because Duration has the longest-lasting nasal decongestant. Now, which one are you going to use?
Why, this one. Duration.
Duration with up to 2 to 4 hours more relief. The proof's on the package.
We're Exxon. We're Bob Larkins, whose department is ready to invest billions to develop synthetic fuels. We're James Phillips, who's helping make oil from shale rock a reality. We're Dave Wims, on a major project to turn lignite into gas. We're Judy Wood, at work in a test plant that turns coal into liquid fuels. We're Bob Lang, developing a better way to turn coal into synthetic gas. We're more than 100,000 people working on energy. We're Exxon.
We're back, and joining us now is David Brinkley, and framed behind him is the map that looks very encouraging for Ronald Reagan, looking more encouraging as the evening goes on, with Ohio added to Indiana, Virginia, as you can see, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida behind us. All of those important states in any election, but especially against Jimmy Carter, who had hoped to use the base that he's used in the past, the South. But Ohio was a big loss for him.
Well, you know, Tom and David, the electoral vote tally now is getting a little bit bigger. Carter still has only the 12 electoral votes from Georgia, and Reagan has a little more than 30% of the electoral votes that he would need to get the magic 270. That's not bad for 10 minutes of 8 Eastern time.
You know, John, I was thinking, you and I spent a little time talking to Carter's mother, who said in the unlikely event that her son lost, she wanted him to come back to Plains and cut the grass and clean up the yard. She may have him there.
Well, let me tell you what Helen Thomas of the UP reported tonight. She learned that the president was informed Monday night that samplings taken by pollster Pat Goodell showed it was all over, in those quotes, and the campaign manager Robert Strauss, this is according to the UPI, reportedly informed workers that the president had lost.
You have the feeling that he knew that this morning, or that he was in deep trouble when he made that emotional appearance in Plains. Talked once again about being proud to be a Southerner. Those are roots of which he is proud, occasionally even defensive. And the South, on either side of him at least, Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi, not with him, and we don't know about South Carolina yet. And yet, Democrats doing well in the South. Fritz Hollings, who's got an accent that's more Southern than a bowl of grits, it seems to me, is the epitome of the Southern senator. He'll be back. And who else do we call the governor of that state as well? Hunt will be elected.
Carter has never had a really proper Southern accent.
No, it's kind of the Herman Talmadge, Fritz Hollings have got the corner on that in Washington right now.
Carter never really had it. I think he spent too much time outside the South or something.
Well, I'm amazed at the way things are going, if they are going the way we think they're going, and indicating, our polls indicating a substantial victory for Reagan. Who would have thought that Reagan could have, apparently, what he's going to do tonight, he's going to do extremely well.
Well, but Reagan, the man, perhaps you'd have some doubt about that, but the Republican Party has been a revived party in the South. They've been working very hard at it down there. There's a new GOP political base that has been building there for some time now, right through Richard Nixon and along. In Alabama, they're given to saying these days the 3 M's are what's important: the military, motherhood, and the maker. And that all cuts very well for the Republican Party.
Well, the South has been going Republican for one race after another, until Jimmy Carter in '76 turned it around, as we were saying. And this time he has already lost some of it and may lose more. And it's bad news for him.
All right. In the next hour, we get the great big dump of votes from many of the big states, Illinois and Michigan and Missouri and New Jersey and all that. And that's where the election stands at this time.
This election night coverage is brought to you in part by Kicks Country and by the Moore Cadillac Company at Tyson's Corner in Virginia.
Good evening and welcome back to News Center 4's coverage of the 1980 general election. We are going to look first to Virginia to have a look at the presidential election in Virginia. The NBC News has already projected that Ronald Reagan will take Virginia. About 15%, now 16% of the vote is in. Ronald Reagan carrying the state of Virginia 53% to 41%. The only precincts of those precincts reporting where Jimmy Carter is showing any strength at all is in precincts in the Alexandria area. and he is not showing that much strength in the Alexandria area in those key precincts, but it is the only place so far of the precincts reporting in Virginia where Jimmy Carter has shown any strength. The state projected to go to Ronald Reagan. That is the projection at this time with 12 electoral votes.
There is an interesting thing happening in Virginia's 8th congressional district, which covers Alexandria, incidentally. We have some ticket splitting going on down there. The incumbent, Herb Parris, is running against Stanford Parris. They have run against each other before, back in '72, as a matter of fact, when Harris took the seat from Parris. As you can see, Herb Harris is ahead right now with these precincts that have reported so far. These are very early returns, by the way. They are not conclusive by any means. And as you can see, Herb Harris is running well ahead, but he is running well ahead in areas where Ronald Reagan is also running well ahead in the presidential contest, which indicates that those folks out there are splitting the ticket, as they have done, in fact, before. Did the same thing, as a matter of fact, back in 1976 when they went 52% for Gerald Ford in that district, and they also went 52% for Herb Harris. Also in Virginia's 10th congressional district, we've got a really close contest there. Joe Fisher, the incumbent, he's running against Frank Wolf for the second time, and at the moment, Wolf is ahead of Joe Fisher, beating out the incumbent at this point. Again, we point out that these are very early returns. They are not all that conclusive. That has been quite an interesting contest, that is, a very severe contrast between the two candidates and what they claim to be standing for, and we'll be watching that one very closely. We might add that both in the 8th and in Virginia 10th, we got rematches, people that have run against each other before.
And the 3rd major district, we have a rematch as well going on. That is in Maryland's 8th district. Newton Steers and Michael Barnes, the most expensive race in the history of this area, about $800,000 being spent for that congressional seat. Kelly Burke is standing by at incumbent Michael Barnes' headquarters with the latest from there, which does not look to be a lot in terms of activity anyway. Kelly?
No, but they're getting together here. The band's getting ready to play. I'm told the beer is going to start pumping in another few minutes in a victory celebration. Premature? Yes, indeed. Michael Barnes did indeed lead the campaign in the polls by as much as 18%, and some of them by as little as 6% in those taken by Newton Steers. But he's concerned about the close race the last time with Newton Steers, about the tough campaign that Steers has waged, spent twice as much, about close to $500,000. The concern about voter sentiment in the national election, we hear it's going toward Reagan, and the unpredictable nature of the Montgomery County voters. It's too early, but the people here certainly are still confident. They are pleased with the voter turnout. If the first returns look good for Barnes as he expects, he may be out here early in another hour, and they could have a heck of a celebration here, Montgomery County Democrats. I'm Kelly Burke reporting for News Center 4 from Barnes headquarters in Rockville.
We've got Lee Thompson out at Newton Steers headquarters. Barnes snatched this seat, this 10th congressional seat, away from Newton Steers back in 1978. Lee Thompson is standing by there. Lee, there's not a whole lot going on there either, is there?
Well, I don't know, Jim. I think it would be fair to say that the mood here is getting to be a little bit more optimistic. I think these Republican spirits are lifted by the fact that Reagan seems to be doing pretty well nationwide, although they do point out that that doesn't necessarily mean more votes for Newton Steers. Montgomery County has a history of crossing over on its ballots. We should be able to project the winner, though, shortly after 8 o'clock. That's because the computer in Rockville has already counted the early morning vote, a heavy vote, and it should put that vote out shortly after 8 o'clock. It should also be pointed out that there are 16,000 absentee ballots out in Montgomery County. That's a lot, and it could make a difference if this election is close. Newton Steers is expected to arrive here about 8:30, and we're going to be back. And this is Lee Thompson at Newton Steers headquarters in Bethesda.
All right, thank you, Lee. We'll continue with our coverage of the general election 1980 right after this.
I'm really cooking to it.
The new sound of Kicks Country.
When I'm on the job, I knock around to it.
Kicks Country, 106 FM and 73 AM.
I always feed my boys to it. Get kicking, Radar.
Put new kicks in your life with a new sound of double country. Get into our boots on Kicks Country, 106 FM, 73 AM.
The more Cadillac.
And
and ready when you're ready. New soft Philadelphia brand cream cheese. It's always spread and ready.
Spread and ready whenever you want it.
New soft Philly cream cheese from Kraft. It's the cream cheese you love, only softer. Right out of the fridge.
Spread and ready whenever you want it.
New soft Philly cream cheese. It's ready when you're ready.
Creamy, smooth, and ready to spread and spread. Spread and ready. Spread and ready. Spread.
When you know better, you know best. Better with a GE digital bathroom scale. Easy to read electronic readout, turns on instantly, and locks in on your weight. A great scale at a great price, only $33.86. With everyday low prices on a GE FP2 food processor blender. It slices, chops, shreds, blends, and more. Only $62.43 plus a $7 manufacturer's rebate. At Best Products.
Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. Brought to you in part by Merrill Lynch, whose ability to guide you through the intricacies of investing makes them a breed apart. And by IBM, helping put information to work for people. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw.
And welcome to those of you who have just joined our coverage of this quite remarkable election, the 49th presidential election in the United States, and we are seeing every sign of a substantial victory for Ronald Reagan. We have already projected some states on our map for him, only Georgia so far projected for the president, and now with the polls having closed in a number of states and other key indicators have coming to us, we are going to project a number of states for Ronald Reagan, beginning with the state of Connecticut. Connecticut, with its 8 electoral votes, goes to Ronald Reagan. Our next projected victory for Ronald Reagan is New Jersey with 17 electoral votes. New Jersey for Reagan. Going westward, we project Pennsylvania for Ronald Reagan. Pennsylvania, in his column, we project 27 electoral votes there. Further, Michigan, the state of Michigan, we project for Ronald Reagan 21 more electoral votes for his total. We go on. NBC News projects Illinois for Ronald Reagan. Illinois with its 26 electoral votes. Going further west, we project the state of North Dakota. No surprise there. He had been expected to take North Dakota's 3 electoral votes, and South Dakota, 4 electoral votes, which we project in the column for Ronald Reagan. Moving southward to Kansas. In the state of Kansas, we say Ronald Reagan is our projected winner. We also project Reagan the winner in the state of Missouri with 12 important electoral votes. Further into the border states, it is our projection that the state of Tennessee will be taken by Ronald Reagan, 10 electoral votes there. Going further south, the state of Oklahoma with 8 electoral votes, we project for Reagan. And finally, the big one, Texas, 26 electoral votes. We color blue or light gray, if you're watching in black and white, for Ronald Reagan. The map is turning blue for Reagan. Tom, can you tell us how many electoral votes that adds up to now?
I can right now. We're going to show you on your screens at home. Remember, the number that is needed, 270. Ronald Reagan already at 252. This reminder, that's what he has at this stage of the evening without his home state of California, where there are 45 electoral votes. That's still to report in.
And the 12 votes, electoral votes you see there, are all from one single state for Carter, his home state of Georgia. So far, we've been unable to project Carter a winner in any of the other states. Of course, he'll win some other states this evening, but the imbalance on the map behind us is as striking as I have ever seen it working in this studio at this hour of the night. That is remarkable. One state so far called for a sitting president of the United States And as I say, the red states will be filling in on the map, but an awful lot of the big ones have gone to Ronald Reagan.
In an elementary way, what it means is that Jimmy Carter has been totally surrounded by Ronald Reagan. He has been isolated in his home state of Georgia, and that's where he stands. So, as we have been using our words carefully this evening, we have been saying it is going to be a substantial victory for Ronald Reagan. You can take it from there, taking a look at that map. The West, Ronald Reagan's very solid base still to report in this evening. We're going to be looking as well at some very close Senate races all night long, too. 33 of them altogether. Gary Cutley will be covering them. Gary, what do you have?
Yes, Tom, first of all, let's recap the Senate races which we've been able to project so far tonight. First of all, in the Democratic column, the Democratic senators are doing pretty well, all in all. In Kentucky, NBC News has projected Wendell Ford, the Democratic incumbent, going back to the Senate. In South Carolina, Democrat Ernest Hollings returning to Washington. In Georgia, Herman Talmadge going back for a 5th term. And in Ohio, Senator John Glenn going back to the Senate for a 2nd term. On the Republican column, they have picked up a seat in Indiana. We project that Dan Quayle, U.S. Congressman from Fort Wayne, Indiana, will defeat Senator Birch Bayh. Birch Bayh has been in the Senate for 18 years. In a way, those who live by the campaign slogan die by the slogan. In 1962, Bayh defeated Homer Capehart, who had served 3 terms, saying 18 years is enough for any man in Washington. Guess what Dan Quayle was saying against Birch Bayh this time? 18 years is enough. The 4-term jinx worked. Bayh has been defeated there. I want to alert you to 2 very interesting and close races in the South, which may reflect a bit of the strength of Ronald Reagan in Alabama and Florida. Let's look first of all at the race currently underway in Alabama. The results are coming in there now between Jeremiah Denton, a former prisoner of war in North Vietnam, the Republican candidate, and Jim Folsom Jr., son of the former governor of Alabama, a famous name in Alabama. Denton is now leading. Only 13% of the precincts reported. Too soon to project. But if Denton is elected, it'll be the first time Alabama has had a Republican senator since Reconstruction days. Let's look at Florida, not very far away. Only 6% of the precincts in so far, but, well, there you see it. Bill Gunter, the Democratic candidate, neck and neck with Paula Hawkins, a Republican, a former member of the Public Service Commission in Florida. There have been only 3 Democrats elected to statewide office in Florida since the Civil War. It's much too early to make a projection in either of those 2 contests, but it is possible at least that a Republican could win both in the Florida senatorial race and the Alabama race tonight. And that would be making history in those 2 states. That's where the Senate race stands right now. John.
Let's look at the popular vote, Garrick, and see how this is all tallying there, because we've got 4% of the precincts around the country reporting in dozens of states now, and we see that Reagan is holding a 5. Now he's increased the lead since we looked the last time. A 6-point lead, 7-point lead over President Carter. John Anderson is still at 4% of the vote we have tallied so far. Quite a night. And more to come. We'll be back after this.
Reaching your financial goal is never as simple as some people would have you believe. You have to know exactly where you're going and make the right decisions at the right time. At Merrill Lynch, it's our skill at guiding you through the intricacies of investing that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
Mr. Chairman! Yes? The delegate from New York Life wishes to...
Did the delegate say New York Life?
Yes, sir, and we...
What has New York Life got to do?
Mr. Chairman! Since 1845, our company has insured 11 American presidents. 7 in this century.
Order, sir. Life insurance is a personal matter.
It's a family matter, and we vote for the candidates who choose New York Life for family protection.
Can they do that?
You know, Ethel, I think it's time we sold the old homestead.
Who do we call? We handle the who do you call.
Where do you turn?
What are you going to do? Trust the Realty World folks in blue to cover it all for you.
Your local Realty World associate is specially trained to sell your house quickly, even helping with buyer financing information.
We can do it.
Realty World covers all the details.
We'll cover it all for you.
I'm Pete Conrad. Every 2 minutes, somewhere in the world, another McDonnell Douglas DC-10 takes off. Today, more than 300 DC-10s fly the colors of 45 major airlines. This DC-10 will head for Rio. This one will fly the Atlantic. This one links Canada with Australia. This one flies New York to LA. The DC-10 proves itself in the air, 1 million miles a day. It's one of the world's most thoroughly tested airliners.
Ronald Reagan apparently headed for an enormous victory tonight. As we show you on our map, he is winning in all of the key areas, the industrial Midwest, parts of the Northeast, and the South as well. A big win for him, the state of Michigan, where both candidates spent a lot of time. And the single most important fact about the Reagan victory in Michigan is that he won everything in the state except the city of Detroit, where Mayor Coleman Young was working hard for President Jimmy Carter. Now, we talked to a lot of voters today as they came out of the polls, including voters in the state of Michigan, almost 1,200 of them altogether. Talked to people representing NBC News and Associated Press, and here's what they told us. Ronald Reagan won only 27% of the vote in Detroit, but in the suburbs, which are important in that state, he took 57% of the vote. And in the rest of the state, he won 55% of the vote. In the rest of the state as well, something unexpected happened. Carter and Reagan split the blue-collar vote, which normally, in Michigan especially, is heavily Democratic. This happened despite the intensive campaign on behalf of the president waged by the United Automobile Workers Union. In that union, Mr. Carter did pick up 60% of the vote, but that was not nearly enough to offset the gains of Ronald Reagan and the rest of the state of Michigan, so the 21 electoral votes from there go into the Reagan column, John.
We have another projection, and this time for President Carter. NBC News projects President Carter the winner in the District of Columbia. 3 electoral votes. The district has been voting since 1964, has never voted for a Republican presidential candidate. The president carried it last time with about 80% of the vote. A very high tally, but not unexpected. That brings the electoral standings to Carter 15, 12 from Georgia and 3 from the District of Columbia. Reagan all over, as Tom Brokaw said, the industrial East, the South, parts of the Middle West, the Dakotas, 252 electoral votes in the states marked in blue on your map, or light gray and black and white, and that's how it looks. Very early on this evening, it has been possible for NBC News to project all of that. We also have, in this election, a number of extremely interesting contests in terms of the Senate and the House. The number of the Senate Appropriations Committee chairman, the Senate Small Business chairman, the Senate Intelligence Committee chairman is up. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee chairman, Senator Church, is having a tough fight. The House Majority Leader, the House Whip, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, the chairman of the Public Works Committee, the chairman of the Interior and the Agriculture Committee in the House, all of them are facing difficult contests this time. There's quite a story there, and Jessica Savage is covering it for us.
I would imagine a lot of that story we'll see some of it in the coattailing effects that some of this Reagan landslide, the way it looks to be at this point, might have on some of those races. But first, NBC News has a projection to offer. It was a race that David Brinkley talked about earlier, a race that's supposed to be one of the most expensive gubernatorial races in history. NBC News projects now Democrat Jay Rockefeller will be elected governor, re-elected governor of West Virginia, defeating his challenger, Arch Moore. Moore ran against Rockefeller in 1972. Rockefeller defeated him. Then Moore narrowly lost the Senate race in 1978 to Jennings Randolph, and he decided this year he'd take on Jay Rockefeller one more time, and Jay Rockefeller supposedly spent $10 million getting the vote out. Apparently he got the vote out, and it went the way expected. Jay Rockefeller, we project, will be re-elected governor of West Virginia. Tom.
Jessica, we were told just a few moments ago that we had some pictures of Ronald Reagan leaving his home in California, and we will be standing by to go to those as soon as we possibly can. I think right now John has got some votes for us down south.
I do. First, let's have a look at the popular vote again, which is mounting around the country. Now you see we're over 1.5 million in each race, and Reagan's lead is holding at 7 points, with 4% of the precincts reporting. John Anderson's vote edging up there, but he's very far behind. Well, it just changed. Reagan's lead increased just a little bit there. These numbers, incidentally, that you see on your home screen are being fed to us by a computer, and so from time to time they will change while we're on the air with them. One of the things that has to be disappointing to the president is his showing here, 7 points behind with the election as far along as it is. Tom?
The vice presidential candidate on the Ronald Reagan ticket, of course, is George Bush. He contested him strongly in the primaries and then helped him a great deal, perhaps even in his home state of Texas, his adopted home state. Well, this evening, George Lewis, who covered the Bush campaign all year long, talked with George Bush.
I did hear the NBC report. I think it's too early to do anything but at least have your hopes up at this point.
Are you surprised by that at all?
Yes, because I've felt that it would be very, very close, and it still might well be. But I must say it's more encouraging to have these so-called exit polls speaking favorably.
With the findings going your way, apparently, in the polls, what do you think made the difference in the closing days of the campaign?
I think the debate clearly was a major turning point, and our inside tracking figures showed that since the debate, Governor Reagan was doing very, very well, and we followed it very carefully, and he continued to break those undecideds over. But again, it's awful early to really assess it until you know what actually happens.
George Bush looking confident and with very good reason. Here's John Chancellor now with more news.
Well, the time has come. You've seen the map. We've looked at the figures, and NBC News now makes its projection for the presidency. Reagan is our projected winner. Ronald Wilson Reagan of California, a sports announcer, a film actor, a governor of California, is our projected winner at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. On this election night, we have projected Ronald Reagan the winner. And to add evidence to that projection, we are projecting him as the winner in more states. By our calculations, Ronald Reagan is the winner in the state of New Hampshire, in the state of Vermont, Delaware, and South Carolina. We will be coloring in those on the map now in blue for Reagan, or light gray, black and white. New Hampshire is the first state that we are calling for him in this list of states. Vermont, we are coloring blue in a projection for Reagan. The state of Delaware, we are projecting for Reagan. And in the South, the state of South Carolina, we are projecting for Ronald Reagan. And that brings his electoral vote tally to the number required for victory. According to our projections, Ronald Reagan now has the required 270 electoral votes. Carter with 15 at this stage of the evening, 12 from Georgia, 3 from the District of Columbia. And Tom, that's our projection. It is a rather early call.
It certainly is 8:15 on election night. This race has been, the word we've been using all year, has been volatile, fluid, mercurial, whatever. But I don't think anyone anticipated that it would eventually would become a floodgate of one kind or another, where the votes would just flood in for Ronald Reagan.
Tom, 4 years ago, we called the election for Jimmy Carter at 3:31 a.m.
I remember well.
And going back, talking about calls this early in the evening, I called for Richard Nixon in 1972, a little bit earlier than this, but this will go down as one of those nights when we are calling very early, and there's the evidence on the map. Reagan has, as Tom has pointed out, the western states still to come. And we saw little softness for him in most of those western states, some doubts about the ones in the Northwest, Oregon and Washington. California was leaning. We do not see, given what evidence we have now, that the president will be able to overtake Reagan at all, and certainly not in the West. And most of the big industrial states now, New York has not been projected yet, but most of those big states are in, and Reagan took them.
I can't, a personal note, I can't help but recall in 1966 riding around in a Greyhound bus with him, with Lynn Nofziger, as he was trying to win the Republican nomination for governor of California, and a lot of people were laughing at him then, in 1966. And they have learned in every election in which he's been involved, never laugh at the chances of Ronald Reagan. He has always won by pretty substantial margins, except when he's run for president a couple of times in the Republican Party. But when he gets into a general election, he does extremely well.
He's now won the big one. David Brinkley will be along after this.
leader in office technology, word processing, data processing, and now with our new electronic mail system, you can send all kinds of information from one part of the world to another. So New York can be around the corner from Paris, London from Tokyo, and San Francisco next to Rome. WAN, making the world more productive by bringing it closer together.
Introducing an American car designed for a changing world and with a commitment to quality. Introducing the beautifully new Ford Granada. Built with a new design, smaller in size, yet more spacious than ever before. Built with Granada's highest mileage ratings ever. And built with Ford's quality control system. 38 different inspectors examine every single car. The new Granada. Built for a changing world from Ford.
David Brinkley has joined us. David, what do you think about all this? We've called the election.
I know, at 8:15. What I think is that we are going to see the beginning of a new conservative movement in this country's current history. It's too early to say how the Congress is going, how the Senate is going, but whatever happens, the thing to remember is that all of the members of the Senate who are in trouble, whether they wind up winning or losing, those who are in trouble are all liberals. And however that turns out, it is going to terrify liberal members of the Senate. And with Reagan in the White House, a scared bunch of liberals, not as many as in the past, in the Congress, he's going to have his way. And so we're going to see a rightward movement in the direction of the U.S. government. I would say substantially so.
Yeah, he has talked about using it, as Theodore Roosevelt called it, the bully pulpit, and he's masterful at that, at using that kind of an office. We've seen him in one campaign after another, how effective he is on television. He is a kind of prototype of the conservative in this country. He has been active in that wing of the Republican Party for a long time, very practiced at the rhetoric of it, so I think that you can expect to see that.
I wonder how ideologically conservative Ronald Reagan really is. It has always seemed to me, Tom and David, that he was not that right-wing when he was governor of California, and I had the sense this year that he was a man who didn't want to become president because of a great ideological crusade. He was a fellow who wanted to become president. He thought he deserved it. He thought he'd do a good job at it. But I don't think he brings in a great deal of passionate baggage on the conservative side. Not that he isn't a conservative man. He surely is.
Sometimes his rhetoric exceeds his behavior in office. That was certainly true in California. He went in on a wave of conservative rhetoric and then had a very liberal, or by and large liberal legislature with which to deal, and became a more moderate governor.
Well, a number of people who know Reagan well, better than I do, and perhaps better than most of us do, see him as a sort of Eisenhower, a kind of amiable Republican who is conservative but not wildly, screamingly so, and who will be easygoing in the White House and will decide nothing outrageous until he has talked to everybody in sight.
Well, that's where the election stands at this time.
Tonight's election coverage is brought to you in part by Comsat General Corporation, a Comsat company.
Good evening and welcome back to News Center 4's coverage of the general election throughout Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. We have some returns now coming in from Maryland. And we'll go first to Maryland's 8th Congressional District. Michael Barnes, who won the seat in 1978 from Newton Steers, will retain his seat. News Center 4, based on the projection now, is that Michael Barnes has retained his seat and will be returned to Congress from Maryland's 8th Congressional District. These from the early returns now coming in from the state of Maryland.
We've also got some projections with reference to some of the contests in the district. Two of the more important questions, the only two questions really on the ballot. One, the initiative on gambling, the other, a referendum on statehood. The initiative on gambling we are projecting will be approved. This is on the basis of 100% of the boxes that were turned in from the morning voting on gambling. We are showing that, we are projecting that is, that the initiative on gambling will win. That would allow numbers, the lottery, bingo in churches, and raffles for charitable purposes in the district. On the referendum that would begin the process towards statehood, we are projecting that that measure will also be approved in the district. That will not guarantee the district statehood status, but it will begin a very long process that could in fact take decades. We are also projecting that President Carter will win the district. He's got 74% of the vote based on the ballots that were turned in from the voting this morning. That is no surprise. The district always goes very heavily for the Democratic presidential candidate. We are pleased to welcome here with us now the district's mayor, a Democrat, Mayor Marion Barry, and I suppose, as I said, it comes as no real surprise to you that the president won.
Not here anyway. We always do well. And one thing that's very good, it appears, Jim, that we're going to have a large turnout. I had said we would probably get 175,000, 200,000. On yesterday, I think we're going to make that. It's amazing. People are pouring out all over, and I'm just delighted to see that.
It appears, though, Mr. Mayor, that Ronald Reagan, at this point, is going to be elected President of the United States. Will that make any difference at all with reference to the district's relationship with the White House, with the administration?
Well, I think it will. Naturally, I was a strong Carter supporter, and if it turns out that the projections are correct, that Ronald Reagan will be president, I'm going to do all I can to reach out to him and his staff, to acquaint him and his staff with all the unique problems of the District of Columbia. I've not heard any specific positiveness about budget autonomy, which we really want to get into, and transfer of prosecutorial authority and a fixed form of payment. But I'm going to do all I can to reach out to him and hope that he's receptive to our plight here, and just work hard to make sure that the district is included in his priorities.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any reason to believe at all that he won't be sympathetic and won't be helpful?
Well, I don't know enough about him. You know, I've been looking and feeling so strongly about President Carter, and I haven't had a chance to. I've had overtures from people before now to sit and talk with some of his top advisors about the district, but I didn't want to do that because it would appear as though I would be conceding that the president didn't have a chance to win. But now, if that's true, I'm going to make it my business immediately to sit down with the people, and I think that we're going to do all right, relatively speaking. I think Democrats don't have a tendency to be more understanding of city problems in general, but we're going to work awfully hard.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we thank you. The mayor will be back with us again in this next cut-in in this election coverage. We've got to take a break now. We'll be back in just a minute. Stay with us, please.
The frontier of communications on Earth is here in space, where ComSat General is pioneering answers to questions which are only now being asked. One answer is ComStar, a communications satellite that shares the load of terrestrial telephone facilities by handling 18,000 two-way telephone calls at the same time. Another ComSat General answer, developed in partnership with IBM and Aetna Life and Casualty, is Satellite Business Systems. SBS links the communications of large nationwide businesses, government agencies, and other organizations. It will handle voice, computer communications, document distribution, even televised business conferences. For years, ComSat General has helped show the world the way to use satellite technology to solve specific communications problems. Indeed, ComSat General has often been up there with the answers before the questions were asked. For answers in orbit via satellite, think first of ComSat General Corporation.
Our new Center 4 projection is that Michael Barnes will carry the 8th District in Maryland. He will retain the seat that he won from Newton Steers in 1978. Projected winner for Congress, Maryland's 8th District, Michael Barnes. We're going to go now to Barnes headquarters. Kelly Burke is standing by there. Kelly? It looked like it was an interesting interview. Obviously a technical problem. Yeah, Kelly usually does well. Problem, obviously, with the audio coming in from the 8th District. Kelly is covering Michael Barnes's headquarters there, and we'll have to get that straightened out soon.
The point of the fact is that this is live television, so you might expect that from time to time. We hope not too often throughout the course of the evening. Once again, let's state that Michael Barnes has won. It was a very close race, one of the most expensive that's ever been waged in this local Washington area. but it appears that Michael Barnes' money was well spent because he's going to go back to Congress. We're going to be back here again at 52, I guess, before the hour.
Minutes before the hour.
And the mayor will be with us again. I hope. Won't you stay, please?
Yeah, I'll stay for us.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about the district under Reagan.
Stay with us.
Good thing I'm not running.
Checks. You write a batch of them every month. Checks for groceries, clothes, the mortgage, the car payment, utilities, and so on. They add up to a lot of money. But now, Bank of Virginia offers interest checking, a way to earn interest on the money you have to spend until you have to spend it. So before you write another check, ask about interest checking at Bank of Virginia and start earning interest on the money you spend, not just on the money you save.
Today's cars, with newly designed engines, are built for performance and better mileage. And to help keep the new cars and all cars running the way they should, here's Amoco's lead-free choice. Quality Amoco lead-free in the blue pump and Amoco premium lead-free in the gold pump for engines that need high-octane performance.
And they're both seasonally blended for better starting and smoother warm-ups in winter.
You expect more from a leader.
Follow the man who knows how to go for it, George Michael, weeknights on News Center 4.
Decision 80. NBC News continues its election night report. Here are John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw.
Hello once again, and just to bring you up to date, NBC News has projected that Republican Ronald Reagan will be elected President of the United States over President Jimmy Carter. Let us show you the map now and show you why we are able to make that projection. As you can see, blue for Ronald Reagan, and there's a good deal more of that than there is red for Jimmy Carter. In fact, Jimmy Carter only has his home state of Georgia and the District of Columbia. The rest of the map, as reporting in so far, belongs to Ronald Reagan, and that includes the key battleground states, as we were calling them, of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, all of those states that were going to be critical. That includes Texas as well. Ronald Reagan taking big chunks, knocking the props out from under Jimmy Carter's so-called southern base tonight. It's all over, as NBC News sees it, and at the White House they are acknowledging that as well. The aides in resignation, knowing that they have been beaten. And this is the electoral vote as we have it so far based on our projections. 270 needed to win. Ronald Reagan is right at that figure. Remember that the West still is to come in. That includes the 45 electoral votes out of his home state of California, where he is expected to do well. Jimmy Carter with only 15 electoral votes at this time. Ronald Reagan headed for a landslide victory tonight. But there are a good many other races as well, many of them in the Senate. And Garrick Utley has been keeping track of them. I think you have some projections for us in that area.
We have some projections, Tom. These are not real surprises. There are a number of big question marks hanging over a number of Democratic senators as to whether they'll survive the Reagan landslide, whether his coattails will be long enough to pull Republicans into office. But let's go to these projections. First of all, in Connecticut, NBC News projects that the Democratic candidate Christopher Dodd will be the winner there, that he will defeat James Buckley, the Republican. Abe Ribicoff is the Democratic senator who's retiring in Connecticut, so that seat remains in the Democratic column. In Maryland, we are now projecting that Republican Senator Charles Mathias will be reelected, defeating his opponent, Democrat Ed Conroy. Mathias, a liberal Republican, somewhat of a maverick in the Republican Party. He had the endorsement of the AFL-CIO. He draws heavily among Democratic voters, although he is a Republican. He is going back, a liberal Republican, reelected in Maryland to the Senate. In Kansas, Senator Robert Dole, Republican conservative, Gerald Ford's running mate in 1976. We project him to be reelected to defeat Democratic candidate John Simpson. And in North Dakota, where Senator Milton Young, Republican, is retiring, we project that the seat will remain in Republican hands. Mark Andrews, our projected winner, defeating Democratic candidate Kent Johanneson. So far tonight, we have projected 9 Senate races out of the 33 which are up for grabs today. The Republicans so far have gained only 1 seat. That's in Indiana, where they've taken it away. But I would certainly think that a number of Democratic candidates are very nervous. Democrat liberals such as John Culver, let's say in Iowa, such as perhaps Gary Hart, George McGovern in your home state of South Dakota, Tom. These kinds of Democrats, seeing the trend in Indiana and what is happening on that map back there, must be very worried as to whether they're going to survive.
I would think so. And we were talking about the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Frank Church out in Idaho. Warren Magnuson in the state of Washington, chairman of the Appropriations Committee.
One person who may take some comfort, surprisingly enough, is Barry Goldwater, Mr. Conservative, Arizona, up for re-election. The recent poll showed him in almost a dead heat against his Democratic opponent. If the Reagan tide continues and Reagan gets a big vote in Arizona, Barry Goldwater should be encouraged by that.
Derek, actually, the polls were shifting a little bit to Goldwater toward the end with the error factor in the poll. The last poll had a 6% error factor in it, which made it close. But if you read that poll another way around, it didn't look so bad for Goldwater.
He wasn't reluctant to say as well to the voters of Arizona, I want to go back and help my friend Ronald Reagan out. And if that carries through in Arizona, it will help Barry Goldwater out as well, because it was for Barry Goldwater that Ronald Reagan made that memorable television speech in 1964, and it began his political career.
It really did. Let's go on. Let's have a look at the popular vote now. The popular vote, with 6% of the precincts reporting, shows the same lead that Reagan developed over Carter earlier this evening, holding now as the votes come in. A 7-point lead, 51% of the vote now. That will almost certainly go up as the percentage, the Reagan percentage ought to go up, because there are very few places, given the traditional dynamics of the Democratic Party, where Carter could get sizable numbers of votes. A lot of those votes have already gone to Reagan in those states. Some of the states, however, we have been unable to make projections on, and we'd like to look at some of those. Kentucky, for example. The vote tabulations in the Louisville area, they are slow tonight, so we don't have any projection of the winner because of that slowness, but Reagan is ahead in a state that President Carter carried 4 years ago. Similarly, in North Carolina, which I think will come up there in a moment, we have 7% of the precincts in. North Carolina has voted only for Richard Nixon since the end of the Second World War. It did it twice. It looks as though it is going Democratic now, but with 7% in, it's kind of hard to say. Going on to Maryland, another state we have not had a projection in, about 1/5 of the precincts in, and you see that Reagan is doing quite well, over half of the vote now. If that were to hold, he would join Richard Nixon as being the only Republican candidate in a very long time elected by the state of Maryland. And in West Virginia, a state that was regarded as safe Democratic. It's voted Democratic in 10 out of the last 12 elections. Carter is ahead there. Tom?
We're going to have continuing coverage of this evening. The Senate races, Jessica Savage with the governor's races, and the House, of course, 435 seats at stake there. More to come after this.
Right in your neighborhood, maybe right on your street, is a very unusual family. And if you know what's good for you, you go in and meet them. It's the Century family of companies. There's a company that insures many drivers other people won't. A company that does nothing but life insurance. A company that helps you take care of your health. That's our family. A family that includes thousands of independent agents and sales representatives. The Century family of companies for all your insurance needs.
At Budget Rent-A-Car, you're number one.
I'm sure glad I switched to Budget. Their low rates really saved me money, and Budget's located right inside most airports, so it's just as fast and convenient.
At Budget, you're number one.
When my company told me to rent from Budget, I thought I'd have to give up the service I'm used to just to save money. But frankly, Budget, you won me over.
At Budget, you're number one.
Hello, I'm Glenda, and I'm a soft touch.
She's a soft touch.
I'm Alicia, and I'm a soft touch.
Nivea soft touch.
Nivea moisturizing lotion is known the world over for soft hands, smooth bodies, and silky legs.
And you can be a soft touch too.
Nivea soft touch.
When you're searching around for investment ideas, it's easy to lose your bearings. What appears to be a profitable trend can be here today and gone tomorrow. But Even when there seems to be no place to turn, Merrill Lynch has an uncanny ability for matching your goals with fertile investment advice that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
Rolling along now with considerable interest in some of the Senate races, some of the House races, and some of the governorships. Here is Jessica Savage.
Two more governor's projections, both of them Republican, one of them an upset. NBC News projects Republican Christopher Bond will be elected governor of Missouri. He will defeat challenger incumbent Joseph Teasdale of Democrat. Kit Bond and Walkin' Joe Teasdale, as he calls himself, ran against each other the last time around in Missouri, and Bond felt very secure about winning, but Teasdale upset him at that time. It was supposed to be some kind of a vindictive race where the two of them wanted to get together and go at it one more time. And it was close right up into the end. Both candidates showed polls showing each of them running neck and neck, but NBC News now projects that Republican Christopher Bond will be elected governor of Missouri. Another projection. This one is not a surprise. NBC News projects Republican and governor incumbent Pierre DuPont will be re-elected governor of Delaware, defeating his Democratic challenger William Gordy. This, as we say, was no surprise. Pierre DuPont, a one-term governor there, has been very popular in the state. In fact, they had a great deal of trouble coming up with a Democrat that wanted to challenge the very popular sitting governor. So they came up with the majority leader of the House since 1959, William Gordy of Laurel. He gave up his seat in the State House to run in this election, but he did not win. Again, NBC News projects that incumbent Republican governor of the state of Delaware, Pierre S. Pete DuPont, will be reelected. So far, of the 6 gubernatorial races we have called, out of the 13 there were up. The Republicans held on to all 3 of their incumbencies, and they picked up one. The Democrats, as expected, held on to the 2. That's the way the gubernatorial races stand at this time, John.
And in the presidential race, our pollsters have been at work all across the country talking to huge samples of voters. One of the reasons that the voters may have voted for Reagan is that they trust Reagan more than they say they trust the president to do what is right. NBC News and the Associated Press surveyed voters as they came from the polling places today and asked them to rate the candidates on this trust issue. And here's what the voters in 3 important states told us. In Texas, 39% gave Carter high trust ratings. 54% said they had high trust in Ronald Reagan. Now let's look at Maryland. In Maryland, 37% rated the president high on the issue of trust, but 45% gave Reagan a higher trust rating. And let's look at Pennsylvania. 35% said they trusted the president to do what is right. 47% said they trusted Reagan to do what is right. It's interesting that those ratings in those 3 states, Texas, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, are all about the same. And we checked 7 other states so far, and we find the same thing. More voters saying they trust Reagan to do the right thing than are saying that about the president. Tom?
Presidential years is sometimes hard to get your hands on something that has an effect, but those are devastating figures, it seems to me, for Jimmy Carter, who through good news and bad has always had a good trust rating with the American public. They have believed in his integrity. They believe that he's trying to do the right thing. And when a president begins to lose the trust of the American public, then he's in some trouble.
Well, and speaking plainly, he was running against a man perceived by large parts of the electorate as an actor. And Jimmy Carter had run in 1976 using trust in himself and his abilities. So that's quite, as you say, that's a remarkable.
Those are really devastating figures. We have Judy Woodruff standing by at a not very happy place tonight. It is the White House, and they have been well aware all evening about how grim the news is for them in this election. Judy, what do they think down there? I heard you say a few moments ago that Pat Caddell was saying that it broke bad for them over the weekend, that the Iranian hostage situation was the final undoing. They can't believe it was only that, though, do they?
Well, that is what Pat Caddell is saying, Tom. I'm sure you're aware that there are other pollsters who will have other points of view on that. I know that Bob Teeter, who has done some polling for the Republicans, has said that the trend was obvious early last week when the undecided voters started breaking toward Reagan, most of them toward Reagan and not toward Carter. And that was exactly what the Carter campaign had been counting on all along. They're very heavily negative Reagan. The speeches the president was making, the commercials on television they were running were anti-Reagan, and they hoped that would, in the end, with the pressure on, bring the undecided voters and the Anderson supporters back to the president. It didn't happen. They've gone to Reagan.
Judy, do they feel at the White House that the president lost the debate in the perception of those people who saw it on television?
I think they acknowledge that that is true. We were told late last week that their polling was showing that Reagan had picked up several points immediately after the debate, that he had picked up, as a matter of fact, from Anderson supporters, that the president had lost some support. So they feel that the debate was a decisive event in the campaign. I think most of them would have preferred that the debate had never taken place. We were talking with some of them yesterday about whether they wished earlier on that the president had gone ahead and debated John Anderson and Reagan when he had the opportunity. But I've been led to believe that if they had it all to do over again, they probably wouldn't have. They were so afraid of giving Anderson a boost and having that hurt them even worse than it obviously has tonight. John?
Theodore White was saying just a few moments ago, Judy, as well, that he believes that President Carter was the victim in part of historic circumstances, the Iranian situation, the OPEC oil prices, the terrible economy. He cannot, of course, say that he didn't play his part in all of those events, but the fact is that there was a kind of historical unloading of him. We're now seeing Ronald Reagan. NBC News projecting Ronald Reagan, the next president of the United States, the 40th president, at 69 years of age, with his wife Nancy Reagan, leaving their home in the Pacific Palisades, where they will go to the Century Plaza Hotel. I would guess, with the police escort in Los Angeles, that's about a 20-minute ride through the hills of West Los Angeles. There, they will greet their campaign workers and some of the president-elect's closest friends, if he remains that, and we expect that he will.
I believe we'll be seeing that, won't we, Tom?
I think so, at the Century Plaza Hotel, where they are gathered. The Republicans, among the close friends, a kind of a kitchen cabinet, as they have been described over the years. They took a look at Ronald Reagan after he made that speech for Barry Goldwater in 1964 and said, "You ought to get in elective politics," and began to back him. Men like Justin Dart of Dart Industries, Holmes Tuttle, a prominent Los Angeles automobile dealer, William French Smith, who is Governor Reagan's personal lawyer. These are people that you may not see in prominent government positions, but they indeed will have an important advisory role, as they almost always have had for Ronald Reagan, 2 terms, governor of California. Reagan...
They all make a lot more than they could make in the government.
They all do very well indeed. They are, I think, by certification, all millionaires. Ronald Reagan has lived most of his adult life, as you know, in California as an actor, as a television host, as the governor of that state, 3 times as a presidential candidate. But he grew up in Illinois, in 6 towns altogether, but the town that he calls his hometown, and the folks in Dixon certainly are calling it his hometown now, is Dixon, Illinois. And we have Fred Briggs there tonight. That, if you'll pardon me, folks, in Dixon is the New Plains, Georgia of America. Here's Fred Briggs.
Dixon, Illinois, the boyhood home of Ronald Reagan, going somewhat wild tonight on the news of the projected winning. However, Dixon really had no doubt. They'd planned this victory celebration weeks in advance, and there may be some parts of the country that may have been called too close to call. They never thought there was any such thing as that. The celebration here actually started at 6 o'clock Central Time, which is when the polls close in Illinois.
There was a parade across the Ronald Reagan Bridge on the Rock River to downtown Dixon. A torchlight parade it was supposed to be, but the brisk north winds made maintaining lit torches a little impractical. There was the Dixon High School band from Reagan's old high school, where he played football for a while. And there were a number of Ronald Reagan cousins, first and second cousins in various stages of removal, most of whom really didn't know Governor Reagan except for a brief meeting during the Illinois primary last spring. When the crowd heard that Reagan was the projected winner, here's what happened.
Ronald Reagan is the winner of the 1980 election. He's our next president.
Well, the night is young as far as the celebration is going here. In an hour or so, they're planning a fireworks demonstration. The publisher of the Dixon Advertiser, the local paper, wants to have the first newspaper in the country out in print saying that Reagan is the winner. I am told the presses are running right now. The people here are very happy. This is a town of 18,000 people, and one could almost believe they are all here. They would only wish that Governor Reagan could be here with them. Fred Briggs, NBC News in Dixon, Illinois.
Well, that's a much bigger town than Plains.
They'll find out about it, though. We have another projection, this time for President Carter. NBC News projects President Carter the winner in the state of West Virginia. 6 electoral votes there, and no great surprise. And we will now fill in red or dark gray in black and white the state of West Virginia for the president. That means so far this evening we have projected him with 21 electoral votes. That's Georgia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. And Reagan, while the polls are still closed in most of the states in the West, is holding at the 270 electoral votes we project him to have. That's enough to win. David?
I would like to ask a question of you folks. We have here what I think reasonably could be called a landslide, or certainly something approaching a landslide. Where did it come from? Nobody anticipated it. No polls predicted it. No one saw it coming. How did that happen?
We may give you that answer in just a few moments, but I am told that while we think about it, we're going to go to a commercial, so we'll have the answer for you.
You've got a minute.
Right after this.
Knows you want it simple.
Who needs lessons with Litton's new AutoCook microwave oven?
Litton knows your recipes.
AutoCook knows how to cook my favorite foods automatically.
Litton knows you want to cook with ease.
It asks me what food, how much, and how I like it done. AutoCook does the rest.
When you buy a Litton, you're buying everything we know.
Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton.
Now, keep your eye on the ball.
That's a nice-looking watch.
Look at the ball.
I'll look at anything I want. That really is a nice-looking watch.
It's a Timex quartz.
What's that mean?
It means fanatic accuracy. The most precise, most accurate watch I ever owned. Never even winded. Now, look at the ball.
Do they make Timex quartz watches for women?
Sure.
If I learn this dumb game of yours, will you get me one?
The Timex quartz for men and women.
Republican win the Senate. I'm thinking about David Brinkley's question. I believe I have now formed an answer.
All right, let's have it. What is it?
Well, you'll recall that last summer that Ronald Reagan did have a very substantial lead at one point. It was post-convention euphoria for the 30%. Republicans. But that indicated at that time that a lot of people in this country were unhappy with what has happened in the last 4 years. Then he had his campaign gaffes. He finally got himself back on track. We always had that 35 to 40% of the people out there saying they were undecided, didn't know which way they wanted to go. And then Ronald Reagan began to say to them, I ask you this question: are you happier and more secure today than you were 4 years ago? And I believe that it is that question, simplistically, spread out across the country, that began to work very well for him in the closing days of the campaign. And then on debate night in Cleveland a week ago tonight, he proved not to be an ogre or a monster or a guy eager to drop bombs across the landscape. In the eyes of the public, those are the perceptions.
Well, I don't want to knock the polls because I believe in them and they generally do very good work. And in fact, they were right. They've been Parris today called Reagan, but didn't call it this big. And one thing I've wondered, did a lot of people decide to vote for Reagan but didn't want to say so?
Well, that's always been a factor. They call that the ballot box factor in Ronald Reagan. Well, I don't want to confess he's an actor after all. A lot of people have made fun of him, and maybe I ought not be publicly in favor of him. I should say, on behalf of the NBC News Associated Press poll, that we took a lot of flack from the White House during the last several weeks or so because we would always show Reagan more substantially out in front than would other polls. And they would call and say, how can you have it that way? I think your poll is off base and so on. I finally said to Jody Powell last week, we'll show you the second half of it on Wednesday morning. Well, it turns out not to have taken all the way to Wednesday morning.
Well, again, I don't want to pick on the polls, but there was none of this in sight.
All right. Thank you very much, David Brinkley. And that's where the election stands at this time.
This election night coverage is brought to you in part by Kicks Country.
Well, President Carter is not doing well at all. He's not doing well specifically, as we can tell you, in Maryland. At the moment, it appears that the president is losing Maryland to Ronald Reagan. He has already lost Montgomery County, as a matter of fact. They thought that John Anderson vote might be a factor in Montgomery County, but Anderson really only got 11% of the vote there, and if he had won, if he had given all of that to the president still would have only been running even with Ronald Reagan. There you see it, 30% of the vote in Maryland, and Reagan is running well ahead of the president, 51 to 40%. In Virginia, we have already projected that Ronald Reagan, the network has already projected that Ronald Reagan will be the winner there. And in the district, we have projected already that President Carter will win the District of Columbia. There you see him with 74% of the vote to 15% for Ronald Reagan. There is no surprise in that at all. The president will win the district and maybe one or two others. Marty?
We'll have a look now at the Senate race in the state of Maryland. Charles Mathias, Ed Conroy. Mathias, of course, the Republican incumbent, elected first in 1968, out with 30% of the vote in, with 71% of the vote so far to Mathias. Mathias, the projected winner in Maryland's U.S. Senate race.
We noted that Ronald Reagan is projected to win in Virginia. He is doing very well there, and his running there may have some impact on the Virginia 8th and 10th congressional district races. Let's look at the 8th congressional district, for example. Herb Harris, the incumbent, the Democrat, is running against Stan Parris there. It is really close. We got 64% of the vote in from that election. And as you can see, it's 1 percentage point divides the two, not less than 1,000 votes. What's that? Maybe 300 votes, maybe 200 votes at the moment. Earlier, Harris had been running early, the people, an indication of the fact that the people might have been splitting their ticket there. Harris, the Democrat, and going with Reagan, the Republican president. But as we say, it's too close to call right now. In the 10th congressional district, Joe Fisher, the incumbent, running against Frank Wolf, whom he has defeated before. That one also very, very close. Well, 3,000 votes or so dividing the two, maybe 4,000, 51 to 48%. That one also is going down tooth and nail all the way to the wire, it appears, Marty.
Jim, throughout the state of Maryland, it is incumbents doing very well. Notice the votes. You will see now so many of our votes in the total presidential count in Maryland coming from Montgomery County, a few more from Prince George's County. Too early to call, but many of the incumbents out. The 4th district, this is Marjorie Holt and James Riley. Holt, the incumbent Republican, out to an easy lead so far. It looks like a projected win. It is too soon for us to call it and be sure. Move on to the 5th district now in northern Prince George's County. Gladys Spellman, 78% of the vote. Kevin Igo, 21% of the vote. Maryland's 6th district, western Maryland, parts of Howard and Carroll County. Beverly Byron and Raymond Beck. Beverly Byron, the Democrat, there, out to a substantial lead again. It seems to be an incumbent's night in the state of Maryland. And the 8th district, which is almost all of Montgomery County, the projected winner in the 8th district, holding on to the seat that he won from Newton Steers in 1978, Michael Barnes, is our projected winner in Maryland's 8th congressional district. Some of the others, it is too early to call, at least by the criteria that Dick Smolk, our analyst, would use to call a race.
There is one that's not too close to call at all. Ever since there has been a congressional representative to Congress from the district, it has been Walter Fauntleroy. He has never had much in the way of opposition. He doesn't have it again this year. Walter Fauntleroy comfortably out in front, 73% of the vote. We can pretty safely say, we could have pretty safely said about 3 months ago, last year, if you want to say it, that Walter Fauntleroy would have run that contest. We got to take a break. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes with Mayor Marion Barry and some results of some other congressional races around the area. Stay tuned.
New York Times columnist James Reston said it right when he stated, "The Washington Star is now probably the best afternoon newspaper in America. We want you to try the nation's best afternoon paper at the best value we've ever offered. The Washington Star for only 80 cents a week. That's more than half off the single copy price. Now that's great news at a great price. So call 588-5200 now for the new Washington Star. Only 80 cents a week. Call now."
I fill my days with it. And my nights.
The new sound of Kix Country.
Yeah, I get a kick out of it.
Kix Country, 106 FM and 73 AM.
I take it in stride.
Put new kicks in your life with the new sound of double country. Get into our boots on Kix Country, 106 FM, 73 AM.
That's it, Mike Barnes, the winner. We'll be back in a few minutes with more of all the local races.
Thomas's gives you the wholesome taste of wheat for breakfast in Thomas's Wheat English Muffins, made with whole wheat flour and a healthy dash of bran. Wheat English Muffins, made that good old-fashioned Thomas's way, with those little nooks and crannies that make them crisp and crunchy outside, light and airy inside. Thomas's Wheat English Muffins bring the wholesome taste of wheat to breakfast.
Ma'am, did you know that only one card gives you all the health care protection you need? A welcome at 7,000 hospitals across the country and over 5,000 doctors in the Washington area. Ways to cover employees' dental care, eye care, and prescription drugs. Only one card offers all this and cost-saving ideas, like same-day surgery and get well-at-home care programs. Blue Cross Blue Shield, the only one.
Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. Brought to you in part by Merrill Lynch, whose ability to guide you through the intricacies of investing makes them a breed apart. And by Dodge, with America's widest selection of front-wheel drive cars made for today's needs. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
And if you are just joining us, NBC News about 45 minutes ago projected Ronald Reagan as the projected winner of the 1980 presidential election. We are projecting more states for him. We are projecting now for Ronald Reagan, and we'll fill them in on our map in blue. The state of Wisconsin, which went to Carter in 1976. Wisconsin, we now show as going to Reagan in a projection. We also show Nebraska, which was Republican 4 years ago. 5 electoral votes. That's in the Reagan column. We project Reagan the winner in Wyoming. Republican 4 years ago. It's for Reagan tonight. And finally, Arizona. Arizona, which went for Jerry Ford in 1976, we project going for Reagan. That's a total in those 4 states of 22 electoral votes, and let's look at the electoral vote count now to see Carter with West Virginia, Georgia, and the District of Columbia, and Reagan with a number of states, well over the 270 needed to win. Tom?
John, it occurs to me that we have talked about landslides before in presidential politics. 1964 comes to mind, 1972, Richard Nixon over George McGovern. But 64 was a kind of high water mark in terms of a landslide when LBJ blew away Barry Goldwater. This is going to be bigger than that.
Well, I'm not certain, Tom, that you're going to find that it will be bigger than it may be bigger in terms of the percentage of the electoral vote. I think FDR in 36 against Landon had something like 90% of the electoral vote.
Yeah, Landon got 2 states that year.
That's right. And George McGovern in 72 carried Massachusetts and the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
It could end up that way. I don't know, but
especially when you have all that West still to fill in, and that's pretty good Ronald Reagan territory.
Well, let's look at the popular vote and see.
Okay, we'll show you where it stands right now in terms of the raw vote and the precincts that we have in. 12% of the precincts nationwide reporting in. Ronald Reagan, as you can see, with an 8 percentage point lead now over Jimmy Carter. John Anderson at the 5% level. That's important to him because at 5% he qualifies for federal funds, almost $4 million worth, and for every extra percentage point above 5%, he gets another, $500,000 or so. His campaign's in debt, he needs the money. But that's the raw vote total as it stands. There was some feeling tonight that one of these candidates could win an electoral vote victory, but not a popular vote victory. But if Ronald Reagan continues the way that he is, he'll win both a big popular vote victory and a big electoral vote victory. Let me show you what's going on in some of the states that we have around the country that have been reporting in for Ronald Reagan. In Connecticut, for example, this is the vote. 63% of the precincts are in. 8 electoral votes are at stake. Ronald Reagan there with an 8 percentage point lead in the state of Connecticut, which in 1976 went Republican as well as it did in 1972. In New Jersey, New Jersey, 34% of the precincts reporting in so far. Ronald Reagan there with a commanding lead, almost 20 percentage points. In a state that has a Democratic governor, Brendan Byrne, who was helpful to Jimmy Carter as best he could be, but not enough on this day, it turns out, in New Jersey. And in Pennsylvania, one of the key states, blue-collar industrial state, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia anchoring the respective ends of Pennsylvania. Ronald Reagan, the winner there, we are projecting. He now has a very slim lead over Jimmy Carter with 11% of the precincts reporting in so far. But we are showing that Ronald Reagan did well in Pennsylvania because he did well among independent voters as well as Republicans, and he gained nearly 1/4 of the Democratic votes in the state of Pennsylvania. You may remember in the dark reaches of this long campaign season that Jimmy Carter lost the Pennsylvania primary to Ted Kennedy. He lost the city of Philadelphia. That proved fatal to him there, and tonight he did not do well among independent voters, and he lost 1/4 of his Democratic base in the state of Pennsylvania, and that cost him that state. Gary Cutley is standing by now with some Senate races for us.
Some Senate races. We've been working hard here, and we have a couple of projections to make. First of all, in the state of Illinois, NBC News now projects that the Democratic candidate there, Alan Dixon, will win, that he will defeat David O'Neill, the Republican lieutenant governor. This was the Democratic seat held by Adlai Stevenson III, who is retiring from the Senate. Dixon was one of the largest vote-getters of the Democratic Party in the state. His job was to get the votes, and he did it despite Reagan's projected victory there. He swam against the tide and won. And NBC News projects that in Arkansas, incumbent Democratic Senator Dale Bumpers will win. Really no competition there, handily defeating the Republican candidate Bill Clark. So, 2 Democratic seats there remain in the Democratic column. But let's look at a few other races which give a better indication of what is happening in a number of states across the country, perhaps due a bit to the strong Reagan showing in the presidential contest. First of all, in Alabama, well, 1/3 of the vote in, 1/3 of the precincts reporting, that is, and Jeremiah Denton, the former prisoner of war, with a very slight lead over Jim Folsom Jr. The Republicans hoping to win a Senate seat there for the first time in a century. In Florida, another very close contest, still much too early to project a winner, with 1/4 of the precincts reported. Bill Gunter with a very slight lead over Republican Paula Hawkins. We do not yet have the returns from the southeastern part of the state, where Hawkins is said to be quite popular. The Republicans could win there. North Carolina, the incumbent Senator Robert Morgan was supposed to have an easy time running against John East, a political science professor. But, well, there you have it. 18% of the votes in. It is by no means an easy evening for Senator Morgan. We'll be watching that very closely. In Oklahoma, a Republican seat, which was held by retiring Senator Henry Bellman, Don Nichols, the Republican candidate, he's only 31 years old, strongly backed by the Christian evangelical group Moral Majority, holds a lead, a substantial lead over Andy Coates with 1/4 of the precincts reporting. And in Pennsylvania, where Richard Schweiker, the Republican senator, is retiring, Pete Flaherty, the Democrat, has the lead with 11% of the precincts reporting. If the Democrats could win there, they could pick up a Republican seat. But in a number of states, the reports we're getting from across the country is that a number of Democrat senators may be in serious trouble. The Republicans would have to get a net gain of 10 seats in order to win control of the Senate. That seemed impossible. We're not saying it's going to happen, but they could get an awful lot.
Actually, they only need 9 if Ronald Reagan continues to do well, because the vice president would cast a tie-breaking vote, and if they're at 50-50, that means that the Republicans would have control of that. We'll be back with more of all of this right after this.
Picking and choosing the right investments requires very careful handling. One wrong move can easily damage the best laid plans. At Merrill Lynch, we know that size and strength can be very valuable. But it is our sensitivity to your investment goals and agility in helping you reach them that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
America is not going to be pushed around anymore.
Dodge challenges Honda. Now Dodge beats Honda with more front-wheel drive cars with high mileage. Dodge Colt beats Honda Civic. Dodge Omni tops Honda Accord. Dodge 024 is unsurpassed by Honda Prelude. And Honda has nothing like new Dodge Aries K, America's highest mileage 6-passenger car, with Dodge front-wheel drive pulling for you. America's not going to be pushed around anymore. At your Dodge Ram dealer, the American way to beat the pump.
Now, Zenith System 3 is more. The PRP circuit. For more picture detail. More picture sharpness. 25% more. 4 speakers for more sound. Built-in cable tuning for access to more channels. 105 channels. Zenith System 3. We're moving television into the future.
How would you like to buy a new Rolls-Royce for $67? Or a new suit for 50 cents? Or a steak dinner for a nickel? Well, you could. If in the past 25 years their costs had dropped as much as the cost of doing work on an IBM computer, helping people do more at less cost. That's productivity, and that's one answer to inflation. IBM, helping put information to work for people.
We're back, and one of the reasons that Jimmy Carter is not doing well tonight, if you're just joining us, we should tell you, I guess, that NBC News about an hour ago projected that Ronald Reagan will be elected president, and by substantial margins. One of the reasons that Jimmy Carter is not doing well is that inflation hurt him a great deal. In the NBC News Associated Press survey of voters at more than 400 polling places across the country today showed, you guessed it, inflation, the #1 problem on the minds of almost all voters. Almost half of today's voters said they think that a president is able to do something to control inflation. You may recall that Jimmy Carter continued to point his finger at the OPEC nations for raising the price of oil. Well, of those who believe that the president can do something, 24% voted for Carter, while 71% voted for Ronald Reagan. That's a remarkable difference. Inflation, the key issue in this election. It's running at just over 12%. There were some tough figures for the president in the closing days of the campaign. As we say, half the people believing the president can control it, and of that half, about 71% saying they're going to vote for Ronald Reagan, and indeed they did. It would appear that the voters, based on all of this, have given him his first assignment. But then that's the assignment that he chose, because that's the question he kept asking everyone. Are you happier or more secure today than you were 4 years ago? John Chancellor.
The president is going to appear in a Washington hotel in about a half an hour, and of course we'll go there no matter what else happens to be going on here. But in about 30 minutes, stand by for the president. Tom Pettit has a way of getting out of the office here at NBC News and going out with nice people. It's been his habit to go to Serb Hall in Milwaukee on some elections. I don't know whether he goes for the company or the beer, honestly, but there he is anyway. Tom?
Well, John, I must say that we get a combination of company that's good and beer that's plentiful. Conventional Democrat Tom Parker, head of the Milwaukee County Labor Organization. Tom, it would seem that here in Wisconsin and around the country, labor's role in the Democratic Party took a shellacking.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't know exactly what came off the full Democratic ticket, and I don't know exactly what's projected for Wisconsin is going to come through, because I'm sure that Milwaukee County has not been counted, and so therefore I still have confidence, and coming from labor, no matter who wins on the presidential, they're going to have to deal with labor.
Why did Carter lose?
I don't know why Carter lost. I would imagine that he did not get enough votes.
Oh, come on now, be serious with me. Why do you think he lost?
Carter may have lost. There were a couple of labor issues that Carter did not come through with. I don't know that all of labor has understood exactly what will happen if it goes the other way. I have not been convinced that it's going the other way yet, though.
You still don't accept the victory of Ronald Reagan as projected by the networks?
I never accept projections.
Well, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'm sure you will.
And see how you feel about it tomorrow. Now, one of the people here who's very happy, Tom, is Bronco Groover. Bronco, you're a Reagan man, right?
Well, yes, I am today.
Well, Tom just told us he didn't know that the election was in fact over, and in truth, he did not know that he would accept the NBC projection of a Reagan victory. I guess you will accept.
I think I will, yes.
Why do you think Reagan won in a country where Democrats have traditionally been able to turn out a lot more voters?
Well, I think the American people today, despite the fact that some people are Democrats, Republicans, they voted for Reagan because I think they're very disappointed in regards to the world situation. We're a strong and powerful nation. We have been good and nice to all the countries in the world. We have helped them in need, and I think we deserve a better break from all the countries in the world than what we're getting.
Bronco, thank you. Tom, we'll check in with you tomorrow.
I hope so.
John?
Thank you. Well, there's some interesting things and some rather knowledgeable things being said there. The first man was classic American politics. He wants to know what's happening down at his end of the ticket, not way up there where the president is. They'll have to deal with labor, he said. And the second gentleman expressed a feeling, I think, held by a number of Americans. The polls have indicated that. The number 3 Democrat in the House of Representatives, John Bradamus of Indiana, I believe, and we're going to find out about that in a moment, is in serious trouble tonight. John Bradamus was elected to his 11th term in the Congress with 55% of the vote. The majority whip, a very important man. And what's happened to him, Jessica?
Number 3 man in the House, and it looks like the way it looks to us tonight is that Bradamus has been defeated in Indiana, that he had an onslaught of a very tough challenge. 70% of the precincts now reporting in, and his opponent Hyler with 54% of the vote so far. That looks like enough to us to call this race and to say that Bradamus has been defeated. He's not used to having that tough of a challenge. But this has been a time in Indiana where the Republicans have swept the state. There's a Republican governor. Reagan took the state. There's a Republican senator. It's been a very difficult night for the Democrats in Indiana. And Bradamus was targeted by the GOP. His opponent, John Hyler, was someone who was selected by the GOP to run against him, gave him a very tough challenge. Was hurt to a great extent by the high unemployment in that state. The automotive industry is located there, a lot of it, and in fact, the recreational vehicle are manufactured there. That's the hardest hit portion of what is a very hard hit industry. So the general feeling of the campaign workers that I talked to today was that it was summed up by one campaign worker who worked for Hyler, and he said the attitude around here is that the federal government stinks and that John Bradamus is part of that, and if Bradamus can separate himself from President Carter, he'll be able to pull it out, because the majority whip in the House of Representatives is someone whose job it is to really work on getting the president's politics, the president's bills, through Congress. So Bradamus, I guess, was not able to separate himself from that. We'll look at one other interesting race where a Republican looks to be in trouble. It's in Maryland, in Maryland's 1st Congressional District, with 70% of the precincts reporting in. The Republican, Bauman, Robert E. Bauman, a well-known parliamentarian, looks to be in serious trouble in the challenge that's been mounted by his opponent, Democratic candidate Roy Dyson from Great Falls, Maryland. If you'll remember, Bauman was charged with soliciting sex from a 16-year-old boy, and he was permitted to plead innocent to those charges in return for undergoing a court-ordered supervised rehabilitation program. His opponent, Roy Dyson, the state legislator, was considered to be a long shot until that disclosure. And although Dyson had said he would not make an issue of it in this campaign, 92% of the voters in Maryland's 1st Congressional District knew about those charges against Bauman. Bauman didn't make it an issue, Dyson didn't make it an issue, but apparently the voters of Maryland consider it to be a very important part of this race. There are 2 races that we're looking at. We'll look at further races in the House of Representatives coming on later in this evening. Tom.
Thank you, Jessica. We are going to give Jimmy Carter another state. He does not have many tonight. NBC News now projecting that Jimmy Carter will win the state of Rhode Island, and it's 4 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter winning Rhode Island and the 4 electoral votes. So on our map, we will add now in the upper right-hand corner the tiny state of Rhode Island. That will be colored red for Jimmy Carter. Not much red up there, as you can see. An overwhelming Ronald Reagan victory that we are projecting tonight. Rhode Island had been expected to go to the Democrats, and indeed we are projecting that it will. So let's take a look now at the electoral vote as it now stands. Ronald Reagan, 295 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter, just 25. His home state of Georgia, the Democratic state of West Virginia, Rhode Island, and the District of Columbia. And that's all he has at this point. Earlier this evening, he was told by his own pollster, Pat Caddell, it's all over. The top President Carter campaign officials were saying the same thing. They acknowledged it early on, and now that's the consensus. Ronald Reagan, the projected winner of the presidential race. And where shall we go from here? All right, we'll be back with more of Election 1980 right after this.
We're Exxon. We're Bob Larkins, whose department is ready to invest billions to develop synthetic fuels. We're James Phillips, who's helping make oil from shale rock a reality. We're Dave Wims, on a major project to turn lignite into gas. We're Judy Wood, at work in a test plant that turns coal into liquid fuels. We're Bob Lang, developing a better way to turn coal into synthetic gas. We're more than 100,000 people working on energy. We're Exxon.
You've got it, Art. I'm Pete Conrad in the cockpit of a McDonnell Douglas DC-10. I've talked to DC-10 pilots, and one thing comes through loud and clear: their confidence in this airplane. And no wonder. The DC-10 proves itself in the air, serving 90 countries, flying 1,000,000 miles a day. The DC-10, one of the most thoroughly tested airliners ever built. I've got it, Art.
We projected New Jersey for Ronald Reagan earlier this evening, and we'd like to, we're going to be getting into that in a minute. Let's first look at the popular vote around the country to see. We have about 13 million votes in the popular vote in so far, 11 million, I think. And again, the Reagan advantage over the president has now increased to 8 points. It was at about 5 points before, but now with 15% of the precincts in, the Governor Reagan has an 8-point lead over the president. I'm looking at the 51% with some interest, because a landslide, according to many people who write about politics, starts at around 60%. We may not be able to see a landslide victory, even though it looks as though Reagan is going to have an overwhelming, colossal, perhaps historic victory in electoral votes. Now let's talk about New Jersey. We're going to show you a comparison now as to how well President Carter did this time and how well President Carter did the last time in New Jersey. Now, what you're seeing now is that's what happened this time. That is our projection of the vote. And in 1976, Carter lost New Jersey to Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford got 50% of the vote there, and Carter got 48%. But you can see how much better Reagan did in New Jersey than Ford did before, and how poorly Carter did this time compared to the fairly good showing he had in 1976. David?
John, you know, the Carter people have been saying now for some weeks, days, they're afraid of losing, and they have been saying it, if they did, it would be Anderson's fault. Because Anderson, they were afraid, was going to take away enough votes from Carter to throw it to Reagan. They can't blame this on Anderson. If all of Anderson's votes, at this hour, it could change, but not that much, if all of Anderson's votes were added to Carter's, it wouldn't change the outcome at all. He's got his 5%, I gather, to get his money, federal money.
We'll have to wait to see.
As of now, he hasn't. It may change. But in any case, he has made that much difference. And the winner is Reagan without regard for any other consideration.
Thank you very much, David. We'll see you again in the next half hour. And that's where the election stands at this time.
Tonight's election coverage is brought to you in part by Comsat General Corporation, a Comsat company.
Hello, Senator Charles McMathias has easily won again in Maryland. He will be going back to the Senate Mathias was projected some time ago to be the winner of the Maryland Senate contest, and he has apparently had no problems in doing so again. He beat Barbara Mikulski the last time around and apparently did just as well this time, if not even better. Barbara Allen is standing by at Senator Charles Mathias's headquarters. It's in Baltimore, Maryland. Barbara, I guess they're pretty joyous down there right now.
This is what is known, my friends, as a victory party. Everybody here is just absolutely delighted, Jim. Senator Charles Mac Mathias, as you said, projected as the winner to his third term in the U.S. Senate. He won over Democratic opponent Edward Conroy. Now, history was really made here tonight because Charles Mac Mathias became the first Republican ever to win the city of Baltimore popular vote in a senatorial election. Unheard of. It's a Democratic city. Also, he's become the first Republican in history to win a third term to the U.S. Senate. So needless to say, his supporters here are just absolutely buoyant. There also is an air of expectancy here because any minute now, Senator Mathias is going to walk through the door and address the people who worked so hard to get him reelected. We hope to be following that, Jim, but for now, I'm Barbara Allen, News Center 4, live from downtown Baltimore at Mathias headquarters.
All right, thank you, Barbara.
There we have it, no sweat. Charles Mac Mathias again the winner. We are pleased, as I noted earlier, to have Mayor Marion Barry here with us. Marion Barry was not running this time around.
I'm sort of happy about it. I don't know whether it's good for incumbents or not, except Democrats do well in the District of Columbia. So if I were running in 82 as a Democrat, I would have won.
All right. Mayor, one of the things that did do well in the district this time around was the vote on the gambling initiative. The voters overwhelmingly approved lotteries, numbers, bingo in churches, and raffles for charitable purposes. Opponents of gambling argued that whatever revenues were to accrue to the city from gambling would probably be deleted from the federal payment by Congress. Do you see that as a legitimate argument on their part? Do you see that happening?
Well, that's a possibility. In the past, they've done this. For the first time in '81, working very hard with Senator Leahy and with Congressman Dixon, I've gotten them to the point where they don't look at what we raise as a factor in the federal payment. If it's $300 million, we've gotten it up to $296. We're pushing for about $376 in '82. And if we can keep that team working, I think we might be able to take that income and use it for what I would hope to be social services kind of programs, education, health, job training, and housing. How much money we're going to get, Jim, I don't know. Someone says $10 million, 15, 35. It'll probably be next fall before we're operational. I have to send over to the council 5 names. They have to approve them. They have to set up shop. They have to find the money because it's not in the budget.
So it'll be a while even before it's set up?
Probably next summer if things go well.
Okay. Mayor Barry, we thank you for that. We got to take a commercial break. We'll be back here in just a minute. Stay with us, please.
The people who own ships like this one and the people who sail them think it's a good idea to keep in touch with one another. Even though every vessel in international trade has a radio, atmospheric changes can make radio transmission unpredictable at best. That's why today many shipping companies and oil companies involved in offshore drilling depend on Marisat, the remarkable satellite communication system developed by ComSat General Corporation. Using Marisat, a captain can be in direct voice contact with his management people on shore. He can send and receive telex messages or facsimile data. Crewmen and passengers can even call their families at home. For years, ComSat General has helped show the world the way to use satellite technology to solve specific communications problems. Indeed, ComSat General has often been up there with the answers before the questions were asked. For answers in orbit via satellite, think first of ComSat General Corporation.
As we projected some time ago, Michael Barnes has won the 8th District seat, won the right to retain the 8th District seat, more properly put, in Maryland. He is giving his speech now in Maryland. We're going to switch there live.
Was the people involved in it. We didn't have the kind of money that the opposition had. No way did we have the kind of money that the opposition had. But we had a campaign of people like unto which I've never seen, and really I think like unto which Montgomery County has never seen. And it was epitomized by the leadership of a able and dedicated and honest young man who gave up his law practice to become the campaign manager, and somebody we have all come to respect so much, Brian Barkley.
Michael Barnes, the winner in the most expensive congressional campaign in the history of the Washington metropolitan area, beating Newton Steers as he did before in 1978. That his acceptance speech from Rockville Live. News Center 4's coverage of this general election 1980 will continue at 8 minutes before the hour. Join us then. We're going back now to see how things are going in the national scene and NBC News.
Every day of the week you're doing new things, and every day there's a new Washington Post to help. There's a post for your neighborhood and the world. A post for your home, shopping, fashion. Every day there's something new. And there's a Washington Post for every day of you. We'll prove it. Pay for 8 Sundays of the Post, just $7.20, and get all the weekdays free. Even Sunday-only subscribers are eligible. For details on this special offer, call 334-6100.
First, you know how special you are to me. And you know I like doing things for you. Little things, big things. And I like working for you, too. But I've been thinking, you know, I think we'd have a much more meaningful relationship if you went to work, too.
If your money is doing nothing, bring it to Interstate Federal for the interest it deserves. Interstate's cash action bill payer account earns like a savings account and works like a checking account. It's phenomenal.
On my next show, Robert Goulet, Patty Page, and lots more.
Decision 80. NBC News continues its election night report. Here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
According to UPI, the president knew this morning that he was probably going to lose the election. His pollster, Patrick Cadell, told him that, gave him figures this morning showing him he was trailing Reagan nationally by 8 percentage points. And interestingly, that Cadell poll is being borne out by the popular vote figures that we've seen here tonight. It may end up being more than 8 points, but that's what the president was informed of this morning by his very accurate pollster. We are going to project some more states for Ronald Reagan. Now, NBC News projects Ronald Reagan the winner in the border state of Kentucky with its 9 electoral votes. And that's a solid block ranging all the way from the Gulf of Mexico to the Lake Michigan. We are also in the West projecting Reagan the winner in the state of New Mexico with 4 electoral votes. New Mexico, Reagan our projected winner. You can see him filling in the West with the states in blue, which we have marked on our map for Ronald Reagan. A lot of blue on the map. The electoral tally for Reagan by our projections is now over 308. Carter still at 25. That is one of the largest imbalances we have seen here in this studio, and maybe one of the largest since we've been using this particular computer setup. Tom?
John, we also want to point out that we expect that President Carter will be leaving the White House soon to go to his headquarters in Washington, D.C. It is always a bittersweet moment on a presidential election night when the president or the challenger has to go before the people who worked so hard for him and acknowledge that he has lost. And we'll be covering that, of course, as soon as we see the president leaving the White House. In addition to the electoral vote, we're keeping track of the popular vote as well, and this is how that stands now, with 18% of the precincts reporting in nationwide. As you can see, Ronald Reagan has an 8 percentage point lead. Just as Pat Cadell told the president earlier this morning, he was trailing in the country, and that is holding up. It could change, of course. John Anderson at 5% of the popular vote. We have said several times tonight that that's the figure that he has to reach to get federal election money. I guess we can't say it often enough for the people who hold the treasury, so to speak, or the debts for the Anderson campaign.
Although that could drop below 5% later in the evening. I'm not predicting that, but
if it does, he doesn't get the federal money, and then he's got a big debt to pay off. Let us show you some of the As you can see the map behind us now, it's pretty well filled in for Ronald Reagan, but let us show you what's happening in some of the key states. In Ohio, with 25 electoral votes, 1/5 of the precincts reporting so far, Ronald Reagan with a popular vote lead now of about 80,000, 8 percentage points, very healthy. We discovered in our polling of voters in Ohio that Ronald Reagan came up with substantial support from independent and Democratic voters. And listen to this, 1/3 of those calling themselves liberal voted for Ronald Reagan in Ohio, a state with a lot of economic difficulties. Those economic difficulties laid at the doorstep of President Jimmy Carter by a very formidable figure in American politics, Governor James Rhodes, who is one of Ronald Reagan's closest advisors and confidants. And it's paid off in Ohio. Rhodes told me a week ago, we're going to win this state for Ronald Reagan. And indeed he did. Here's the popular vote now in the state of Pennsylvania, another big key industrial state. This one in the east. 27 electoral votes, 29% of the precincts are in so far. The numbers tell the story. Ronald Reagan with a 3 percentage point lead over Jimmy Carter. And apparently he was able to do well there among Democratic and independent voters, and that paid off for him. That was one of the states that the Reagan Computer Bank identified as ECBC, Ethnic Catholic Blue Collar, and they apparently had some success in Pennsylvania, as they did in the industrial state of Michigan. Here now, the popular vote for that state, 9% of the precincts in so far. Ronald Reagan with a commanding lead over Jimmy Carter. We are told that Jimmy Carter did well in the city of Detroit, and that's the only place that he did well in Michigan. He had substantial help from Mayor Coleman Young in Detroit, but Ronald Reagan was able to pick off a lot of voters, independent and Democrat, from Jimmy Carter in the suburbs and in the outlying areas. Michigan is one of those states that divides fairly cleanly. The North generally more Republican than the South.
The Anderson vote there at 8% in Michigan probably hurt Carter around the state as well in some of the university communities, for example. I meant just to add that.
Well, no, I think that's absolutely right. Now we'll go to Gary Cutley, who has some Senate races for us, and I guess the balance is still on the floor here.
It is still. We've been able to call so far, project 11 of the 33 races. We're 1/3 the way through the Senate contest tonight. Let's review them quickly. The Democratic victories so far this evening, which we have projected at NBC News. First of all, in Kentucky, the incumbent Wendell Ford, going back to Washington. In South Carolina, Senator Ernest Hollings, the projected winner. In Georgia, Herman Talmadge, going back for a 5th term. In Ohio, John Glenn, an easy victory despite Ronald Reagan winning Ohio. In Connecticut, Christopher Dodd. In Illinois, Alan Dixon, he'll be a freshman senator there. In Arkansas, Dale Bumpers. And in the Republican side, in Indiana, Representative Dan Quayle has defeated Birch Bayh, the incumbent. That's a gain for the Republicans. In Kansas, there is Robert Dole, Republican going back. In Maryland, Charles Mathias. And in North Dakota, freshman Senator Mark Andrews holding the Republican seat there. And a new projection we can make now in the state of Oklahoma. NBC News now projects that Don Nichols, Republican, 31 years old only, will be the winner in Oklahoma, holding that Senate seat for the Republicans, defeating the Democratic candidate Andy Coates. What's interesting about this race is that Nichols has been closely aligned with the moral majority, the politically active evangelical movement there. He has based his campaign on their support, and he has won in Oklahoma. So if we look at the races we have called so far tonight, this is where we stand. It shows that so far this evening we have 7 Democrats and 4 Republicans. Now when we add that to those which are already held in the Senate, we have 43 Democrats and 35 Republicans so far in the upcoming Senate, 51 seats needed for control. So we'll be looking forward to the remaining Senate races, some very close ones we are anticipating. As a preview of what may be coming our way, let's look at the race in South Dakota. Not much of the vote in, 6%, but look at that. George McGovern, the incumbent senator, trailing Jim Abner, U.S. Representative. 6% of the precincts reported, I should say. McGovern may be in trouble there. And one of the interesting things in the closing days of the race there, Tom, was that the McGovern campaign went out to one of the Indian reservations, Pine Ridge, said they would offer food and a free color television set to the community center of the reservation, which got the greatest number of votes, the greatest turnout. The Republican Attorney General tried to stop that, halt that, And the McGovern people said, hey, that's not your writ. This is a federal land, not state land, and we're going ahead with it.
I think they withdrew the color television set offer, but the food offer still stands, so we'll see how that works out. And we'll be back, including a visit with Jimmy Carter to his campaign headquarters, which we expect momentarily. We'll be back with more Election 1980 right after this.
Now, keep your eye on the ball.
That's a nice-looking watch.
Look at the ball.
I'll look at anything I want. That really is a nice-looking watch.
It's a Timex quartz.
What's that mean?
It means fanatic accuracy. The most precise, most accurate watch I ever owned. And never even winded. Now, look at the ball.
Do they make Timex quartz watches for women?
Sure.
If I learn this dumb game of yours, will you get me one?
The Timex quartz for men. And women.
Mr. Chairman! Yes? The delegate from New York Life wishes to...
Yes, the delegate say New York Life?
Yes, sir, and we...
What has New York Life got to do?
Mr. Chairman! Since 1845, our company has insured 11 American presidents. 7 in this century.
Order, sir. Life insurance is a personal matter.
It's a family matter, and we vote for the candidates who choose New York Life for family protection.
Can they do that?
What we need is a bigger house.
What we need is financing.
Where do we get it?
We handle the where do you get it?
How much down?
But what are you going to do? Trust the Realty World folks in blue to cover it all for you.
Your local Realty World associate is specially trained to cover all the bases in finding you a new home, including financing information. Realty World will cover all the details.
We'll cover it all for you.
Reaching your financial goal is never as simple as some people would have you believe. You have to know exactly where you're going and make the right decisions at the right time. At Merrill Lynch, it's our skill at guiding you through the intricacies of investing that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
And there's Robert Strauss and the president. Strauss, the campaign manager of a campaign that did not work. President Carter entering a hotel in Washington, D.C. at this hour, and we presume that he is going to make a concession speech to his supporters gathered there. A number of his supporters walking in with him. You saw Jesse Jackson there with him at the Sheraton Washington Hotel. A sad night for the president. This has not happened to a president since it happened to Herbert Hoover, and there was no television then on that November night when he lost to Franklin Roosevelt. That was in 1932. It's been a long time since a sitting president has been defeated. There's John Palmer of our staff.
Just a few minutes. The president has just arrived here at the Sheraton Hotel in Washington, his campaign headquarters. He came in, he was waving in somewhat a subdued manner, but the familiar smile broke out every once in a while. He was accompanied by Secretary of State Muskie and a number of other White House aides. He has gone very briefly now into a holding room for 3 or 4 minutes, and his aides tell us that very shortly he is going into the main ballroom here, where about 2,000 or 3,000 of his supporters have been waiting for an hour or so, waiting for what they had hoped would be some kind of a victory celebration. But as we all know now, the president has come here to make his concession. White House aides said earlier this evening that this was not really a surprise, this victory by Ronald Reagan, that they had known at least for the past 24 hours that they were not going to win this election, but it has been quite a surprise, the margin of victory for Ronald Reagan. So that's the situation here in the outer lobby. Let's move just inside the ballroom to my comrade, Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Thank you, John. We are inside the ballroom here at the Sheraton Washington Hotel in Washington, waiting for the president to come in. There was a lot of loud music in here a few minutes ago, and I think it probably disguised the long faces and the very sad mood that certainly so many of the people here are feeling right now. I've seen several people go up and quietly hug their colleagues in the White House, colleagues in the campaign. The president, we are told, is going to wait just a few minutes before he comes in here. When he does finally get here, he's going to see some some supporters who've been with him throughout this campaign, cheering, holding up Carter Mondale signs, waving, because they had, after all, called this a victory celebration, even though that's far from what it actually is. I was talking with someone who worked in the campaign just a few minutes ago, who said that we were talking about what Carter's problems were, why he wasn't able to put it together.
Judy, can you hear me?
And it was his view. Yes, I can, John.
Judy, we've got a big news break here. Just stand by for 1 second. Garrick Utley is going to tell us about it. Garrick, you've got a story here.
Yes, John. NBC News now projects that in the state of South Dakota, George McGovern has been defeated. George McGovern, the 1972 Democratic presidential candidate, defeated by Representative Jim Abner of South Dakota. McGovern, after 3 terms in the U.S. Senate, defeated. And in Alabama, a second projection, a second surprise. Jeremiah Denton, Republican candidate, former prisoner of war, projected by us as the winner in Alabama against Jim Folsom Jr., the first time Alabama will have a Republican senator in 101 years. Now, Judy, back to you.
That's true.
Thank you, Garrick. That is big news. It sounds like so many of the familiar Democrats are losing this year. What I was going to say a minute ago is that I was talking to one of the campaign officials who told me that one of Jimmy Carter's problems was that in the last 3.5 years, he was not able to forge together a strong group, a strong coalition of supporters that he could count on in this campaign. He had to go back out into the field this year, this past summer, and try to piece together a campaign organization from one that just had not existed from 1976. And I thought that was a rather interesting observation from someone who was involved in putting that field organization together.
Judy, of course, we have been traveling with the president for some weeks now, but I think as we had talked for the last week, we could certainly sense this mood. We have known for the last 3 or 4 days a pretty good indication that the president was going to lose that, and then we got confirmation tonight that the president also knew the situation. You were down in Plains early this morning at that rather emotional point.
I was. I think all of the members of the press corps who have been traveling with the president were taken aback when we saw that he was in the middle of a speech to a group of his townspeople, people who live in Sumter County, his home county, and some of the surrounding counties. He was talking about the commitment that he had felt they had made to him, and he hoped that he had been able to deliver the commitment that they expected of him, and he choked up in the middle of it, and tears came to his eyes. He quickly recovered, of course, and went on to shake some hands, but all of us who were standing there in the street looking knew then that he probably knew something that had not been shared with us.
There's another surprise, I think, among many surprises tonight for the Carter people. The outcome not a surprise, but the depth of the defeat here was certainly the South. When you look at the NBC board and you see Florida, we're just holding Georgia. It is an amazing thing. The Carter people really knew they had great problems with the president's one solid base in the South, but not problems like that. They knew Florida was a bit dicey in South Carolina, but they thought they were going to take Tennessee. They thought they might be able to make Mississippi and even Texas. And then we look at the board tonight and we see it's all a different color.
I think you have to say it's a humiliating rejection for a president who is from the South, and certainly one that's going to be very difficult for the president and for the advisors who've been so close to him over all this time to accept. It sounds as if we've got some of the campaign officials, White House officials arriving. We're told that Secretary of State Muskie has just arrived and is walking. We see now on the monitor he's just arrived here at the hotel. But the big applause is here. President Carter is apparently just standing outside the ballroom. There was a big cheer went up when Democratic National Chairman John White came in and walked up on the stage. We have seen several cabinet officials, Bob Berglund, Agriculture, Attorney General Civiletti, and others standing next to the stage, waiting, of course, for the president to come and to show their support for him when he does get here.
A lot of sad faces here tonight, Judy. I was here, I guess, 3 hours ago for the first time when the news first broke on the networks, when they came on with their evening news programs, and every network let it be known that it was a hopeless cause. People just stood around and really couldn't believe that it happened that early. There haven't been many smiles around here, and there's Bob Strauss now. Bob Strauss just coming on, a man, an accomplished politician, a man who had worked very hard for the president 4 years ago, has served in a number of capacities for Mr. Carter, and was given, as Mr. Carter said almost jokingly, but really seriously, he gave him probably his most important job, that being the job of trying to re-elect President Carter. I'm sure it's a very sad moment for him, an accomplished politician who felt that the outcome tonight would be quite different. At least he did early on.
I think you're absolutely right, too, John, about the surprise that they feel over the size, about the size of the defeat, the size of the vote that Ronald Reagan pulled up. When we first got to the White House earlier tonight, Press Secretary Jody Powell was telling us that they would wait until after the West Coast polls had closed because they didn't want to influence any of the congressional races on the West Coast. Once they saw the numbers come in, and as you said, the statement they were making was devastating for the president, they decided they would go ahead and have him come on. They would plan his arrival here much earlier. All three networks, of course, called it.
It looks as though the people are doing their very best here to make a good show of the situation. You see a sign there, the NEA, the National Education Association. As Judy and I travel around, there's Jesse Jackson just coming in, more of the Carter supporters. But as Judy and I have traveled around the country with the president, in California, in New York, many places, you saw the National Education Association banners. They were great supporters of the president, and they really went out and worked very hard. Their Secretary of State, Muskie, and a number of the Carter lieutenants and aides and members of the cabinet.
Attorney General Civiletti, among others, and Bob Strauss, as you mentioned, would go. I think you have to say that for the sadness that this group feels, they're certainly putting on a big welcome for the president. Of course, nobody wants to stand around and show off their long faces, but they're doing a good job of putting their best face forward.
Judy, you came here from the White House about just 45 minutes ago or so. There's Jody Powell. Did you talk with Jody?
Yes, we did, and he didn't have a whole lot to say to us, frankly. He said he told us that it was the middle of last night when the president found out that it was probably lost for him. He said Pat Caddell's latest poll showed the president 8 points behind. And I think we mentioned this earlier. Caddell was saying at that point that has been saying that it was the hostage developments over the weekend that broke against the president, that people just didn't perceive it. The president is apparently about to enter the ballroom. A cheer just went up. It's hard for us to tell. We're on the far side of the room.
Zbigniew Brzezinski, one of the other people up on the platform there. When the president arrived back at the White House shortly before noon today, he said that concerning the outcome, now we have ruffles and flourishes. We're about to see the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Carter.
President Carter, of course, has just arrived here in the ballroom, the Sheraton Washington Hotel, greeting members of his cabinet, Secretary of State Muskie, Attorney General Civiletti. There are so many signs being held up in this crowd that it's difficult to see some of the people who are up on the stage. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Patricia Harris, Charlie Schultz, the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. Press Secretary Jody Powell standing next to his daughter, Emily, who we saw earlier tonight in the press room at the White House. She had been crying. That's campaign chairman Hamilton Jordan, the mastermind of the Carter campaign in 1976 and again this year. Jerry Rafshoon, the president's advertising whiz. Pat Caddell, the pollster. Tim Kraft, who was the campaign manager who had to leave the campaign a few weeks ago because of allegations that he had used cocaine. The president's turning around, heading toward the podium. We noticed that just as he came in, they put the presidential seal on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, not only the president, but the splendid president of these United States.
I promised you 4 years ago that I would never lie to you, so I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't hurt. The people of the United States have made their choice, and of course I accept that decision. But I have to admit, not with the same enthusiasm that I accepted the decision 4 years ago. I might say, I have a deep appreciation of the system, however, that lets people make the free choice about who will lead them for the next 4 years. About an hour ago, I called Governor Reagan in California, and I told him that I congratulated him for a fine victory. I look forward to working closely with him during the next few weeks. We'll have a very fine transition period. I told him I wanted the best one in history. And I then sent him this telegram, and I'll read it to you. It's now apparent that the American people have chosen you as the next president. I congratulate you and pledge to you our fullest support and cooperation in bringing about an orderly transition of government in the weeks ahead. My best wishes are with you and your family as you undertake the responsibilities that lie before you. And I signed it, Jimmy Carter. I have been blessed, as only a few people ever have, to help shape the destiny of this nation. In that effort, I've had your faithful support. In some ways, I've been the most fortunate of all presidents, because I've had the daily aid of a wise man and a good man at my side. In my judgment, the best vice president anybody ever had, Fitz Manley. I've not achieved all I set out to do. Perhaps no one ever does. But we have faced the tough issues. We've stood for and we fought for, and we have achieved some very important goals for our country. These efforts will not end with this administration. The effort must go on, nor will the progress that we have made be lost when we leave office. The great principles that have guided this nation since its very founding will continue to guide America through the challenges of the future. This has been a long and hard-fought campaign, as you well know, but we must now come together as a united and a unified people to solve the problems that are still before us, to meet the challenges of a new decade. And I urge all of you to join in with me in a sincere and fruitful effort to support my successor when he undertakes this great responsibility as president of the greatest nation on earth. Ours is a special country because our vast economic and military strength give us a special responsibility for seeking solutions to the problems that confront the world. But our influence will always be greater when we live up to those principles of freedom, of justice, of human rights for all people. God has been good to me, and God has been good to this country, and I'm truly thankful. I'm thankful for having been able to serve you in this capacity, thankful for the successes that we have had, thankful that to the end you were with me in every good thing that I tried to do. There's an old Yiddish proverb that I've often thought of in the days and months that I've held this office. It says simply, God gives burdens, also shoulders. In all the days and months when I have served you and served this country, you've readily given me your shoulders, your faith, and your prayers. No man could ask any more of his friends. I've wanted to serve as president because I love this country and because I love the people of this nation.
And we love you.
Just come over. Finally, let me say that I am disappointed tonight, but I have not lost either love. Thank you very much.
Tearful faces in this crowd. As the president has concluded a statement, he started out by being very frank. He said it hurts.
He did indeed, saying that, as he had said 4 years ago, he'd never lie to us, and he said he can't say now it doesn't hurt. But I thought it was really a most eloquent concession address. He talked about coming together to meet the challenges of the new decade. An eloquent call for unity and an emotional one, too, as we saw with Mrs. Carter at his side. As he said, he has called Governor Reagan about an hour ago and congratulated him and said that he wanted to offer Governor Reagan the finest transition that this country had ever had. And, of course, he played tribute to Vice President Mondale, saying once again, as he has said so many times during this campaign and before, that Mondale is the best vice president any president ever had.
I think that's something we'll want to keep in mind as we think about the presidential election 4 years from now. I don't know where Jimmy Carter will be. I know there are some who wondered if perhaps he lost this election, he might be running again. What so many of the White House aides I'm talking to are saying now is they don't believe so. They do believe, as Mr. Carter has been saying recently, that this is his last political campaign and that he is most likely going to support Walter Mondale in 1984. We have no way of knowing. You're right, it's a long way away.
There's the president now just passing again, Jesse Jackson. There's Jody. What you might say the top flight Democrats, members of the cabinet and so forth, who were to meet there in what was hoped earlier would be some kind of a victory celebration, hoped earlier on the part of the Carter people. We are told that the president, most likely, he could change his mind, but probably would skip that and will go immediately back to the White House after he finishes his personal greetings here in the ballroom.
John, he seems to have come to grips with the feelings that we have talked about that he was displaying earlier in the day. He does seem to be he does seem to have those under control. He seems to be trying to put his best face forward for this audience. And I think it's a little bit ironic, frankly, that there are so many cheering supporters in here for this man who did have such a difficult time arousing, inspiring his supporters over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yes, well, some people are now starting to file out. There's still the happy music playing, and the president is just about over to the side, just about ready now to leave the ballroom, again after almost eloquent, what shall we say, concession speech, but I'm sure that pretty soon we'll be hearing from Governor Reagan, and he will give his point on his end of the conversation.
And I'm sure we haven't heard the end of this from the Carter campaign either. I mean, I'm sure there will be plenty of explanations and analyses and why it happened the way it did and why we weren't able to put it together. I'm sure they're going. In fact, we are told that tonight Press Secretary Jody Powell and Pat Caddell, who is the president's pollster, may hold a briefing to talk about why it didn't work. We now want to go to Walter Mondale at his headquarters in Minnesota.
Families, our congratulations. Now we must stand together behind our president-elect, all of us. We have only one president. He deserves our support, and he will have it. Obviously, I would rather have one. But I also see, as I think you do, a chance to rejoice. For we are, above all, thank God, privileged to live in a democracy. Today, all across this nation, in high school cafeterias, in town halls, in churches, and synagogues, the American people quietly wielded their staggering power and peacefully, without intimidation, made their choice. And whatever the outcome, tonight we celebrate above all the process we call American freedom. These last 4 years, and with your help, the American people have conferred on me the highest privilege I've ever held, a higher office than I ever expected to hold, and I am deeply honored to have served as Vice President of the United States. I especially want to thank President Carter and Rosalind for their kindness to me and to Joan and to our family. This kind and good man, this president, has permitted me to work more closely with him than any vice president in American history, and I thank him profoundly for that experience. Regrets, for I've learned in this office, as I could in no other way, about our country's richness and our world's promise. I've been moved by the majesty of our continent, lifted by the strength of our people, buoyed by the gift of their wit, touched by the decency of their spirit, and stretched by the reach of their hope. And tonight I want to thank everyone here and people all across the nation for the support that you've given us. And above all, I want to thank the people of Minnesota for their magnificent and continuing trust and friendship. It is here that I've learned my values from their joy, their compassion, their optimism, and their faith. But especially, I want to thank my family. If anybody is blessed, I am. I don't know how well the rest of us have done, but I'll tell you this, Joan has performed magnificently. And that is true. what's in their genes, but Ted and Eleanor and William have been real troopers. I also want to thank my staff. I've seen a lot of staffs in my life in Washington and in Minnesota, and I don't want to insult anyone else, but I believe I've had the best support in my staff that anyone has ever had, and I want to thank you for your gifted assistance.
Well, the Vice President, in his speech, he said the people quietly wielded their awesome power. And they're still wielding that awesome power according to our projections. We are projecting now 5 more states for Ronald Reagan. And let's look at the map and we'll show you what they are. 7 electoral votes we project for Reagan in the state of Colorado. 3 electoral votes we project for Reagan in the state of Nevada. No surprise there. In Idaho, again, a state that had been expected to go for Reagan, 4 electoral votes, our projected winner there. We make him our projected winner in Utah and our projected winner in Montana. And that leaves only the Pacific Coast states there. It leaves Minnesota undecided and Iowa undecided, as you see, Arkansas and Louisiana, North Carolina, New York, and Maine. We're getting down, I believe, Maryland is still undecided, and that brings our projected electoral vote total to Reagan 330, Carter 25. Excuse me, that's one of the biggest differences we have ever seen. David, I guess we'd have to look in the record books for that.
I think you would have to go back to the Nixon-McGovern, when McGovern carried Massachusetts, period. That was all.
And the District of Columbia.
And the D.C.
Yep.
But of the states, he carried 1. So I thought it was a fitting farewell, well-spoken, very gracious. Didn't you?
I have one little, I made the clangor tonight.
What was it?
Well, the clangor was when I said that no sitting president had been defeated since Herbert Hoover, and Garrick immediately jumped in and said, what about Gerald R. Ford?
You left out the word elected.
I know, but I'm not going to take refuge in that. Ford was the last president who was defeated while in office. But I agree with you, David. I thought that was a graceful concession speech, and I think that Mr. Carter will bring to the transition many of the same energies he brought to the campaign and to the administration.
All of those names we saw, heard in the ballroom, Brzezinski, Jody Powell, Ham, Jordan, a whole bunch, they'll all be gone. They'll all be gone in what? 6 weeks.
It happens in a hurry when it happens. And speaking of things happening in a hurry, we're about to project another state. Jimmy Carter will take some comfort, as will Vice President Walter Mondale, and knowing that his home state, the state of Minnesota, as we are projecting, if you look at our map right now, we will color that red, one of the few states colored red. That was thought to be safe for Jimmy Carter, but almost all pre-election polls have gone by the boards here tonight, and it remains safe for Jimmy Carter, projecting the state of Minnesota. So the electoral vote goes up for Jimmy Carter, 10 electoral votes. He's not even within reach, as you can see, of Ronald Reagan, nor will he be before this evening is over. He has 35 electoral votes. Certainly no one expected it to be quite this awesome this early in the evening. It broke pretty fast, apparently, over the last
Certainly never expected to see all those people filing out of that ballroom. Visions of Plains, Georgia dancing in their heads.
No, that's true. What do you think, David? Why do you think that it went so bad so fast? You asked me that earlier, now it's your turn.
Well, you didn't answer when I asked.
Well, no, I did. I said I got to go to a commercial and think about it, and then I gave you, I thought, a rather astute answer. Now we're going to measure yours against mine.
Well, I think it is dissatisfaction with the economy, the inflation in particular, which is destroying people. It is the perception that this country has lost some of its status around the world, has lost control of its destiny. And I also think there was some personal dislike involved here among people who simply didn't like Jimmy Carter, didn't like the way he talked, didn't like what he did, didn't like the way he behaved, didn't like his family, didn't like anything about it. So we do not know and will never know which of those was the more important. but it seems to me those were the factors.
Well, the combination, it seems to me, of worries about America's place in the world, an economy which is in bad shape here at home, and we all know that. Real income for Americans went down 7.5% during the Carter years, and I suppose, some sort of belief that Mr. Carter just wasn't doing the job efficiently. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, but I think people had the feeling, certainly many who've talked to me, that he was just not, things didn't turn out the way they ought to.
I thought in his concession speech he may have pinpointed one of his own problems. He said, I have not achieved all that I set out to achieve, and he did set out to achieve a great deal, and the promises were rather grandiose 4 years ago, and he kept promising and kept shifting that change all along, and the expectations from the voters' point of view kept dropping and dropping and dropping. Well, we'll be back right after this.
Paid for that bridge, and we're going to collect.
35,000 men behind enemy lines with one bridge standing between victory and defeat.
2 days, they said. We've been here 9.
Robert Redford, James Caan, Ryan O'Neal, Sean Connery, and Elliot Gould star in the biggest war movie ever made, A Bridge Too Far, Saturday.
In this hectic, noisy, rat race world we live in, it's getting harder every day to simply relax. But no matter what you have to do and no matter where you have to go, there's still one way to make your life more relaxing. Just turn your radio dial to 99.5 FM and turn on beautiful music. That's relaxing. That's WGAY.
You open that refrigerator a few times a day, but I live in here with some pretty unsavory characters.
You talking about us?
Yeah.
So I recommend new Refresherator. It's specially designed to filter out odors.
Ooh, how's it do that?
With pure activated charcoal, so your refrigerator smells fresh.
Goodbye odors.
And Refresherator hangs up, so there's more elbow room
For us.
New Refresherator, the freshener made just for refrigerators.
Richard Dawson and Family Feud on Channel 4 at 7:30.
Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. Brought to you in part by Merrill Lynch, whose ability to guide you through the intricacies of investing makes them a breed apart. And by IBM, helping put information to work for people. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
About 2 hours ago this evening, the independent candidate John Anderson called Ronald Reagan, congratulating him on running what Anderson called a fine race and wishing Reagan success in office. And success in office is what not in office is what he's going to get, because he is the winner of this election, the president having conceded just 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. And look at the map. The map shows the blue states, or if you're watching in black and white, light gray, for Reagan, it's all over the country. We show Carter now with Georgia, Minnesota, West Virginia, Rhode Island, and the District of Columbia, and that so far is all. He should pick up Massachusetts. He might pick up New York. He might pick up North Carolina. Arkansas, probably. Not so sure about Iowa. Louisiana, maybe. And on the West Coast, probably, given the dimension of Reagan's electoral vote victory here tonight. Those West Coast states will probably go for him, but we're going to wait and see here this evening. Tom?
At this point, where Jimmy Carter must be hoping that he can capture at least, if not the election, which has gone by the boards, is a respectable showing, and he's going to have to go some to do that, it turns out. We want to show you the states that we have not yet been able to project because it's just impossible at this point. The race is seesawing back and forth. Let us begin with the state of Massachusetts, where 14 electoral votes are at stake. It is a state that traditionally goes for Democrats, especially liberals. 23% of the precincts reporting in so far. Ronald Reagan is trailing Jimmy Carter by 5 percentage points there. But as you can see, we simply cannot make a call. John Anderson, a big factor in Massachusetts, with 14% of the precincts reporting in so far. That's probably going to be his strongest state. Next, the state of New York, 41 electoral votes, 31% of the precincts reporting so far. Ronald Reagan with a percentage lead of 7 points. John Anderson has gotten 7 percentage points of his own. So that's an important state, 41 electoral votes. In Maryland, 10 electoral votes, 74% of the precincts reporting in. Ronald Reagan leading by 3 percentage points over Jimmy Carter. John Anderson, 8% of the vote counted thus far. North Carolina, thought to be Jimmy Carter's, well, second or third strongest southern state, next to Georgia and Arkansas. Almost half of the precincts in so far, 13 electoral votes at stake. We've got a dead heat, as you can see, 48 to 48%. John Anderson about 3% of the total. In fact, Ronald Reagan has a slight popular vote lead in North Carolina. Louisiana, a toss-up state, 10 electoral votes, 37% of the precincts counted thus far. Ronald Reagan with a 3% lead over Jimmy Carter in a state that has a Republican governor for the first time in this century, David Treen. He's been working hard for Ronald Reagan, and that's how it stands in those states that have not yet reported in. Of those, if I can recall in my own mind, Jimmy Carter is in his best shape in Massachusetts, but he's in trouble in the other states, including North Carolina, where it was thought that he would do quite well in the South. So that's where that stands. John?
Tom, Jimmy Carter with 35 electoral votes now, by our calculation, to Ronald Reagan's 330, is in there with some of the big losers, according to the record. Adlai Stevenson got 89 when he ran against Eisenhower in 52 and 73 electoral votes when he ran against Eisenhower in 1956. In 1964, Barry Goldwater, who lost in a huge landslide to Lyndon Johnson, ended up with 52 electoral votes, and George McGovern, totally wiped out in the 1972 election, got 17 electoral votes. So Carter will do perhaps better than Goldwater, and already has done better than McGovern. Jessica?
Yes, John, we have a couple of gubernatorial races to project, and we've got a couple of House-related ab-scam races to look at. First of all, this was just in New Hampshire. NBC News has a projection to make. We project that incumbent Hugh Gallen has been re-elected as the governor, defeating Meldrum Thompson, his Republican opponent. That's the second rematch there. It is a rematch, the second time they ran against each other. Again, NBC News projecting Hugh Gallen the winner. In the state of Rhode Island, NBC News now projects incumbent Joseph Garrahy, Democrat, re-elected governor of Rhode Island. His opponent, Vincent Cianci, the very popular mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, apparently not popular enough in the rest of the state. NBC News now projects Joseph Garrahy, the winner in the gubernatorial race in Rhode Island. This is his third term. They have 2-year gubernatorial terms in the state of Rhode Island. Now taking a look at 4 of our 5 ab-scam-related House races. In South Carolina, in the 6th District, the Jenrette race, 36% of the precincts now reporting in. Jenrette trailing his opponent, attorney, a former aide to Senator Strom Thurmond. He's trailing, but the margin is not all that great yet, and there are only 36% of the precincts reporting in. Another race which cost a candidate, ab-scam cost this candidate the race in New Jersey. 3rd Congressional District, 4th Congressional District, 53% of the precincts now reporting in. We are projecting that Thompson has lost that. Incumbent Frank Thompson, Democrat from Trenton, indicted in ab-scam for allegedly taking a $50,000 bribe in return for using his influence on Capitol Hill. His GOP opponent, Christopher Smith, we project will be the winner there. New Jersey 4th Congressional District. Thompson the winner, loser, Smith the victor. In that particular race, ab-scam came up quite a bit. Another race, Michael Myers in Pennsylvania, in the 1st Congressional District, 65% of the precincts reporting, and this is a very tough race to make a call on. There's an independent running in the race that's getting the support of the Democratic mayor from Philadelphia, independent candidate Tom Folgetta. The ab-scam race there made it very, very tough and very, very close. And also, in this particular area of Philadelphia, the big lever is important. Democratic politics usually delivers the vote. And in this race in Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District, with 55% of the precincts reporting, this was the race we think ab-scam did not affect. Raymond F. Lederer goes on trial for ab-scam-related charges in January. He was favored to win, despite the fact that there were radio ads there that said, this congressional seat can't be bought for $50,000. So we think that Lederer won. Brokaw?
Thank you, Savage. And we will tell you that Iowa, we are projecting, NBC News projects that Ronald Reagan wins the state of Iowa as he was expected to. He lost it during the caucuses, but reclaimed it in the general. We'll be back after this.
Tonight's election coverage is brought to you in part by ComSat General Corporation, a ComSat company.
Good evening and welcome back to News Center 4's coverage of the general election 1980. We're going to turn our attention to Virginia, 2 races in the 8th and 10th district. I wanted to say one thing. The president's concession speech came at 10 minutes to 7 o'clock West Coast time. I have been doing election returns since 1968, all of them on the West Coast. It has to be staggering for the millions of people who still have not gone to the polls. The polls do not close there for still another 40 minutes throughout California, Oregon, and Washington. It essentially is all over. But we've got some very interesting results in the 8th and 10th, and our analyst Dick Smolka is with us now to talk about it.
In the 8th, Dick, Stan Parris, you're projecting as the winner.
Stan Parris has won it. He leads by about 6,000 votes now. It's about a 51-49 margin.
That wasn't supposed to happen, though, was it?
It was expected to be close, yes. I think Harris had to be considered the favorite, but Parris did wage a very vigorous campaign. There was about $400,000 spent on that particular race. There was a good organization, and it was a very, very hotly contested race.
And in the 10th Congressional District, we've got Frank Wolf, you're projecting.
Frank Wolf has won it. Yes, that was, again, a very, very close one. But Wolf made up for the Fisher lead in Arlington by winning in Loudoun County and also did very well in Fairfax County. That was the difference.
2 Democrats that came into office, the Watergate years of '74, the Watergate year more properly of 1974. Is it a coattail effect? There was a lot of splitting of the vote when we looked at the early returns when we first went on the air,
yes.
Especially in the 8th district.
Right.
But now both Republican candidates unseating the Democratic incumbents. Ronald Reagan carrying the state of Virginia as predicted, also carrying the state of Maryland.
Are they going in on Reagan's coattails, in other words?
No, I would say this. I would say that there was a lot of ticket splitting. And I do think that the Reagan vote did help the Republican candidates for Congress. The coattail effect means that they brought people to the polls. And that might have been true because it seemed to me that at least in Northern Virginia, the Reagan voters were more intense than the voters who were for Carter. So there might have been a disproportionate number of Republican voters going to the polls today.
Well,
excuse me.
We've got Bill Aylward, who is standing by, I believe, at Herb Harris's campaign headquarters. It's at the Knights of Columbus Hall out in Springfield, Virginia. Bill, I would imagine that folks are not too pleased around there right now.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right, Jim. The fact is that this evening, the liveliest thing around was the band. And it's been playing almost without a break ever since 7 o'clock. But the people around here never really did smile, and that's kind of unusual for a campaign headquarters. And as the figures started to appear, they started to leave. This hall was packed about an hour ago, and then as the figures went up, they gradually left in 2s and 3s, and now there's only about 300 out of original, maybe as much as 600 people who were in here. That band is happy, but the people aren't at all happy, Jim. And it appears the candidate was supposed to be here at 9 o'clock, and he hasn't shown yet. That might be indicative of something. This is Bill Aylward live from the Harris headquarters in Mount Vernon.
Marty had a comment about the alignment there that Frank Wolf made.
Yeah, I watched the debate, as I'm sure Dick did and a lot of other people did on News Center Forum. Frank Wolf going to such great lengths to suggest that Joseph Fisher and President Carter are the same person, essentially. And if not the coattail effect, certainly this clear alignment of position in that case.
Oh, yes, there were 2 things the Wolf campaign did, I think, that proved to be successful. One is they attempted to tie Fisher as close to Carter as possible, and given the results for Carter, that appeared to be sound strategy.
We'll talk about some more races, Dick. I'm sorry I got to cut you off there. Forgive me. We have to take a commercial break. We'll be right back. We have to pay for this.
Frontier of communications on Earth is here in space, where ComSat General is pioneering answers to questions which are only now being asked. One answer is ComStar, a communications satellite that shares the load of terrestrial telephone facilities by handling 18,000 two-way telephone calls at the same time. Another ComSat General answer developed in partnership with IBM and Aetna Life and Casualty is Satellite Business Systems. SBS links the communications of large nationwide businesses, government agencies, and other organizations. It will handle voice, computer communications, document distribution, even televised business conferences. For years, ComSat General has helped show the world the way to use satellite technology to solve specific communications problems. Indeed, ComSat General has often been up there with the answers before the questions were asked. For answers in orbit via satellite, think first of ComSat General Corporation.
Stan Bernard is standing by over in our newsroom. He's keeping track on some of the races around the country that could be important to people here in the district area. Stanley?
Jim, the dimensions of voter unhappiness just changing the political shape of the Hill. John Brodimus, the respected majority whip, member of the Committee on Education and Labor, being soundly beaten in his try for a 12th term. He's 10,000 votes behind with 70% of the vote in the 3rd Congressional District of Indiana. The apparent winner, 27-year-old John Hyler. Dan Quayle, a 2-term member of the House, is the winner over Senator Birch Bayh, of the chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence. Senator John Glenn, chairman of the Key Postal Subcommittee of the Government Operations Committee, the winner. Herman Talmadge has weathered a storm at home, in the Senate, in the primaries. Chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee, the easy winner. But Herb Harris, as Smolka just said, the outspoken member of the House Post Office and Civil Service Committee, beaten by Stan Parris. I'll have a lot more later on the Leahy race. We'll see you in a while.
I'll take it out. We got to tell you that there's a problem with the Bauman-Dyson race in the 1st District in Maryland. We'll tell you about that when we get back.
Give me a break! Had enough? Well, we don't take all day to tell you the news. News in the morning and news when it happens. News breaks throughout the day. We promise. News breaks faster on WRC Radio. The fastest news in town. Plus, we take the time to hear you and other people just like you on the phone talking about what's important to you. You got a lot to say.
Give me 98 WRC Radio.
Casino Swiss cheese. Here is a distinctively mild taste. And here is where it all begins. Milk. Smooth, fresh, creamy milk. From this gentle beginning come the smooth textures and mild tastes of these casino varieties. Swiss, Munster, Monterey Jack, mozzarella. The results are pure natural cheeses with no preservatives. The beginning is fresh, creamy milk. Ask for casino cheeses from Kraft. They're mildly incredible.
Watch News Center 4 live at 5:30, 6 and 11 weeknights with Marty Levine.
Decision 80. NBC News continues its election night report. Here are John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw.
John's the guy on the right with the guitar. I'm the guy on the left with the guitar.
We have changed clothes for you here.
Actually, that's the headquarters of Ronald Reagan's election celebration party at the Century Plaza Hotel. NBC News and almost everyone else now projecting Ronald Reagan, President-elect of the United States. You're about to see him there. President Carter has conceded. John Anderson has conceded. Ronald Reagan has had, as he does on election night traditionally, dinner with a close circle of friends. His motorcade has arrived at this hotel where the faithful are gathered for a celebration against the backdrop of the American flag. The name of the group we cannot provide you at this time, but this is where the Republicans very often gather. As a matter of fact, so do the Democrats. There's the map behind us filling in very blue for Ronald Reagan. The electoral vote at this time, 338, 280 needed to win. NBC News projecting a very big Ronald Reagan victory tonight. Jimmy Carter, the president, with only 35 electoral votes at 10:30 Eastern Time. He has already appeared before his campaign workers to concede that he has lost. He said that he's been on the telephone with Ronald Reagan, promising him full cooperation and support during the transition period, a transition period that Jimmy Carter says he hopes will be the finest in history. The president also said that he did not accomplish all that he set out to achieve. John?
One of the effects that we think we're not certain, but one of the effects we think all that blue on the map is going to affect some Senate races. If the vote is going so heavily to Reagan in those western states, Garrick, it seems to me that it's going to give Johnny Culver in Iowa some pause, and Frank Church and Gary Hart and people like that.
It's going to give a lot of people fear. I think they're already quite afraid.
It looks now, John, as if we're getting to a situation where the Republicans are going to come very close to the 50-seat mark in the Senate. We're not saying that they're going to win control. We can't go that far yet. But there are a number of states where Democrats could well be in serious trouble. First of all, though, we have two new projections we should make right now. In Nevada, Senator Paul Laxalt, Republican, has been reelected, defeating Mary Gojak. Laxalt is a very close friend of Ronald Reagan. He's going back to Washington for a second term in the Senate. Obviously, the front door of the White House will always be open to Laxalt as he goes down to visit Ronald and Nancy Reagan at the White House. He could therefore become a much more influential senator in the United States Senate. Another projection, NBC News projects that in the state of Utah, Republican Senator Jake Garn has been reelected for a second term, easily defeating the Democratic candidate Dan Berman. Up to this point so far this evening in the Senate races in which there are incumbents running, the incumbents have won rather easily, but now we're starting to see different kinds of results come up. Look in New York State, Jacob Javits, who was defeated in the Republican primary in September, he's now running on the liberal ticket. Well, Jacob Javits, 24 years in the United States Senate, and his career appears to be ended. We're not making any projections yet, but the seat will remain in Republican hands. It appears now. Alphonse D'Amato from Long Island leading Elizabeth Holtzman, the Democratic candidate. In Missouri, Thomas Eagleton, once George McGovern's running mate in 1972, facing a serious challenge from the Republican candidate Gene McNary. Eagleton may face some trouble there with 39% of the precincts reported. In New Hampshire, where John Durkin, the Democratic incumbent, won one of the closest Senate races in history 6 years ago, well, he is in trouble with almost a third of the precincts reported. Warren Rudman, his Republican opponent, is slightly in the lead there. And in Colorado, look at this, almost a quarter of the precincts in, the Democratic Senator Gary Hart is trailing Mary Buchanan. Hart was George McGovern's campaign manager in 1972, one of the vulnerable liberal Democratic senators. And in Vermont, Patrick Leahy, Democrat, the incumbent, the first Democratic senator in Vermont's history. Well, there you have it, an even race with almost 1/3 of the precincts reported. That's the way the tide seems to be running now in a number of these races, a number of Democratic incumbents very vulnerable. We're going to watch very closely to see how close the Republicans can come to that magic 50-seat mark. You know, we were talking earlier that they only have to pick up 9 seats because they're going to have a vice president who's a Republican, and he'll cast the tiebreaker. And that's a very big piece of leverage in any race of this kind. John?
Ronald Reagan is at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. We expect he'll be speaking soon to a happy crowd, and we'll have that after this.
Secretary is typing on the new IBM Correcting Selectric 3 typewriter. With the new light-up margin scales, and the new enlarged keys, and the correcting feature that lifts mistakes right off the page, which secretary is typing on the new IBM Correcting Selectric 3?
I hate pain.
There's something very strong inside this medicine chest.
What is it?
A maximum strength pain reliever capsule. New maximum strength Anacin capsules. They have more pain reliever than this regular strength product, even more than this higher strength product. Maximum strength Anacin capsules have the maximum pain reliever you can buy without prescription.
Maximum strength Anacin capsules. I'll try them.
Maximum strength Anacin capsules or tablets.
Picking and choosing the right investments requires very careful handling. One wrong move can easily damage the best laid plans. At Merrill Lynch, we know that size and strength can be very valuable. But it is our sensitivity to your investment goals and agility in helping you reach them that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
We want to make you smile.
Mr. Simmons called and said, see you at 4:30 about the contract.
Good thing it's right across the street.
We're gonna make you smile.
Holiday Inn hotels are near where you need to be.
Right on time.
And that can be important.
You got it.
Is my smile that big?
Come to Holiday Inn where your smile sits. Number one of people pleasing.
we have another projection now. The number of states still to be projected dwindling to a small number, but NBC News projects the state of Louisiana, and that Ronald Reagan is the winner in the state of Louisiana with its 10 electoral votes, which will be added to his total. And on our map, you'll be able to see Arkansas, the only holdout in there. Louisiana, our projected state for Reagan. And that will bring Reagan's number to 348 projected electoral votes. That's really quite a lot compared to, Carter has 10% of the projected electoral votes that we have awarded to Reagan tonight.
He's just not moving off the dime. He's got to be looking hard at New York, where they have 41 electoral votes, of course, hoping that he'll be able to get those, because, as I say, at this point of the evening, what he's hoping to salvage is some respectability, at least, in the organization of his campaign. And there's not much hope left up there. Arkansas looked like a very good state for him. We don't know on that one yet, but so did a couple of those other states that have not broken his way.
Now, you see, if you look at the map, and I hope we can hold on to that, there are an awful lot of those state legislatures in there that are having Republican gains this year, and to the extent that there are any coattails from Reagan's victory, the Republican National Committee must just be beside itself with joy tonight, because they worked harder than the Democrats at organizing the state legislatures and the congressional seats and spent more. And all that blue on the map, I really do believe, reflects organization, money, and hard work.
Nuts and bolts, the fundamentals of American politics. And it seems to me that if there's one kind of summary phrase for the night, it is time for a change. Any change in the Senate side, Gary?
A major change, confirming the trend we're seeing all night in the Senate races. NBC News now projects in the state of Iowa that Senator John Culver has been defeated, that his Republican opponent, Charles Grassley, is the projected winner in the state of Iowa. And what more can we say than it is the confirmation of what we are seeing. Liberal Democratic senators in deep trouble. In Indiana, Birch Bayh was defeated after 3 terms in the Senate, now John Culver. And there are other liberal senators, such as Gary Hart, who is trailing in Colorado, and Frank Church, who may be in trouble in Idaho. We projected earlier on that George McGovern, the Democratic presidential candidate in 1972, has been defeated there. So all in all, it's a bad night for liberal Democratic senators. It's a bad night for the Democratic Party in the Senate.
It really represents more than just the end of something for the party. It represents the end of an era of sorts. These are liberals that we're talking about.
Well, first-term liberals.
Well, first term, but Birch Bayh was not that. And representing the traditions of liberalism in this country, John Culver did.
Yeah.
And they're taking it hard tonight, the liberals are, in the Senate and, of course, at the national level. So we could have a very conservative cast to Washington, D.C. before this evening is all over.
Also, before we go on to something else, one quick word. The National Conservative Political Action Committee, called NCPAC by us, is having some success with Birch Bayh and John Culver, and could have more success later tonight. We'll be back with more after this.
Winter colds and flu can trigger bronchial asthma attacks. Be prepared with Primatene Mist. Primatene, the fastest type relief known for occasional attacks. Restores free breathing in as fast as 15 seconds. Or to keep breathing freely for hours, Primatene tablets. In the lungs, Primatene opens clogged breathing tubes, relaxes bronchial spasms, restores free breathing. Primatene Mist, regular or convenient pocket size. Primatene tablets contains the asthma relievers doctors prescribe most.
Louise, 3 boxes of Arm & Hammer baking soda?
Makes the house smell fresher. Saves money. Box 1 is our carpet deodorizer. No cover-up perfume and costs less.
I like it.
Box 2 keeps the litter box fresher. First baking soda, then litter.
I like it.
Box 3 deodorizes our refrigerator better than new gadgets and costs less. 3 boxes make the house fresher and save money.
I like it, I like it, I like it.
Arm & Hammer baking soda.
I'm Pete Conrad, and this is the McDonnell Douglas F-15. To earn its wings, it had to pass a series of U.S. Air Force stress and structure tests. In a tight turn, the Eagle can withstand 9 times its weight against gravity. I think it's significant that the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 has passed tests just as demanding in their own way as those required by the U.S. Air Force. The DC-10, one of the world's most thoroughly tested jetliners.
This class trip's great! That
That's one reason Century Insurance built the Century Laboratories, to help our customers avoid trouble.
Like fires?
Like lots of things.
They have as many tests as we do.
Century works hard at helping our customers do things more safely.
Your customers must like that.
And it helps attract new customers. Century likes that.
The Century family of companies for all your insurance needs.
And we believe that John Anderson now has arrived at his headquarters in Washington, and there he is, taking the applause of a large and enthusiastic crowd, standing at about 6% in the vote nationally now. 5% had been one important target. Joseph L. Rao, Jr., a prominent liberal activist, seen on the right-hand side of your picture. He had been a supporter, as many other liberals had, of John Anderson.
I wonder if that flag has lights as well. I mean, that tie that Joe Rao is wearing. It's the red, white, and blue, the American flag. I wonder if it lights up before the end of the evening.
I hope he's not breaking the law.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor Lucey.
That's a reference to Governor Patrick Lucey, former governor of Wisconsin, who was Anderson's running mate.
Merry Crisp between them, a former Republican National Committee
Thank you so very much, Governor Lucey and Merry Crisp and Joe Rao, all of my other friends who are here on the platform tonight. Last night, when I closed out the campaign in a rally at my alma mater in my native state of Illinois, I quoted a line from H.G. Wells, that an election should be the celebration of democracy. Now, your response tonight, I think, indicates that this is a celebration.
Fine, okay.
And you know, there are so many people whom I should thank tonight, and my heart is full of the gratitude that I feel for all of the efforts that these many thousands and thousands of people have made. But I certainly want to ask my own family to come for just a moment and stand beside me again. My wife, Kiki, and how wonderful it is that I was gifted with such a marvelous nature and sweet personality that I am never afflicted with feelings of envy, because there were times when I traveled around the country when I thought that many people would have preferred Kiki to me as the candidate. But a couple of days ago, emulating that grand lady of American politics of a generation or more ago, Eleanor Roosevelt, Kiki was down some 600 feet underground in a coal mine in Illinois campaigning for her husband. She's been in the senior citizen centers. She's been in the public housing projects. She's been wherever across the face of our great land. People needed to feel some encouragement. And when they have seen her and heard her voice and what she has had to say about the campaign, it's made a great contribution, and I will be forever grateful. And Eleanora and Diane and John, who have been on the campaign trail, I'm thankful to them for what they have done. This whole campaign experience has been one that has really brought our family very, very close together because of the common enterprise that we shared. And Susie, even you have contributed, because from time to time I've used you in my jokes and said that you were home studying your non-proliferation lesson. And Karen, now, did you ever see more of a teenage heartthrob than Karen? She's been out there getting the teenage vote for us. Sure. You know, throughout this campaign, I have talked about a new realism in American politics, and I've done that because I felt that our country was in trouble, that the nation simply had to face the facts. And now, of course, tonight, I must do the same. Actually, I don't want you to think that I just looked at my watch 5 minutes ago and came to the conclusion that perhaps the time had come to make this concession speech. I react somewhat more quickly than that, I can assure you. Actually, history will record that it was at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, Standard Time. Eastern Standard. Let's have it straight for the historical record. 8:35 that I telephoned Governor Reagan in California and offered my congratulations to him. Because the returns by that time had clearly shown that I was not destined to be the next president of the United States. That is a decision deferred. If you don't let me finish this speech, it will be 1984 and I'll still be up here. You have obviously chosen to take a very enigmatic remark and place your own interpretation on what I said. You know, right after Abraham Lincoln had suffered one of his electoral defeats, and he suffered many during the course of his career, he was asked how he felt. And he replied, disappointed, yes. Bruised, no. Well, of course I'm disappointed. I'm only human. But I hope that you can tell from my remarks and from my spirit and from my demeanor tonight that I am not bruised in spirit or in mind. This has been, I think, this campaign, the greatest event of my life. And obviously, of course, I am now hoping that we hold at 6% at least, so it doesn't turn out to be the most expensive as well. But you know, there are many reasons that prompt the feelings of real joy that I feel tonight. It's been my good fortune to run with somebody like Pat Lucey. You heard it. You know what kind of a man he is. His wit and his experience, his wise counsel, his good judgment have reminded, I think, millions of Americans how decent and honorable politics really can be. And Mary Crisp, this lovely lady that epitomizes all that I was going to say I have more women in my life than ever before, but that might be a somewhat injudicious statement to make. But if there are going to be any, I would want them to be like Mary Crisp, because she has given so much to this campaign.
What time do you make his victory speech?
We're going to have a look now at John Anderson's share of the popular vote, and as you see, it's 6%. Nationwide. In a few states, however, especially in New England, he's doing much better than that. Anderson's best results are in Massachusetts and Vermont. He's getting 14% in those states, 13% in Rhode Island, and 12% in Connecticut, 10% in New Hampshire, 10% in the District of Columbia. His chances of getting the number of votes he needs for 5% nationwide to qualify for federal election funds seem to be pretty good. That would have to be about 4 million votes, though, and so far he's only got 1,900,000 and something, halfway there. We'll be back after this.
Do you know me? This is how most people see me conducting the Boston Opera. So even face-to-face, a lot of people don't know me from Aida. But I carry the American Express card. So even on tour, I can go into a restaurant or a hotel, and instead of presenting this, I present this. The response is bravissima.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
We're Exxon. We're Hal Siegel, who's managing a $900 million program to produce oil and gas this year. We're Jack Clemens, whose seismic crew is seeking hidden oil and gas in a Texas marsh. We're Dean Black, working to bring an old oil field back to life in Illinois. We're Herman Hillis, drilling deep beneath Louisiana for natural gas. We're Joan Williams, in charge of a $19 million oil project in West Texas. We're more than 100,000 people working on energy. We're Exxon.
This is kanji, an important part of the Japanese written language. There are thousands of kanji characters compared with the 26 in our alphabet. You can imagine how difficult it must be to type or to print computer data in kanji. After many years of work, IBM successfully created a computer system that can use kanji as well as other symbols and print them with a remarkable inkjet printer that sprays tiny droplets of ink. IBM developed the basic technology for the inkjet printer here in the United States. And with this special keyboard, information can be entered into a computer to be processed entirely in Japanese. IBM innovations like these not only help us compete overseas, they help improve productivity right here at home. IBM, helping put information to work for people.
When Jimmy Carter took office in 1976, the inflation rate was running at about 7.8%. It's now running at over about 12.7%, and at one time, a few months ago, it was 18%, which was politically very damaging to the president. And as expected, the key issue influencing today's voters was inflation. The NBC News AP survey of voters, and we took this survey at more than 400 polling places around the country, tells us that we asked this question: which one or two issues were most important when you decided for whom you would vote for president? Now, 39% of the people all across the country said controlling inflation was the most important question. 30% said strengthening America's position in the world was the most important, and 25% said standing up for basic American values was most important. Fewer voters listed cutting unemployment and cutting taxes as the most important, and only 6% said they considered handling relations with Iran and with Arab countries the most important issue when the time came for them to go into the polling booth and decide how they would vote. Tom?
John, big Democrats in the United States Senate continue to fall. Garrick Utley has the latest of them out west.
Out west in the state of Idaho, Frank Church came to the United States Senate 24 years ago. He was only 32 years old. He is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a liberal Democrat, and now NBC News projects that he has been defeated in Idaho, that his Republican opponent, Stephen Sims, is the new senator from Idaho. Those results just in, and they fit the pattern we've been seeing for the last several hours. Church's defeat goes along with the defeat of liberal senators such as George McGovern in South Dakota, John Culver in the state of Iowa, and Senator Birch Bayh in Indiana, all going down. Gary Hart of Colorado is in trouble there. He is trailing at the moment behind his Republican opponent. As of now, the Republicans have made a gain of 5 Democratic seats. They need 5 more if they are to control the new United States Senate. If you like, though, close races, there are many of them, too, tonight. Let's look at some of them. There is one in Pennsylvania we haven't talked very much about up till now because we haven't really been able to figure out who would be leading there or winning. In Pennsylvania, it is between the Republican candidate Arlen Spector. He is the former district attorney in the city of Philadelphia, and Democrat Pete Flaherty, the former mayor of Pittsburgh. Right now, they are running neck and neck, 50% for each of them. That is a Republican seat. The Democratic candidate Flaherty is doing quite well there, trying to buck the Reagan tide. In Florida, where Republicans are rarely elected to statewide office, Bill Gunter, the Democratic candidate, is fighting neck and neck. It's another 50-50 race as of right now against Paula Hawkins, the Republican candidate. In North Carolina, it's the same situation. Incumbent Democrat Robert Morgan is 50-50 with John East, the Republican candidate. That's a bit of a surprise. And in Vermont, Patrick Leahy, the Democratic incumbent, the first Democratic senator in Vermont's history, and Stuart Ledbetter, the Republican, they are also nose and nose. So we have about a half a dozen very close races, but the overall trend is that a number of Democratic senators are in serious trouble, and we're watching the Republican holding the number of seats in the Senate going up sharply. Gentlemen.
Garrick, I was just looking, even if the Republicans don't get numerical control, the philosophical cast of the Senate will be considerably different. McGovern, Bayh, Culver, and Church, all liberal, replaced by Abner, Quayle, Grassley, and Sims, all very conservative. Certainly conservative Senate. So we're going to have a much more conservative nation's capital and outlook on a lot of the federal programs.
The other factor being that liberal senators who were not even up this year will have read the election returns. And you're going to have a conservative Senate whether Republicans win control of it or not. If they win control, of course, Howard Baker, who turned down the vice presidency, maybe with the then faint hope that he might become majority leader, which is a better job than vice president, much better job than vice president, may now achieve his longtime ambition, Howard Baker, as majority leader. He'd love it. He would just love it.
There have been a lot of curious things about this evening, but one of them is that going into the election, we didn't know whether there would be any coattails, to say nothing of shirt tails. But it looks like now there may be as well.
Well, there may be, but again, I remind you that the Conservative Political Action Committee was helping whatever coattails there may have been. I don't see the difference. You see, Reagan is now leading Carter 50% to 43% of the vote. And I'm not certain in my own mind that that is pulling a lot of people in. We will know later. But right now, I don't want to make that assumption.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just.
No, I understand. I think that that's what we were talking about earlier, about the difference between a popular vote and an electoral vote, among other things. But the fact is that in those states that we have been talking about tonight, there certainly is a hardening of the conservative attitudes out west in Idaho, in Iowa, in South Dakota. Where else?
Perhaps in New York State. Alphonse D'Amato, the conservative Republican candidate there.
Not even little known, unheard of about a year ago.
Absolutely
just a
right.
Long Island Township supervisor.
Of Hampstead. I've never been sure how much of a coattail, shirt-tail force there was anyway. In this case, a great number, several in any case, liberal Democratic senators have been defeated by Republicans. How much did Reagan have to do with that? Who knows, or will ever know.
Well, could I just add that it seems to me there may be a case for less coattail effect now, because Culver, Bayh, McGovern, and Church all spent a lot of money on their own advertising campaigns. They're highly visible. They've got media experts helping them. And it isn't just, well, because I want to vote for President Roosevelt, I'll vote the straight Democratic line and I'll vote for Senator whatever his name is. I think these are highly individualized races now.
And these people are well known in their states. Culver is a famous figure in Iowa. And people would vote for him or against him on the basis of their thoughts about him, I think.
And about the country, David, as you pointed out.
Yes.
So it's going to be a conservative Senate, which means it's going, and with a Reagan in the White House, it's going to be a conservative U.S. government.
All right, we're going to call another state for Ronald Reagan. Okay, not surprisingly, it's a big one. It's his home state, California, 45 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan picks up his home state of California. He has never lost a race there. And we fill in that big chunk of the map, once again with blue, now solid blue practically, all the way from the Mississippi River westward, leaving only Oregon, Washington, and Arkansas, as you can see.
Beginning to look like a suburban swimming pool over there.
Well, and even in the east,
Sherman Oaks, I'd say, probably.
Even in the east, Reagan is ahead of New. Well, go ahead and have a look at this.
We just want to show you the electoral vote. Ronald Reagan pushing hard at 400 electoral votes. No one was saying that just a couple of days ago. Jimmy Carter stuck on 35. There are fewer and fewer states to come in. Ronald Reagan, as we said early in the evening, locking up a big chunk of Jimmy Carter territory, or what was thought to be Jimmy Carter territory. The lead now is just overwhelming. It's almost beyond description at this point. No one expected that map to fill in quite that way until the closing hours, I think, of this election.
You know, on the map, we still have New York undecided, uncalled, unprojected. 46% of the precincts are in New York, and Ronald Reagan is ahead a little bit. He's even with Carter in the state of Maine. He's a little bit ahead in Maryland. That's still too close for us to make projection, and even in North Carolina. So even those states, he could fill in the map there, isolating Carter in Georgia and West Virginia in the South.
If we can get back to this point about coattails, shirt tails, or the absence of them, maybe the best way to describe it is that there was just a real feeling in the country that it was time for a change, an enormous impatience in the land on the part of a lot of these people who've been in power.
Can I just do a little housekeeping chore here?
Sure.
We are going to let the local stations show you some of the local news, which includes your own local races now. And we are, if Ronald Reagan appears, we'll have that. But in any case, on some of you now will be able to see your local news. We'll be back.
Wednesday on Real People. Why did truckers vote this lady the most popular waitress in 18 states? And meet a woman whose films are for the birds. Then, out.
Makes sense that he would be able to stop the wishbone, and that's why State upset Alabama 6-3. Let's go to Jackson, Mississippi, one of the most exciting college games of this year. Bama and White had beaten Mississippi State 22 times in a row. Their quarterback, Don Jacobs, got sacked. Bama's running back, Major Ogilvy, you've heard his name an awful lot in postseason play. He was dumped at the line by a man named Johnny Cooks. Cooks was outstanding for Mississippi State. Alan Gray in for Dan Jacobs at quarterback. He fumbles. Johnny is there to recover the ball. Johnny Cooks on the recovery. Now in the fourth quarter, they were tied 3-all. When State's Dana Moore hits a 22-yard field goal. No, it wasn't graceful, but it was good. It was 6-3 State. But look at here. You got 33 seconds to go. Alabama quarterback Jacobs, the Burt Kraut, all the way to the 4-yard line. It's complete. And everyone said Alabama's going to pull this game out. You're first and goal. You have 6 seconds to go. You're Jacobs. You turn around. You try to call a timeout. The referee says you can't. Tyrone Keys will come through, and he will find Jacobs. Here's Jacobs. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. He fumbles the ball. Mississippi State recovers, and that's how they won, and that's why they got knocked out of the #1 slot. Who's #1? It's the Irish of Notre Dame, but they have to play Alabama this year. All right, they're #1 now in college football. They're 7-0, and how they got there was a 33-0 shutout of Navy. Let's go to the Meadowlands so we can show you the #1 team in the nation. Notre Dame in white has been led by Jim Stone. He is an outstanding running back. He once again was well over 100 yards on Saturday. He gained 73 yards on this play alone. Jim Stone is a young man that you'll be hearing an awful lot from, especially when we get to bowl time come the end of the year. There's a junior who went in for the first touchdown of the afternoon. If you know St. John's High School football, you know the name Ty Barber. He goes over and scores. It was 6-0 Notre Dame. Navy and Dark could ill afford to make mistakes, but they did it here. And this is why Navy could not get on the scoreboard as they fumbled away all of their opportunities. And that's why Notre Dame is #1. I'm George Michael. That's Tuesday in Sports. Complete day for you tomorrow, Wednesday.
Thank you, George. Dynamite. We'll be back. More election coverage coming up right after this.
The Giant announces a revolutionary way to fly your overnight package. On the ground, it's Pure Later Carrier's Northeast Connection. Same overnight delivery you'd get with a plane for about half the cost. Reliable overnight van service from Washington, D.C. through Richmond, Philadelphia, and New York, and hundreds of points in between. You don't pay for a plane when a van will do. The Northeast Connection from Pure Later Carrier, the giant of the overnight package delivery business.
It sounds like thunder and moves like lightning. And when it's over, you head for the mountains. Push. Head for the beer that goes down smooth as a mountain stream. Brewed the natural way, so it's always as smooth as its name. Bush. Head for Bush beer. Head for the mountain. Head for...
There is an automobile with remarkable dimensions in technology, like electronic engine controls, including electronic fuel injection for efficiency and performance, like automatic overdrive for excellent highway mileage. This car is not the latest wonder from Europe. This is an American automobile. Lincoln Town Car for 1981. A fine sense of tradition, remarkable achievements in technology.
I like to get up slowly.
With breakfast on my mind.
Bacon.
Pancakes.
Eggs.
Coffee.
That's what we like to find.
Only your International House of Pancakes restaurant gives you this 3-egg breakfast. 3 farm-fresh eggs, 4 robust bacon strips, and 3 secret recipe pancakes.
What a breakfast, what a breakfast. International House of Pancakes. What a breakfast, what a breakfast. Your House of Pancakes makes.
Got more election coverage now. Let me say, first of all, that NBC did not project that Reagan would win Maryland. That was my mistake, not the machine's mistake. Richard Smoke is here. He never makes mistakes. And he is calling now Roy Dyson as the winner in the 1st Congressional District to beat Robert Bauman, right?
We have some information now in from Hartford where we had nothing all night, and it now is clear that Bauman cannot close the gap and Dyson is the winner.
There are some trends that are happening here with Reagan seemingly sweeping everything.
Yes, Stan Bernard has been watching the national desk, those elected officials who serve in the Senate and in the House that affect all of us who live in this area, plus the federal workers. Stan, what kind of a legacy is Mr. Carter apt to leave with those who may have been involved in this whole campaign, which we still have to spend some time sorting out?
It's just incredible, gentlemen. The size of the Reagan victory is just threatening to sweep away the Democratic majority in the Senate. It's that profound. As an example, Alphonse D'Amato had to beg his own party for a chance to run for the Senate. He had to beat Jacob Javits in the primary. Well, I'm off.
Well, we'll be back with more. You stay right where you are. We'll be back to join you.
Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. Brought to you in part by Merrill Lynch, whose ability to guide you through the intricacies of investing makes them a breed apart. And by Plymouth, who invite you to drive the front-wheel drive Plymouth Reliant K, the American way to beat the pump. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. It is not only a very big evening for Ronald Reagan, but it is a big evening for conservative activists throughout this country. Let us show you now the presidential map as it stands at this hour. As you can see, the blue states are for Ronald Reagan, and the few red states that we have filled in for Jimmy Carter. It's an overwhelming electoral victory for Ronald Reagan, former governor of California, 69-year-old Republican challenger to the Democratic incumbent, Jimmy Carter, who will have served just 1 term. Well, that's where it stands in terms of the geography. Here's how it figures in terms of the numbers. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Ronald Reagan is more than 100 votes past that point at 393 electoral votes, and more probably to come his way. Jimmy Carter with just 35 electoral votes. If he stays in that neighborhood, he'll take a worse drubbing electorally than did Barry Goldwater against Lyndon Johnson in 1964. And here's the popular vote. 51% of the precincts nationwide reporting in so far. There it is somewhat closer, as you can see. That is a result of the different bases of the two men. Jimmy Carter trailing Ronald Reagan in the popular vote by about 7 percentage points out of 40 million cast altogether, slightly more than that. John Anderson holding at 6% of the popular vote. That's important to him, not because he can get elected, but because he can qualify for some federal funds. We want to show you now Ronald Reagan on videotape at the Century Plaza Hotel, President-elect Ronald Reagan. As he talks on the telephone, we cannot provide the sound, unfortunately, but he's talking to the folks in his hometown of Dixon, Illinois. Now, he hasn't lived there for a long time, but But that doesn't mean anything to those good people in Dixon, Illinois. They've been celebrating all night long. That's Nancy Reagan talking to him, cheering him up, patting him as she often does. They are very close personally, and of course they've been a formidable team in terms of politics, both of them campaigning across this country. The president, we're told, talking to the folks in Dixon, Illinois, where he began his life, in which he often refers to it, kind of classic Midwestern poor boy upbringing. He was a Democrat until he was 51 years old. He was a sports announcer in Des Moines, Iowa on WHO. Went to the Cubs spring training, Catalina Island in California, stopped by to see a friend of his, won a screen test, and became a contract player at Warner Brothers. Became eventually the president of the Screen Actors Guild, then got into politics on the Republican side, ran for governor of California, won, ran again, won, ran for the president 3 times, twice before this, in 1968 and 1976. This time won the nomination, and NBC News projects tonight that Ronald Reagan is the new president of the United States with, as we say, a very large electoral victory. There are still some important states outstanding, and John Chancellor has been keeping track of the close vote in many of those states. John?
One of the things about it is a large electoral vote victory, Tom, but I've been looking it up. Nixon, when he beat George McGovern, got 520 electoral votes, which is 125 more than Reagan got today.
Well,
Roosevelt
Reagan
used to get,
has so far.
Roosevelt back in 32, when he creamed Alf Landon, got 523. Nonetheless, Reagan is very close to that 400 mark, which is quite solid. And as you pointed out, only George McGovern in recent elections has done worse than Jimmy Carter has today. We have some more projections. We have 8 undecided states now. We were 10 undecided states. We'll bring that down to 8 states. First, NBC News projects in the state of Maryland that Jimmy Carter will be the winner of Maryland's electoral votes. And so we will move that into the red or dark gray in Maryland on our map. And then all the way on the other side of the country, in the state of Washington, which Gerald Ford won in a squeaker in 1976, we will project that for Ronald Reagan. And there's Washington, leaving us with 8 undecided states, including, as you see on your map, Hawaii and Alaska. So the electoral vote total now brings Reagan over the 400 mark and brings Carter to 45 electoral votes. Garrick?
We have a projection in California in the Senate contest. NBC News now projects that the Democratic incumbent Alan Cranston will be or has been reelected, will return to the U.S. Senate for a 3rd term, that Cranston has defeated Paul Gann, his Republican opponent. Cranston is the Senate Majority Whip. Paul Gann received or rose to some prominence in California as one of the original sponsors of the Proposition 13 measure in California to lower real estate taxes out there. He was sort of drafted or coaxed into running for the Senate post by some of the same businessmen out in California who had originally been behind Ronald Reagan's original political campaigns. But Alan Cranston reelected in California. Let's look at some other major Senate races. One race which is a 3-cornered affair, 2 men and a woman here in New York State. We're not able yet to make a projection in that race, but the results we have so far show that the Republican candidate Alphonse D'Amato is in the lead. He is leading Democratic Congresswoman Elizabeth Holtzman with the incumbent Jacob Javits, who is running on the liberal ticket here because he lost to D'Amato in the Republican primary, a poor, distant 3rd. The victory of D'Amato had been anticipated by some people. We're not projecting him yet because Holtzman and Javits was thought would split the liberal vote in New York State. Almost 3/4 of the precincts reporting so far D'Amato in the lead, but not yet projected by NBC News. Other close races we're following right now in Florida. Paula Hawkins, the Republican candidate there with 57% of the precincts in, holding a slim lead over Bill Gunter, the Democratic candidate. Paula Hawkins, one of the great hopes of the Republicans. They thought she might win in Florida. She's doing very well indeed at this moment. In Colorado, Gary Hart, the incumbent, is having problems. 38% of the precincts reporting he is trailing Mary Buchanan, a moderate Republican who had to fight her own party establishment to become the candidate. She had to even go to court to get on the ballot, but she did, running very well in Colorado. In Pennsylvania, a tale of two cities. Pete Flaherty, former mayor of Pittsburgh, Arlen Specter, the Republican, former district attorney in Philadelphia. A very close race there. That is a Republican seat vacated by Richard Schweiker, who is retiring. Specter trying to hold on to it for the Republicans. It'll be a long time before we can make a projection there, probably. Finally, Wisconsin. The results come in there. 30% of Wisconsin's precincts, the Democratic incumbent Gaylord Nelson, who sort of established the present Democratic Party in the state, leading Robert Caston. So in a number of states where Ronald Reagan has won handily, the Democratic senators are doing all right. But of course the trend so far this evening has been very much in the Republican direction. And one race we're going to be looking at quite closely in the next few minutes will be out in Washington State. Warren Magnuson, the Democratic dean of the Senate, about 75 years old. He may be facing some problems from his Republican opponent. We'll be checking on that in a few minutes.
He did better every time Mount St. Helens went off because he has such control over the federal faucet that he just turned on the money.
$951 million he turned on in terms of federal aid, disaster relief.
Almost $1 billion, and as one of his opponents said, every time that mountain goes off, we lose a little bit. Heidi Schulman in California was in the room when Ronald Reagan was making a congratulatory call and receiving one as well to Dixon, Illinois. Heidi?
Tom, we're expecting Ronald Reagan here in the Century Plaza Ballroom in just about 15 minutes, but as you did see a few minutes ago, he is in his hotel suite on the 19th floor here. He's been making phone calls around the country to people like Paul Laxalt, who was his campaign chairman, Jim Rhodes, the governor of Ohio, who was a key supporter all along. He also talked to a victory celebration in Washington by telephone. He told the people there that this was the biggest Republican victory in a long time. Something big was happening, he said. He also said that he and George Bush were looking forward to being their neighbors there in Washington. Earlier, Mr. Reagan said that he was contacted by President Carter, of course, about 4 hours ago. He said the president told him that he would graciously offer his cooperation on the transition, that he wanted a smooth transition, and Ronald Reagan said that's what we both want. He said he was asked about whether he was surprised about the margin of tonight's victory. He is normally modest about these sorts of things when he wins. He said, I've been more cautious and less optimistic than this. Mrs. Reagan is there with him, of course. They've been accepting congratulations from all of their friends. There's a party of about 40 people going on in their suite there. Nancy Reagan said that she was awake at 3 o'clock this morning. She couldn't sleep, but was relieved that it was all over early tonight and that they would have it all settled without waiting too long this evening. Yes.
Can you hear me? We're going to just take it away from you for just a moment. We'll be back when Ronald Reagan shows up there because Garrett Gutley does have a big call for us in the United States Senate. More bad news for the Democrats tonight.
Yes, we were talking about it just a moment ago, Tom. In the state of Washington, NBC News now projects that the incumbent Senator Warren Magnuson has been defeated. The winner there, Republican Slade Gorton. Magnuson, who has been in the Senate now for 5 terms. He's the dean of the Democrats there, one of the most powerful figures. He was the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee. He is going down to defeat. That means the Republicans so far this evening have picked up 6 Democratic seats. Of course, they needed 10 to win a majority, and they're only 4 away from that right now, and there are another number of races still outstanding. But Slade Gorton, Washington, has defeated Warren Magnuson, and obviously it wasn't just the Ronald Reagan trend in Washington, there's also the age factor worked in there. Magnuson has been ailing a bit, he is 75. Slade Gorton never said that Magnuson was too old. You don't do that in politics. You go out and you jog a lot, you run a lot, and you say you have lots of energy. That's what he did.
Magnuson would say the meetings don't start until I get there, but it did him very little good, it turns out, in this race. We'll be back with more of Election 1980 right after this.
Plymouth, #1 brand of high-mileage American cars. The American way to beat the pump. With cars like the front-wheel drive TC3.
It's the last gas!
The front-wheel drive Horizon Miser.
Last gas!
The front-wheel drive Champ.
The last gas!
And the front-wheel drive Reliant K. America's highest mileage 6-passenger car.
This is it! This is it! Last gas!
Plymouth, #1 in mileage. The American way to beat the pump.
Picking and choosing the right investments requires very careful handling. One wrong move can easily damage the best laid plans. At Merrill Lynch, we know that size and strength can be very valuable. But it is our sensitivity to your investment goals and agility in helping you reach them that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch. feet apart.
The foot fixer makes your feet feel good. Oh, the foot fixer makes your feet feel good. Oh.
The Foot Fixer, a total foot care system from Clairol, with an automatic heater to keep the water hot and a vibrating water massage that soothes and refreshes.
The foot fixer makes your feet feel good.
The Foot Fixer from Clairol Research.
That's Coach Johnson. He's from the college. Looks like he's worried about his problem dandruff. I wish he'd ask me.
Mr. Owens, I need a shampoo.
Ever tried Tegrin?
Can it really work on my itching and flaking?
Well, in a national survey, 3 out of 4 dermatologists judged Tegrin's medication effective in fighting even problem dandruff.
I'll give it a tryout.
Hey, how's that dandruff problem?
Tegrin's a winner, Mr. Owens.
Prove it to yourself. Tegrin works.
A couple of big projections coming up now. NBC News is going to project the state of New York. We say that our projected winner is Ronald Reagan in the 41 electoral votes of New York State. And there it is going in the blue on your map. Carter has 4 states now in the District of Columbia. The electoral vote tally. Tom, Reagan is getting up to those very big tallies that we were talking about a few minutes ago, almost 450, 10 times the electoral margin of President Carter.
Well, let me add some more to Ronald Reagan's total if I can. We are now projecting that Ronald Reagan will win the state of Oregon. So on our map now, we will color in the state of Oregon blue, 6 electoral votes to the summary for Ronald Reagan. And as you look at the map, it is more than a swimming pool, David. It is now a full-size blue lake for Ronald Reagan all the way across the country, with just 1 or 2 red exceptions as we show it on the NBC map. Red for Jimmy Carter, of course. There's the electoral vote. Have we added the 6 from Oregon? 449 is the total?
Yeah, right.
Okay, 449 is the total for Ronald Reagan. Jimmy Carter, 45. Ronald Reagan made a lot of Democrats unhappy this year when he talked about FDR, who was one of his early political heroes. In 1940, we always think of FDR rolling up big totals. In 1940, he won 449 electoral votes. And there's a good possibility, of course, that tonight, Ronald Reagan running against Jimmy Carter may exceed even that FDR total against Wendell Willkie.
2 or 3 states left to be called for you guys. It's a tremendous landslide. Unanticipated, unexpected, unpredicted. No one predicted this. If so, I didn't hear it. Did any of you?
We had a number just a few moments ago looking at our voter poll, as we choose to call them, the people who were leaving the voting place. 25% of the people that we talked to said they made up their minds in the last week of this campaign. About half had made up their minds earlier in the year, but it appears that from the point of the debate on to the weekend, people were making up their minds left and right, so to speak. Mostly right, it turns out.
Well, as Carter's manager, Bob Strauss,
politically speaking,
he said that was a confluence of negative factors that hit us after the debate. They did not, some of them didn't want to go into the debate. They were doing reasonably well before the debate. The country's perception was that Ronald Reagan won the debate, and I'll bet if you read the text of the debate and had not seen it on television, Carter probably would have won it on points. But the country believed that, and then the hostage thing came in a sneaky way, and it just collapsed for Carter.
David,
all of this arrived on top of inflation, unemployment, and so on, all of the problems we know about.
You've seen an awful lot of change in Washington through the years. How do you think this will affect the Capitol and how it behaves and performs?
I think it is going to bring profound changes. Partly because when Carter won 4 years ago, there was no particular change in Congress. Now, we still don't know if the Republicans will get control of the Senate, but they will effectively have control of it, whatever happens. They may even get actual control, and Howard Baker become the majority leader. So you will have a Republican in the White House, and you will have a Congress that is either, a Senate that is either Republican or may as well be.
Certainly much more conservative than
more conservative, and a House that, if not conservative, will be afraid to be very liberal. And so it sort of looks to me as if the liberal era, modern liberal era, is over. Perhaps not forever. I would guess not forever. Because no party, no president can solve all the problems we have, and many of them will continue to exist for years until people feel they need a change again. But in the meantime, in Washington, it is going to be a new city.
These things are cyclical, certainly. We keep, periodically, people keep saying, well, the Republican Party could never survive 64. It couldn't survive Watergate, for example. And look at the Republican Party tonight, strong all the way across the country.
Well, that's where the election stands at this time.
This election night coverage is brought to you in part by Kicks Country and by the Moore Cadillac Company at Tyson's Corner in Virginia.
Good evening, and this 1980 election is really just about wrapped up. There is really only one race in which there is any question of a doubt, and in that one, not much question at all. That is in Maryland's 1st Congressional District, where our elections analyst, Richard Smoker, has projected that Roy Dyson will be the winner, defeating the incumbent Robert Bauman. Joe Krebs has been standing by at Bauman's headquarters. It's in Eastern Maryland. He filed this report.
Here at the Bauman headquarters, but not many. The loudest coming when it was announced on TV that George McGovern and Birch Bayh had been defeated in their Senate bids, and when President Carter showed up to concede to Ronald Reagan. The problem here is a lack of results. All of the results are in except for Harford County. The problem there is this. They are on a new computer system, voting system, and the computer that counts those ballots is broken down. And so, from what we hear, not a single vote has been counted in Harford County. Now that is significant because Harford County is the largest county in this district. It contains 25% of the votes. Now the race is certainly close enough, 48% to 52%, that 25% of all those votes could make the difference in this race. So the people here are basically tense, and I would have to say hopeful that that Bauman can do just that in Harford County. We'll wait until those results come in, and Congressman Bauman is not expected here to concede or even talk to these people until those results do come in. This is Joe Krebs, News Center 4 in Easton.
Well, in the 5 minutes that it took to get Joe's report processed from Easton, things have changed. We now do have some of the results in that the Bauman forces said they were waiting for.
In fact, 11 precincts, Marty, have reported from Hartford County. And I'm here with Richard Smoker now, and Richard, it shows here that they are running just about even in Hartford County, hardly 100 votes separating the two. Bauman with a slight lead here, but like I said, it's less than 100 votes. But you're still projecting that Dyson will be the winner.
Right, he will be the winner because there's no way that what's left in Hartford can wipe out that 7,000, 6,000 vote lead that Dyson now has. Dyson is definitely the winner.
Those are not Bauman voters out there in Hartford County that are still out.
Well, they were, but they're not this year. They're not this year.
Because of the problems that he had earlier?
For a lot of reasons, I guess, but they're not voting for him. Hartford County will probably end very close to even.
Are you really surprised at the way anything is going here this evening? Looking at, let's take Maryland, just Maryland by itself.
Well, I think that the magnitude of the Barnes victory was certainly very impressive. I don't think anybody thought he was going to win by that kind of margin. I think Mathias's victory, although people expect him to win big, was even bigger than probably Mac Mathias hoped for. The margins there. I think that Maryland, which has traditionally been a bellwether state, holding for Carter when the rest of the nation went to Reagan.
Yeah, excuse me, Dick. Ronald Reagan is about to make his acceptance speech, presumably. He's at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. Here is Ronald Reagan coming out at the Century Plaza. He was congratulated by President Carter about 10 minutes to 7 California time. Back now to NBC News.
Governor and Mrs. Reagan, their 4 children, Maureen, Mike, Patty, and Ron, and Reagan's older brother, Boone Reagan. And there he is, the president-elect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. You know, here we are. This is... You know, we're all here but one now, and he was here, but they just took him off stage. It's way past his bedtime. But let me just say first of all, this has been, well, there's never been a more humbling moment in my life. I would have been not only humbled by the extent of what has happened tonight, even if it had been the cliffhanger that all of us, I think, were expecting, it would have been the same way, but just to have had the support of the people of this country. I consider the trust that you have placed in me sacred, and I give you my sacred oath that I will do my utmost to justify your faith. Earlier this evening, I spoke on the phone with President Carter. He called, John Addison called, but the President pledged the utmost in cooperation in the transition that will take place in these coming months. I offered him my own cooperation. He graciously said that he wanted this to be the
Governor Reagan, we just wanted to show you what the map of the United States looks like as of 8 o'clock tonight.
Hey!
It's all yours.
All right. When that began to slide, I thought that maybe the world was going out just as I was getting in. But anyway, as I say, the President was most gracious about this. And now all across America, there are some people that I owe a great debt of thanks to. There they are. They're meeting tonight in our national headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. The National Committee people, the dedicated professionals who've made the campaign run, and in every state, in the counties, the cities, and the precincts, to all of them who worked so tirelessly, literally hundreds of thousands of volunteers, and I've seen them at work throughout the country on this campaign. I just owe them an immeasurable debt of thanks. To George and Barbara Bush, our running mates down in Texas, no one has worked harder than they have. We only crossed paths a few times on this campaign and had to go out of our way to do it because their schedule was so heavy. And I can tell you that we're going to have a true partnership and a true friendship in the White House. And now, as I said before, my family. I'm so grateful to them for the love, for the support, and for the hard work, because some of them were out on the campaign trail easily as much as Nancy and I were. And speaking of Nancy, she's going to have a new title in a couple of months. And it isn't really new because she's been the first lady in my life for a long time. we'll share that a little bit in the future. You know, Abe Lincoln, the day after his election to the presidency, gathered in his office the newsmen who had been covering his campaign. And he said to them, well, boys, your troubles are over now. Mine have just begun. I think I know what he meant. Lincoln may have been concerned in the troubled times in which he became president, but I don't think he was afraid. He was ready to confront the problems and the troubles of a still youthful country, determined to seize the historic opportunity to change things. And I am not frightened by what lies ahead, and I don't believe the American people are frightened by what lies ahead. Together, we're going to do what has to be done. We're going to put America back to work again. You know, I aim to try and tap that great American spirit that opened up this completely undeveloped continent from coast to coast and made it a great nation, survived several wars, survived a Great Depression, and we'll survive the problems that we face right now. When I accepted your nomination for president, I hesitatingly, but I asked for your prayers at that moment. I won't ask them for this in particular moment, but I will just say I would be very happy to have them in the days ahead. All I can say to all of you is thank you, and thank you for more than just George Bush and myself. Thank you because if the trend continues, we may very well control one house of the Congress for the first time in a quarter of a century. We have picked up some governorships, and Bill Brock told me on the phone just a few minutes ago that it looks like in a number of states we have turned the state legislatures around, and for the first time they are majorities for us. So you did it. I have one message that I have to give before I leave. I've been upstairs on the phone trying to get a hold of two celebrations, two parties that are going on, one in Tampico, Illinois, where I was born, and one in Dixon, Illinois, where I grew up. I've got two hometowns. And finally, we managed to get the radio station in that area, and they told us that they would broadcast my message into the two parties that are going on. So to all of them, thank you too, back there in the hometown. Thank you all.
President-elect of the United States. I think it's fair to say that it was vintage Reagan. Sentimental, indication of what an activist president he intends to be. And also, I think it's fair to say, like so much of Reagan's performances, dramatic. The end of his 12-year quest for the presidency, ending in victory. Here he is waving goodbye to members administration about to begin. This must be a day of immense satisfaction to Ronald Reagan. For years, there have been a lot of knocks against him. I'm here with Heidi Schulman, who's been covering the Reagan campaign with me. For years, Heidi, there have been lots of knocks against Ronald Reagan, that he was too conservative, that he was an actor, a lightweight. And I think it's fair to say that one of the great mistakes that politicians have been making over the last 15 years is to underestimate Ronald Reagan. Pat Brown, Governor Reagan ran against him for governor the first time in 1966, thought an actor would be easy to beat. Reagan beat Brown by 1 million votes here in California. And it appears tonight that Jimmy Carter underestimated Ronald Reagan too.
One of the Reagan aides this evening suggested that Ronald Reagan is a ballot box candidate, that during the time that polls are being taken during the campaign, people don't indicate they're going to vote for him, but when it comes around to Election Day, they're there and they're supporting him. The other thing, of course, was that throughout this campaign, there had been suggestions that Ronald Reagan was too conservative, that he might get the country into a war. The people in his campaign, his strategists like pollster Dick Wirthlin say, what they were able to do in the last 3 weeks of the campaign was to reassure people that that was not the case. And that, as much as anything, accounts for the landslide victory that he won here tonight.
You know, I think that one of the things that you notice tonight is that almost everything worked for Ronald Reagan. He spent much of the month of September moderating his views, what some of his strategists call the BCEC, the blue-collar ethnic Catholic strategy, to try to shave Carter's lead among the blue-collar, what they felt were swing conservative Democrats in the big cities. Not only did they shave Carter's lead, but in a lot of those areas they beat Carter. Then they spent late September and early October trying to eat into Jimmy Carter's southern base. As you've seen all those blue states on the NBC map tonight, he succeeded very greatly in that. But they say they did most successfully of all, of course, and especially in these final days, especially in the debate and afterwards, was simply to convince people that Jimmy Carter was not a very good president. Of course, what we have to look for now, Heidi, is what happens now, what kind of an administration will Ronald Reagan run.
The transition begins almost immediately. He, of course, has talked to President Carter, who has pledged to work with him on a smooth transition. Tomorrow, Ronald Reagan sits down with his Vice President, George Bush, and with the key members of his team all the way along to begin sorting that out. They expect to be moved in Washington to a transition headquarters there by next Monday. They're going to go to work on it immediately. And many of the same people, of course, who have been handling his campaign all along will be involved in that. They have established task forces, and they go to work right tomorrow.
Hey, kids, thank you very much.
I think it's fair to say, Heidi, that one of the things that's impressed us both most tonight is how serious these people are. They are waited a long time to get their hands on the federal government, and they're ready to go to work. This is Chris Wallace at Reagan headquarters.
Well, we thought they could get some sleep, but they've got to be at work early tomorrow morning. Those two have trailed Reagan all over the country and done a wonderful job of it, and they deserve some rest, but this business being what it is, they're not going to get it. Here's where we stand. 6 undecided states. Overall, Jimmy Carter has won so far this evening 5 states in the District of Columbia. Ronald Reagan has won so far, according to our projections, 39 states. Ronald Reagan, by our calculations, has 449 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter, 45. That's where we stand. You can see it there on your screen. And you can see behind David Brinkley that map. Tom Brokaw checked a minute or two ago. Carter is running slightly behind in Arkansas. Some of the other undecided states are very close. Maine, we're still waiting for returns. North Carolina is still out. Hawaii and Alaska. The polls just closed in Hawaii a while back. Alaska has been in for a while. But what do you get, Tom?
Arkansas, 52% of the precincts in right now, and we have virtually a dead heat once again. In fact, Jimmy Carter out in front by less than 1,000 votes. So it's very close in Arkansas, as it is in North Carolina, as it is in Maine, and the states that are left out. Not many of them. Massachusetts, I haven't looked at for a time. I'll do that as well. Any excuse to go back to my little terminal.
Yes, I know.
You love it, don't you?
I want to take this. I want to take it home.
Take it home.
Take this toy home. May I do that, David?
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Take it home. See if you can
Mr.
get it out
Small,
of the
did you hear that? I've got it.
Yes.
David, I thought that Reagan's acceptance speech was very much like Reagan's campaign. It was sort of easygoing and had a couple of hardline messages in it, but pretty much just a nice, friendly fella. Is that your feeling?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was, he sounded vigorous, sounded determined, and of course it was a room full of Reagan partisans.
But it was interesting. I thought that the loudest applause in the room was when he mentioned George Bush and his wife, and when he said he was not frightened of the problems that we face, and the American people are not frightened. Then they just exploded.
They really did.
I think that must have touched something that they've been waiting to hear.
You know, one of the things we haven't talked about here tonight is Reagan's age, because it wasn't talked about in the campaign. But for the record, he'll be 70 years old on the 15th of February, I believe.
February 6th.
February 6th. He'll be 70 years old.
When he's sworn in, he'll be 70.
He'll be he'll be 69.
He's 69.
January.
He'll celebrate his birthday in the White House in about 2 weeks after he's sworn in.
The oldest man ever to occupy the White House. And that's something that didn't come up in the campaign. And he overcame that himself.
Well, early on it did come up. People kept raising questions about his age, and what he did was just run for about 14 hours at a crack in the early days of the campaign. Now, his schedule changed a lot in the closing days of the campaign. They built in rest time and so on. But he's about as vigorous a 70-year-old as you're ever going to find. At one point, he even poked fun at that by saying, the Al Smith dinner here in New York, he got a call from Jimmy Carter, who'd been watching him ride horses out there in California. Carter wanted to know why they kept watching him ride horses up the hill, and he keeps getting younger and younger. And Reagan said, I'm not getting younger and younger. The horses I'm riding are just older. And that may have had something to do with it as well, for all we know. But he's a very healthy 69-year-old, so far as we know at this point.
Well, almost every presidential election, we lay aside one more thing. In the Kennedy case, Catholicism. That is no longer even thought of. In Reagan's case, he's vigorous, seems healthy. Age has been laid aside. The country is getting older, they say. And maybe more and more people are getting to be somewhere close to Reagan's age.
Can I talk?
Yes, you can talk.
Well, I was just going to say about that.
You're going to talk anyway, whatever it says.
I was going to talk about that business about scared about the future, about we're not frightened of it. Wherever we went earlier this year in the course of this campaign and talked to voters, they would say that they were frightened about the future given the current circumstances of things, inflation and other matters, and Ronald Reagan told them they had no reason to be frightened about it, so it could have been the most reassuring thing that they heard this year.
They also applauded a lot when George Bush's name was mentioned, and there's George Bush on our screen right now in Houston, Texas, his adopted state, with Barbara Bush there on the left-hand side of your screen, and some of his children, handsome family.
You've just heard Governor Reagan thank the Republican National Committee and the headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, our national headquarters, and I would only add to that a personal note, a regional note, and I am grateful to the people of Texas for this fantastic win in this state. It's a great pleasure to have our family here. None has worked harder than Barbara Bush, I'll tell you. She's just done a fantastic job. And I'd like to use this rather expensive means of communication to thank Nancy Reagan and their entire family for what they did. I'll tell you, I've never seen a family work as hard as that whole Reagan family out there. Let me just briefly and seriously address myself to our countrymen, Republicans, Democrats, independents, not only here but everywhere. And first, let me say that while we celebrate here tonight, we all fervently hope and pray that Americans may soon join in a celebration of freedom for those 52 hostages held in Iran. And indeed of happiness for their families on their return. To those who voted for the Reagan-Bush ticket, to those who supported another ticket, the election is over. But our real challenge as a nation dedicated to peace and the betterment of mankind lies ahead. This is a night of celebration for some of us and a night of disappointment for others, but tomorrow, in that great American tradition, those of us who celebrate tonight and those who have suffered disappointment must come together as one people to meet the larger challenge. And to all of you, whether you supported our ticket or opposed our ticket, let me say, as President-elect Reagan has said, what this victory tonight represents is not simply a mandate for change, but a mandate for peace and freedom. A mandate for prosperity, a mandate for opportunity for all Americans, regardless of race, sex, or creed. A mandate for leadership that is both strong and compassionate. And as Governor Reagan has so clearly epitomizes, a mandate to make government the servant of the people in the way that our founding fathers intended. A mandate for hope. A mandate for hope, for the fulfillment of the great dream that President-elect Reagan has worked for all of his life, and to which he and I are going to dedicate every fiber of our being in the years ahead. I really, as I stand here in my home city, I am deeply appreciative, but I'm also proud to have this opportunity to help carry President-elect Reagan's message to the American people these past few months. Proud to be able to serve in the years ahead with a man, a decent and honorable man that I know is going to provide the leadership that the American people want. America, in the words of the song, is on the road again. And with the leadership of Ronald Reagan, that road is going to lead our country back to greatness. Thank all of you very, very much. We Bushes are so pleased to be here.
The Bushes almost weren't there. You remember, David, that night in Detroit when there was all the talk about picking Jerry Ford, and one of the last pictures we saw of George Bush was he was sitting having a beer in the bar at the Pontchartrain Hotel. Right. His hopes were completely dashed, and they went up to the suite and they got the telephone call that they had been picked. And now tonight, look what happened.
He had taken off his tie, which meant he did not expect to go anywhere.
That's right.
2.5 years later, after he began running first for president, George Bush finds this conclusion tonight. It's been that long that he has been on the campaign trail in one form or another, and a force in it. But Fritz Mondale once complained about Holiday Inns. George Bush must have enough to go around the world about 3 times.
Well, without being in any way disrespectful, and as we all know, a number of people think that President-elect Reagan is only going to have 1 term. George Bush must be thinking about running for president after that, so he's not thinking about the next 4 years, he's thinking about the next 12 years.
Well, 55 years old.
And in the meantime, he'll be presiding over what could be, we'll learn sooner or later, what could be a Republican Senate, which has not happened in quite a long time.
George Bush, a man who was born and raised in Connecticut, went off and made his fortune in the state of Texas, now the Vice President-elect of the United States. As he's talked about Texas, he probably had a big impact down there, along with Governor Bill Clements, a state that went big for Ronald Reagan this time. It was a crucial state in the Southwest for them.
I'll tell you, it would be tough to run in Texas with Clement against you the way he was against Carter this time.
Yep.
Really did a job. We've seen a room full of Carter people crying, a room full of Reagan people laughing, and that's what today's been all about.
And that's where the election stands at this time.
Tonight's election coverage is brought to you in part by Comsat General Corporation, a Comsat company.
Welcome back to News Center 4's coverage. It has been an interesting evening, maybe more so on the national scene altogether. We have lost 3 incumbent congressmen in our area: Robert Bauman in the 1st District in Maryland, also in Virginia's 8th and 10th. Otherwise, it's been pretty much an incumbents evening. Our analyst Dick Smolka is here. We were talking in the last cut-in that we did about surprises. What else do you have to say, Dick?
Well, looking at the Virginia congressional picture, we now have 1 Democrat left in the state of Virginia. That's Dan Daniel in the 5th Congressional District, and he is considered to be a very conservative Democrat, very much like the Republicans.
Mr. Reagan's sweep of this election was very much like Richard Nixon's sweep in 1968 over McGovern. But Nixon didn't sweep in as many congressmen, did he, at that time, as have come in on Reagan?
No, there's been a big change in that kind of impact, yes. We had a George Wallace factor in there, which probably held down the Nixon vote. This year we have an Anderson factor which holds down the Carter vote, and it seems that the Democrats have really taken a beating in the Senate this year.
I was going to say, surprisingly widespread if you take a look at the national map. When NBC displays the national map of the states that Reagan carried, it really is staggering.
Right.
Yes,
overwhelming.
It certainly is.
There is also, I've been looking at these sheets here with the Parris and Harris race. I mean, there's very few votes, 2,000 votes to separate these 2 guys right there.
Those were very competitive races. They were hard fought from the beginning. Both candidates went all out for the whole campaign. It was not an easy campaign for either one. And it was considered to be close throughout the campaign. It just came down slightly on the Republican side in both instances.
As it did in Virginia's 10th Congressional District, where Congressman Joe Fisher has called Frank Wolf. He called him to congratulate him on his win. Fisher thanked his campaign workers, and he told them, in fact, that they should not worry. We have him saying that, I believe.
Don't have too many regrets. You know, whatever we do with class. We win with class, we lose with class. It's been a great experience for me to be your congressman. I've enjoyed it. We've worked together, and I think we've done some good things for the 10th District of Northern Virginia.
We still have some key things to do tonight. We're going to check in with Stan Bernard on the desk, looking at those representatives to the Senate and to the House that affect the federal workers and those of us who live in this area. Also try and assess what this election means to us in the future and go through all of the races for you. Total picture of all of them before we're finished. We're going to take a commercial break right now, and we will be back right after that.
The people who own ships like this one and the people who sail them think it's a good idea to keep in touch with one another. Even though every vessel in international trade has a radio, atmospheric changes can make radio transmission unpredictable at best. That's why today many shipping companies and oil companies involved in offshore drilling depend on Marisat, the remarkable satellite communication system developed by Comsat General Corporation. Using Marisat, a captain can be in direct voice contact with his management people on shore. He can send and receive telex messages or facsimile data. Crewmen and passengers can even call their families at home. For years, Comsat General has helped show the world the way to use satellite technology to solve specific communications problems. Indeed, Comsat General has often been up there with the answers before the questions were asked. For answers in orbit via satellite, think first of Comsat General Corporation.
Stan Bernard has been busy. He's been keeping an eye on some of the important congressional races all over the country. He's been trying to tell us what's been going on for the
Ultra bright white, dynamite fresh. It got Jackie noticed. The next day, Bill examined Jackie's smile. The rest is semi-private. Put ultra bright toothpaste on your case. For a smile so white and breath so fresh, it'll get you noticed.
Accurate and informative. Describe Bob Ryan's weather weeknights on News Center 4.
Decision 80. NBC News reports the results of our national election. Brought to you in part by IBM, helping put information to work for people. From the NBC News Election Center in New York, here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
Good evening, and there you see, good evening again, and there you see on our map very few states in white: Hawaii, Alaska, North Carolina, Maine, Massachusetts, Arkansas, that are undecided so far, and they may take some time. The leads are all very narrow, either Carter or Reagan in those states. The electoral vote, of course, decisive this evening. 449 for Reagan, 45 for Carter. The popular vote is going about the way it has been all evening. The popular vote is not 7% in. That's an error, but I can tell you what it is. It's 50% for Reagan, 43% for Carter, 6% for John Anderson. And that Anderson 6% has been holding all evening, and now there's not much chance that it will drop off very much. It looks as though John Anderson may have reached his goal, at least to get those Federal Election Commission funds that are due him if he gets 5% of the vote. He's a percentage ahead of that now. Tom?
63% of the precincts actually in on the popular vote, it looks like. Even if you were to take all the John Anderson popular vote and apply it to Jimmy Carter, he still would not quite come up to Ronald Reagan, although he'd come very close.
Well,
about a percentage point.
You see, but as you know, Tom, and I think we ought to tell the audience that in some places, Anderson was hurting Reagan.
Got Reagan vote in Illinois, for example, in the suburbs of Illinois, and in the suburbs, some in Wisconsin, and in other places. I was just doing that in a hypothetical, theoretical way, so that we'd have some interesting numbers to talk about here.
It's after midnight out here in the East. Hypothetical, theoretical is perfectly all right.
Incidentally, Alaska and Hawaii we have not yet heard from either, as long as we're ticking off the states that we haven't heard from. By the way, the only major group of voters that Jimmy Carter did extremely well with, the blacks. He got almost all of them. 19 of 20 of the blacks who voted went for Jimmy Carter, according to our polling, but only 8% of the voters today were black. The big races around the country in the House and in the Senate, where the balance of power may change, and Garrett Utley's been watching that.
We are getting up there. Before the day started, the Republicans were hoping that perhaps they could win 4 or at most 5 Senate seats away from the Democrats. They knew the theoretical target to win control of the Senate was 10, but the factual target, they'd be happy with 4 or 5. Well, they have 6 already, and they're still counting. Let's recap the elections that we've already projected so far this evening. First of all, in the Democratic column, we've projected Wendell Ford, the incumbent, winning in Kentucky. In South Carolina, it's Ernest Hollings going back to Washington. In Georgia, Herman Talmadge, re-elected. In Ohio, John Glenn, a big victory in a state carried by Ronald Reagan. In Connecticut, Christopher Dodd will be the freshman senator there, a Democrat holding on to that seat. In Illinois, Alan Dixon, the Secretary of State. In Arkansas, Dale Bumpers. And in California, Alan Cranston. Now, on the Republican side, we have projected these winners for the GOP. In the state of Indiana, a seat taken away from the Democrats by Dan Quayle. He beat Senator Birch Bayh. In Kansas, Robert Dole re-elected. In Maryland, it's Charles Mathias going back to Washington. In North Dakota, Mark Andrews holds on to the Republican seat. He'll be a freshman senator. In Oklahoma, the same goes for Don Nichols, elected there. In Alabama, Jeremiah Denton, the former admiral and prisoner of war in North Vietnam, has won that seat away from the Democrats. In South Dakota, the same thing has happened because James Abner defeated George McGovern. In Nevada, Senator Paul Laxalt re-elected. Same in Utah, Jake Garn. In Iowa, a Republican gained, Charles Grassley defeating the incumbent Democrat John Culver. In Idaho, again, the Democrats lost a seat to Stephen Sims, the Republican candidate. Frank Church beaten there. And in Washington, Slade Gorton projected the winner, defeating 75-year-old Ward Magnuson, the dean of the Democrats in the United States Senate, the powerful chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. And now in Oregon, NBC News projects that the incumbent Republican Bob Packwood has been reelected for a 3rd term, defeating the Democratic candidate Ted Kulingoski. Bob Packwood re-elected in the state of Oregon. So, when we add all of those projected winners up, where do we stand so far in the senatorial races? 33 Senate races today. Let's see if we can get some of these figures here. We started out, of course, with 59 Democrats and 41 Republicans running tonight. That means the Republicans would have to win 10 more seats to gain the majority. I guess we don't have the figures. There they are. 8 Democrats so far and 13 Republicans elected today. Now when we add the seats already held
We get 44 Democrats and 44 Republicans in the Senate so far. And that pretty well tells the story, and it's a close race right down to that wire for control, 51 seats. The Republicans, as we said, are looking rather well in a number of states where Democrats have held the seat. In Florida, their candidate is slightly ahead. In New Hampshire and in Vermont. Colorado, where Gary Hart is defending his seat, well, that's 50-50 right now, and they're going to be counting for many hours out in Colorado. But it's not all going the Republicans' way. Let's look at Arizona. Barry Goldwater. If anybody should be profiting tonight and have no worries, it's Mr. Conservative Barry Goldwater. Well, he's being opposed by Democratic Bill Schultz, and on our screen right now, it's 50-50, dead even, less than 100 votes. Barry Goldwater has less than 100 votes ahead of his Democratic opponent. Age was a factor there, obviously. He's 71 years old. He's had the hip operation, and Bill Schultz was running under the motto, energy for the 1980s. Barry Goldwater still was telling people, I'm the toughest guy you've ever met, though, and he was out there working hard saying, send me back so I can help Ronnie as he comes to Washington. Well, in any event, however the numerical balance of the Senate turns out, there's going to be a far different philosophical cast to it all, far more conservative. Jessica Savage has been watching the House, and that's changing some as well tonight. Jessica?
The House is changing. It is expected, Tom, that the Republicans will probably pick up about 22 seats in the House. And looking at the governor's races, the Republicans had expected that they would be able to pick up 2 states, and that so far looks to be what they have. We have a projection now. NBC News projects in Washington State, the Republican John Spellman will be elected governor of Washington, defeating James A. McDermott of Seattle, the Democrat. He was the one who defeated Dixie Lee Ray, sitting governor in Washington State, a child psychiatrist. John Spellman, King County executive, we project he will be the winner. Another projection, NBC News projects in the state of Utah, the incumbent Scott Matheson will be re-elected governor of Utah, defeating his Republican challenger Bob Wright, a former state GOP chairman. That is a 2-year term in that state. NBC News also has a projection to make in Montana. We project the Lieutenant Governor Ted Schwinden, a Democrat, will be elected governor of Montana, defeating his Republican challenger Jack Ramirez. Again, Ted Schwinden projected the winner in Montana. And recapping some of our gubernatorial races, the other one the Republicans picked up. Republicans picked up in Missouri, Governor Kit Bond. He was a former governor. He ran again, this time and defeated Teasdale, and we project he is the winner. We project in the state of West Virginia that Democrat Jay Rockefeller will be re-elected, defeating Arch Moore. We also project in the state of Indiana, the Lieutenant Governor Robert Orr, Republican, will be elected. We project in Vermont, state of Vermont, Richard Snelling, elected governor of Vermont, defeating the challenger M. Jerome Diamond. This is one of the states with a 2-year term. A 4-year term in the state of North Carolina. NBC News projected Democrat James Hunt will be the victor there. NBC News projects in the state of Delaware, very popular governor, Republican. Incumbent Pierre DuPont will be re-elected. And we have projected another one of the states with a 2-year term earlier this evening. Incumbent Joseph Garahy, Democrat, re-elected governor of Rhode Island. In New Hampshire, a rematch there. The winner, Democrat, incumbent Hugh Gallen, projected winner there, defeating Meldrum Thompson. That was a rematch. So therefore, this evening, 13 governor's races we started out with. The Republicans picked up 2. There are still 2 races to be decided. They are Democratic states. They are undecided, Arkansas and North Dakota. So it looks like so far the Republicans set out to take 2 seats away from the Democrats, 2 governor's mansion seats away from the Democrats, and that is about what they have done so far. John Chancellor.
So far, Jessica, the Democrats have lost their number 3 man in the House of Representatives, John Bradamus, the majority whip. The majority leader, Jim Wright, is ahead in Texas. And as long as we're talking about leadership, I noticed that in Arizona, John Rhodes, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, the Republicans there, is in fine shape. 73% of the voters he always
He's in fine shape, but he had wanted to be the Speaker of the House, and I don't think he's going to get to be that quite this time.
No, the only point I was going to make about Rhodes was that he's running against a man who favored, quite conservative, he favored giving the Chinese nuclear weapons to fight the Russians. We'll be back after this.
Reaching your financial goal is never as simple as some people would have you believe. You have to know exactly where you're going and make the right decisions at the right time. At Merrill Lynch, it's our skill at guiding you through the intricacies of investing that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
New dress?
Like it?
Some neckline.
Do you mind?
Not at all. You always look fantastic. New watch, too.
Pretty, isn't it? It's my new Timex quartz.
A Timex quartz? I never knew you were that serious about time.
Incredible accuracy. Never even winded.
It's pretty.
It's a perfect whiz.
Let's talk about perfection.
My new Timex quartz?
No, I was thinking of something else. The Timex quartz for women.
I'm Pete Conrad, and this is the McDonnell Douglas F-15. To earn its wings, it had to pass a series of U.S. Air Force stress and structure tests. In a tight turn, the Eagle can withstand 9 times its weight against gravity. I think it's significant that the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 has passed tests just as demanding in their own way as those required by the U.S. Air Force. The DC-10, one of the world's most thoroughly tested jetliners.
42!
Foul! What a call! What a heartburn. How do you spell relief? Check the board, Coach. R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids spells relief. Unbeatable relief. Relief Tums can't beat. Relief no other leading antacid can beat.
For comic relief, I put on a frown. But for acid indigestion, I spell relief. R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Unbeatable.
Rolaids spells relief. Unbeatable relief.
Election coverage brought to you by WTOP News Radio. What and by the Moore Cadillac Company at Tyson's Corner in Virginia.
Welcome back to News Center 4's coverage of the general election. We have all been a party to a rather staggering event, not only here but across the nation. We're going to run down all of the races for you in Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, and then talk with our election analyst, Dick Smolka, about the results, what some of them mean, and what we can look forward to in the future. We'll start now with the presidential race and the way it went in this area. This is the president in Maryland. The presidential race in Maryland, 90% of the vote in, being carried now by Mr. Carter by 3 points. Virginia, for the president, 97% of the vote in. It went very handily to Ronald Reagan.
It wasn't a
metropolitan area. This is the D.C. area. I'm sorry, this is not the D.C. area, the general area. Again, this is Mr. Carter now, 47 to 42%. And the District of Columbia went hardly to Mr. Carter. This is the Maryland U.S. Senate race, Jim.
Senator Mac Mathias easily won that race, 65% over Conroy with absolutely no problem. We've got some congressional races in Maryland also to take a look at. This is the 1st congressional district, and as we've told you, we expect, excuse me, Roy Dyson to win that one handily over the incumbent. 2nd district, Clarence Long, expected to win easily. That's in Baltimore, right?
Right.
3rd congressional district, Barbara Mikulski, also in Baltimore, absolutely no problem. Here's the 4th congressional district in Maryland, Marjorie Holt, no sweat. In the 5th congressional district, Gladys Spellman, big winner, as she has been for the last several races. In the 6th, Beverly Byron, easily the winner there, with James Beck. 7th congressional district, Congressman Perrin Mitchell, he'll be back again, easily the winner. 8th congressional district, Mike Barnes, big winner over Newton Steers this time.
And Virginia, the 1st congressional race. We're going to look through all of the Virginia ones, so go right ahead in the control room and change right through them. Some of these are clearly out of our viewing area. Virginia's 2nd congressional district, another win for the incumbent. Virginia's 3rd congressional district, Republican, again, the incumbent. Virginia's 4th congressional district, again, the Republican incumbent. Virginia's 5th, Democrat, who happens to vote predominantly as a Republican. In the 6th, again, Republican, unopposed, an easy victory. Virginia's 7th, unopposed. Virginia's 8th, a little bit closer to home. The Democratic incumbent, Parris, loses his seat. The Republican, the winner. And in the 10th, a similar situation. I'm sorry, the 9th, excuse me. Republican incumbent, a winner again. Let's go now to the 10th district in Virginia. Wolf and Fisher. Wolf is in, and Fisher is out.
There were some races in the district for district council seats, 6 seats together altogether. D.C. delegate, first of all, Walter Fauntleroy was the easy winner there, as he has been since that office was created. For the at-large race, John Ray, Democrat, Reverend Jerry Moore, also the winner. Charlie Cassell came in 3rd place. He's been running in the district for a while. Ward 2, John Wilson, absolutely no problem, as there was not expected to be. In Ward 4, Charlene Drew Jarvis, big win there, 93% of the vote. In Ward 7, H.R. Crawford, who won a pretty tough primary race. He came out on top with no sweat. And in the 8th Ward, I'm sorry, okay, that was the other candidate. In the 7th Ward and the 8th Ward, Wilhelmina Rolock will be back, 92% of the vote there. These are now, we're going to look at some of the questions on them. Oh, this is statehood. Yeah, we got a couple questions there. This is a referendum for whether the district should begin the process towards statehood. Easily the winner, 59% of the vote. There's also an initiative on whether or not there should be gambling in the district. And again, that was an easy winner also.
And we will go now to the questions on the ballot in the state of Maryland. And we have nothing to show you in Anne Arundel County. This is the court system in Baltimore. No vote count there yet either. Maryland courts. No.
Well, these are conclusive numbers.
Yeah, these are very conclusive numbers. Yeah. They're off to a very big start on those races in Maryland.
There were some questions in Montgomery County.
Yeah, there are some local
We have a whole lot of them. They're right here in the book. A bunch of them. Do we have any numbers on these questions in Montgomery County, or should we go on and talk about something else? What do you say? We have a see, there's that machine again. Cold sandwiches.
Why don't we talk to Dick Smolka? All right, there we go. Montgomery County. Go
This
ahead.
is one that would limit competitive bids, and it won. 75% of the votes in for that. That was question number B, their letter B. This is on a number of council legislative days. Question C, that one also won. 68% of the people for a change in the days. For increasing the number of votes, the council needs to override a veto. That question also won in Montgomery County. On question E, there's a big one there. It's about landfills. Not landfills, but whether sludge permits would be allowed. Some people in Potomac very concerned about this question. 76% of the voters went for that. And in Montgomery County, there's also a question in reference to police and fire. Should a new building be permitted? And that one also won by 66% of the vote. There were some questions in PG County. This one is for the general bonds. And that one was a big winner, 79% with 89% of the vote in. Question B, on bus costs for master transit funding, 80% said yes. Question C, for foreign trade zone, 64% of the people said there should be an improvement of the foreign trade zone in PG County.
Oxon Hill.
Police station.
Yes, Oxon Hill. All of these involving spending money, and all of them being approved, the bond measures.
Yeah, we're supposed to be in a
on.
fiscally conservative mood here. This is question E now. Maintenance of vehicles, or the vehicle maintenance facility in
$3 million approved.
That's not it, though.
I'm sorry, here's
There
the
it
question.
is.
These garage bonds, again approved. This is $3 million. And the final one is for parking facilities. That is question number F. And again, that is approved. So they have approved the expenditure of $11,410,000 in bonds in Prince George's County.
There were some questions also in Virginia. Can the machine handle that? Or should we move on? The machine can handle it.
All right, let's go to it.
There were questions not in all parts of Montgomery County. Do you have it in that book over there?
No, I'm not sure exactly what the machine is going to show us. Is the only thing that I'm confused by right now. All right.
This one has to do with the vetoes. We're back on schedule now. That one, on the question of vetoes in Virginia, won by 57% of the vote. We see these figures are inconclusive. That's only 61% of the vote in there. Whether the debt should be lowered, 61% said yes, as you might expect. Also a question in Virginia on the elderly exempt. 61% of the vote in, 81% of the people said, yeah, that should be.
Extension of tax relief. Equipment exemption, this has to do with oil and gas. This also approved. I haven't seen anything yet go down.
No, I haven't seen anyone lose yet either.
Okay, we're talking about Arlington now. This is for a water facility, $6 million. That one approved with 86% of the vote. Fairfax County has a number of improvements, and they so far are also being approved. Drains now, the water system, drainage system, yes, approval. This is with almost all of the vote complete. The safety, yes, 67% of the vote. I'm wanting to ask Dick Smolka if, for the jail facility whether he's surprised at all of the money being spent.
There's
no jail. There is
no
the
jail.
first no vote in all of the measures that authorize spending or issuing of bonds.
That's very interesting.
And the library facility, we didn't get to see what happened.
Was that? What was on
yes,
the library?
58%, so it had to have been
58%, yeah.
successful. No jail, but library facilities.
There was a big
Jail
push
was the
for
only
that
one
jail.
that was voted down. Well, that's a staggering sum of money in all of those areas.
Yes, it was.
We want to point out, too, that we don't mean to make light of this because there are a lot of people's lives that are involved in a lot of money that's going to be spent on these issues, but they are so complicated to try to keep all of these things in our heads. Quite frankly, I wasn't able to do it. But it is an important issue. We've also got some questions with reference to, not questions, but rather the school board races. And here we go in Montgomery County. The winners there, Greenblatt, Pizer, and Ewing. Also on the school board, Praisner, Goodman, and King Shaw. They are not elected. In Prince George's County, Eugene and Duncan are the winners there. 100% of the vote in on this, incidentally. It's Birch and Miles.
This is the 3rd district.
Also elected in Prince George's County to the school board there.
Then there are 3 districts in Prince George's County unopposed, the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th. And then we will only go to the 9th district, Norman Saunders and Mary Touchstone in the 9th district. Norman Saunders is the incumbent there in the 9th district, and he is re-elected.
Okay.
Arlington School Board, Milliken, Milliken, yes, Slim Pace. Milliken, re-elected. I'm sorry, elected back by the Democratic Party in the Arlington School Board. Not school board, County Board of Supervisors.
County Board of Supervisors.
We are getting slightly confused at this hour of the morning, and we apologize to you for that.
Richard Smoker understands all of this. He had a good night's rest. And Richard, we got people voting to spend an awful lot of money, but yet we ought to understand that with Reagan coming in, and the way the trend has been in the last year, couple of years, as a matter of fact, we're supposed to be in a fiscally conservative mood. They seem to be at odds with each other.
I don't think really. I think what we had here in our metropolitan area were certain bond issues which the local government felt were really needed, and they were able to convince the voters that they were needed. As we saw, everything except a detention facility in Fairfax County in this metropolitan area passed.
You know, there's something that's happening that I'd be interested in seeing how it turns out. You will recall, I am sure, that Joe Fisher took the 10th Congressional District in Virginia away from Joel Broyhill. Anybody who's been around here for a couple of years certainly remembers Joel Broyhill. He held that seat. He had a lock on that seat. He owned it for more than 20 years, something like 22 years or so. It will be interesting to see now that a Republican is back in office, just how long Mr. Wolf can hold that office. But Joe had one thing really going for him, didn't he not? Constituent service, really big on that.
Joel Broyhill did. I think Fisher did too. While Broyhill was a consistent winner, he had to fight for it every time. This area is very competitive, I think, politically, and I expect that 2 years from now we're going to see the same kind of race we have this year. Wolf is going to have to start running today in order to hold that seat. The same will be true of Parris.
We've got Stan Bernard, who is standing by over in the newsroom. He's got an update now on some of the things that have been happening around the country that will be of interest to a lot of the people in the local area. Stanley, you're on again.
Jim, there are just 2 races I want to touch on, both very important in the Washington area. These out west, we're getting some returns in now, and that is Al Ullman, the chairman of Ways and Means, in a very tough race out west in Oregon. He is trailing. He is behind by about 3,000 votes. And the other very significant race for us in Washington, Arizona, Mo Udall winning easily. The reason we, of course, report on Udall that he is chairman of the Interior Committee. That's all I've got. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Dave.
4th Congressional District, Marjorie Holt won that. Well, I got 96% of the vote in here. She ran over Jim Raleigh, 54% to 45%. That's a bit more than we might have expected him to get in that race.
Yes, Riley was not well financed. He did not have the backing of the party. He was a relatively unknown newcomer to the political scene. Marjorie Holt was a very heavy favorite in that race, and yet the results of that particular district show that Riley did considerably better than previous opponents against Marjorie Holt.
That is, in fact, a Democratic district, though, is it not?
Well, it's a Democratic registration district, but we also have to look at the pattern in the state in general this year, and That was a very impressive showing for Mr. Riley, I think, in the 4th District.
Okay, means maybe Mrs. Holt has something to watch out for in 1982.
1982, we have new districts.
New districts, yeah.
He doesn't have to worry. All right.
That is really the total of our coverage as we've run it down this evening. I am fascinated, I have to say, about waiting until tomorrow for all of the fallout. I'm waiting to hear the explanations and the analyses that will come after this, and a look towards what we can expect in the years to come.
We thank you for watching us. It has been a long evening, but not nearly as long as they have been in the past. A lot of surprises. We'll have complete updates on all of this tomorrow.
Okay, stay by. We're not leaving you yet. We're going to Bauman.
Didn't say I will live the fight, I said you will live it. And now we all have a new congressman, and I wish him well when he takes office in January, because his success means the success of the people that I have been so honored to represent. They are good people, and they deserve a good congressman, and I hope he will be one. And more importantly, we all have a new president, and that, I think, speaks very well for the work that I and others have done over the years to advance the cause of conservatism. I congratulate Mr. Dyson. More importantly, I congratulate America for Ronald Reagan's choice. And I look forward to doing what I can to advance the principles, as I have in the past, in the best way that I know how. And for all of you in the press who have been so patient to wait for us tonight, I say thank you. And who knows, you may have me to kick around again sometime.
We had been told earlier that Mr. Bauman will not make an appearance tonight, or not perhaps till 1:30. It's a surprise to us. That's our coverage. Have a good day tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Quality outerwear store. Buy warmth from the outerwear expert, Webster. November is outerwear sale month at all Webster stores. Save on rugged outdoor and dress-up looks in wool, corduroy, leather, suede, and quilted styles. Save up to $36 now at Webster Menswear in Montgomery Mall, Wheaton Plaza, Landover Mall, Lake Forest Mall, Forest Village Park Mall, Laurel Center, and Columbia Mall.
Being fabulously wealthy is the only way to live. Oh, I do love bringing trinkets to Midas and watching their buyers turn anything silver into outrageous sums of cash right on the spot. There's no end to the magic Midas can work on silverware, old gold items, or jewelry. Things that you could turn into real money. Look for Midas's full-page ad for more detail. Shape up.
Midas Coin, Rockville, Annandale, and Lanham.
Guess who's telling the truth? Weekdays at 5 on Channel 4.
Chancellor.
And former President Gerald R. Ford, our guest tonight, as he has been before on political programs. It's nice to have you with us, Mr.
Great to be here, John. Pleasure to come on this occasion, a little more relaxed than 4 years ago.
That's right.
Did you ever anticipate the map would look like that tonight, even in your wildest, most optimistic thoughts in the last 24 hours or so?
No, Tom, but within the last week, I have sensed a growing momentum for Governor Reagan. It really started at the time of the debate, and then the last 72 hours, the impasse over the problems in Iran, the hostages, I think, was a plus for Governor Reagan. And the net result is that map looks like it's an overwhelming victory.
Can I ask you a detailed question about that, Mr. President?
Surely.
Why do you think that the news about the hostages worked against President Carter?
Several things, John. First, there was an inevitable, unintended reference to the fact that it was 360-some days. Nobody made a point out of it, but everybody understood it. Secondly, again, inevitably, the networks had to show those crazy students raising their fists and giving us the devil. In other words, a lot of things were shown that just gnawed at American hearts and minds and irritated them. And I'm absolutely certain, I couldn't prove it, but I have the feeling that that was a factor in maybe turning some votes to Governor Reagan.
If it had happened to you, and it could have,
surely.
If it had happened to you, would you have gone out and campaigned on the last day as President Carter did? Or would you have stayed around the White House?
That's a tough question.
It is, isn't it?
I think my reaction, and this doesn't imply any criticism of President Carter, I believe my reaction would have been to stay at the desk and maximize whatever I could to be helpful. But, you know, that's a close call, and I don't imply any criticism of President Carter for going out and campaigning. What he may have done was looked at the polls, which I know from looking at other polls were running against him very strongly. He might have said, well, I've got to make one last effort to reverse the trend, but obviously it didn't help at all.
May I ask you about the prospect of a Ronald Reagan presidency? When you were contesting for the Republican presidential nomination against him 4 years ago, you were pretty tough on him a couple of times. You were the one who came up with that phrase, or your campaign did. As governor, he couldn't start a war, but as a president, he could.
Well, this year, Tom, President Ford said he was unelectable.
That's
well,
right.
That shows what a poor politician I am.
Oh, come on, you're a pretty good politician.
And Jimmy Carter picked up a lot of that language. You've also been critical of the tax cut of 30% over a 3-year period. He now says that's his first priority.
Well, may I say, first, Governor Reagan and I have gotten to know one another much, much better. We've spent a lot of time together talking about policy and
You
programs.
smoked the peace pipe, right?
Right, and you say I said a lot of mean things about Governor Reagan. If you did a little research on the other side of the coin, he said a few rather sharp things about Jerry Ford, too. So, and it wasn't any worse than Kennedy and Carter in 1980. They had a few pretty rough comments about one another. That's part of the election process in a pre-convention contest.
I understand that, but do you expect Ronald Reagan to conduct a kind of Jerry Ford type of administration, about the same kind of foreign policy that you had?
I hope he does, because it was good. And I think he will, generally. The problems will not be identical, Tom. You know, I hope he doesn't have a Mayaguez. I hope he doesn't have another hostage situation. But when I think of foreign policy, I think of trying to coordinate better our relations with our European allies in NATO, trying to expand our relationships in a constructive way with the PRC on the mainland of Asia, and doing other things that have a long-range benefit rather than some quick fix. Yes, I think there will be a significant similarity between the policies that I pursued and those that Governor Reagan will pursue.
Given how well he did here tonight, do you have any regrets that you didn't jump into the fray earlier this year?
None whatsoever, Tom. Betty and I really made a very definitive decision about 2.5 years ago, and we're very happy, and we couldn't be more pleased with what we're doing with a wide variety of activities. So we have no regret.
I'm going to read you a list of names, Mr. President, of people who lost today. Senator Church, Senator By, Senator Culver, Senator McGovern, Senator Magnus. Give us as a practical politician what that's going to mean to the Senate.
It will change the ideological tilt of the Senate, because most of those that lost by any definition in the American political arena are liberals. And those that defeated them will go anywhere from conservative to moderate. So the tilt in the Senate will be quite different, I believe.
And do you find the Congress of the United States becoming more conservative, aside from party orientation?
I believe, as I look at some of the House races, and I've followed them because I campaigned in a number of them, again, I think you're finding a moderate Republican replacing a more liberal Democrat. That's not true in every case, but the average is high that way. So that, again, even though the Republicans, I don't think, will control the House of Representatives, there will be a sufficient gain, a net gain, so that the Democrat majorities won't be able to run roughshod over the Republican minority. Because when you go from 159 Republicans to maybe 190-some, that makes the Republican majorities in committees, Republican minorities in committees, a much more important influence. It makes the flow of legislation on the floor of the House less controllable by the Democratic majority. So the legislative process will be a different ballgame, at least for the next 2 years.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. President, for coming by at this late hour and being with us.
It's wonderful to see you. Nice to be with you all.
Well, it's always nice to have a happy man on the program.
Can I ask you one final question?
Sure.
What will be your role in the Reagan administration?
We haven't talked specifically, Tom, about it. I have told Governor Reagan I don't want a job. I had a chance to get one in Detroit, and I don't want any patronage. I just want to help his administration do the best job it can. I've volunteered to give advice. I've volunteered to do anything on a short-term basis that might be helpful domestically or internationally. But Betty and I aren't going to move back to Washington.
Ambassador at large out of Palm Springs, though?
No. We'll be around to help in any way we can.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you again, sir.
John.
Thank you.
Good to see you all. Thank you.
We'll have more coverage after this.
When you're searching around for investment ideas, it's easy to lose your bearings. What appears to be a profitable trend can be here today and gone tomorrow. But even when there seems to be no place to turn, Merrill Lynch has an uncanny ability for matching your goals with fertile investment advice that makes us what we are. Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
Louise, 3 boxes of Arm & Hammer baking soda?
Makes the house smell fresher. Saves money. Box 1 is our carpet deodorizer. No cover-up perfume and costs less.
I like it.
Box 2 keeps the litter box fresher. First baking soda, then litter.
I like it.
Box 3 deodorizes our refrigerator better than new gadgets and costs less. 3 boxes make the house fresher and save money.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Arm & Hammer baking soda.
right in your neighborhood, maybe right on your street, is a very unusual family. And if you know what's good for you, you go in and meet them. It's the Century family of companies. There's a company that insures many drivers other people won't. A company that does nothing but life insurance. A company that helps you take care of your health. That's our family. A family that includes thousands of independent agents and sales representatives. The Century family of companies for all your insurance needs.
In Colombia, every night new coffee beans ripen. And for Juan Valdez, every day is a day of harvest. A day to pick by hand only those coffee beans which have become ready. At the end of each day, Juan leaves the fields and prepares to harvest again. For in Colombia, they know that the richest coffee in the world never rests.
And at this hour, which is 10 after 1 Eastern Time, we still have 6 states that are undecided in this election. As you can see on the map, we have the states in red or dark gray, and black and white sets are for Carter. The white states are toss-ups, and the rest of the whole country is Ronald Reagan. We've checked all of these races, and he is well ahead. None of our projections have been wrong. We're afraid to project some of those white states because the races are simply too close. Not close in the electoral vote, however. The electoral vote, a huge margin, 10 times more Reagan electoral votes than Carter electoral votes. And in the popular vote, with 69% of the precincts reporting, Reagan 51% of the vote, Anderson 6% of the vote, Carter 42% of the vote. If Anderson weren't in the race, some of his votes would have gone to Reagan, more of his votes would have gone to Carter. It is our sense of this, it's our feeling that Reagan would have won the election had Anderson not been there at all, drawing votes. But he probably did draw more from Carter than from Reagan. Tom?
John, Ronald Reagan ran extremely well tonight, east to west, north to south, coast to coast, however you want to describe it. But he did extremely well in the big battleground states, so-called. Let us show you some of those big electoral states. New York, 41 altogether. Ronald Reagan, the projected winner there, 95% of the precincts in. He did well because Jimmy Carter simply could not come out of New York City with a very large plurality. In fact, it was quite close in New York City between Carter and Reagan. And now in the state of Pennsylvania, one of the blue-collar ethnic Catholic states, 89% of the precincts in. Again, Reagan the projected winner. We determined that he did well there because President Carter did not do well in the city of Philadelphia, which he failed to carry during the primary. In Michigan, a state with a lot of problems in the automobile industry, a Republican governor working hard with George Bush and others. Ronald Reagan doing well in Michigan. We project that he will carry it. As you can see, he has a significant lead. He did well everywhere in Michigan except the city of Detroit. Ohio, a key state. No Republican has ever been elected president without it. James Rhodes, the governor, said he would deliver for Ronald Reagan, and he did. 75% of the precincts reporting so far, a huge number for Ronald Reagan. He's got a lead there of about 400,000 votes altogether. That's big in Ohio. In Illinois, another of the battleground states, 2/3 of the precincts are in so far. Ronald Reagan with the lead there of about, what, 100,000 votes altogether? Still enough for NBC News to project that he will win. And in Texas, which Jimmy Carter won, but just barely 4 years ago, tonight he lost it to Ronald Reagan with the help of Governor William Clements and Vice Presidential candidate George Bush. A big number for Ronald Reagan in Texas. He ran extremely well in the cities and the suburbs of Dallas and Houston, well enough to offset Jimmy Carter's strong showing in the Hispanic or Chicano voting areas of the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. So that's how it stands in the battleground states. Strong showings for Ronald Reagan right straight across the board. Now Jessica Savage.
We're looking at the breakdown now of the House of Representatives. Going into this election, the Democrats had 273 seats out of the 435. The Republicans had 159. 218 seats are needed to control the House of Representatives. The Republicans aren't going to get that, but they are going to pick up seats, and they're going to pick up more seats than they had expected. A couple of weeks ago, the projections were maybe 12 to 25 seats for the Republicans. Let's look at our projection now. NBC News projects the composition of the House of Representatives will be 248 Democrats and 187 Republicans. That's plus or minus about 8 seats. So the new House will have 28 more Republicans than the outgoing House of Representatives. How does that break down insofar as the votes will go? Let's look at a projection on liberals versus conservatives in the House of Representatives. NBC News now projects the composition of the House of Representatives will be 204 liberals and 231 conservatives. And again, that's plus or minus about 8 seats. So the new House will have 23 more conservatives than will the outgoing House. I talked to GOP Chairman Bill Brock this morning, and he said a couple of months ago if someone told him he could have gotten 12 more Republican seats, he'd have been very impressed by that. But as of this afternoon, he revised it, and he said, my projection would be picking up 28 seats, and that is our projection too tonight. He says he thinks this new Congress will be a coalition of the economic voters rather than the Southern Democratic blocs. And that's the way the House will shape up. There will be a possibility of a lot of moderate Democrats forming coalitions with the extra Republicans coming in. And as former President Ford said just a few minutes ago, there will be less and less of the Democrats riding roughshod over the Republicans in the House, even though the Republicans, John, will not have a majority.
I'm very interested in the ideological survey and the liberal-conservative thing. Tom, you might have a word on this. It's very interesting. Our figures, as I read them off the screen, show that there'll be 231 conservatives. Isn't that what you had in the
231 conservatives
new House, as opposed to 208 conservatives? Now, the thing to keep in mind about that is that it takes 218 to control the House. You rarely get a breakdown in the House on purely right-left ideological divisions, but the fact is that by our reckoning, the new House will have more than a majority of conservatives, where before it had less than a majority of conservatives, only 208. And I think that's just exactly what we've all been talking about tonight, about this great kind of sea change that's been going on in the House, especially. I think these are interesting numbers.
It seems to me as well that a lot of people that we may be identifying tonight as moderates to liberals may become born-again conservatives of one kind or another when they look at what has happened in their other congressional districts across the country, because there have been some very close races among those people who were able to return, for example. And they've got their finger to the wind in pretty good shape most of the time.
It is also very interesting to note that although the Republicans did target a lot of leadership races, they really so far haven't done that. We see that at this point only the House Majority Whip, Bradamus, is one of the ones who's been defeated, but their inroads have been made rather in some of these other seats, in the more conservative ones.
Well, I'll just finish this by saying that survey that you saw is the first one we've ever been able to do, and I think the first one anybody has ever been able to do on an election night. It's quite a valuable thing, and we'll probably talk some more about it before we're done. We're not done. We'll be back after that.
America's not going to be pushed around anymore.
Dodge challenges Honda. Now Dodge beats Honda with more front-wheel drive cars with high mileage. Dodge Colt beats Honda Civic. Dodge Omni tops Honda Accord. Dodge 024 is unsurpassed by Honda Prelude. And Honda has nothing like new Dodge Aries K, America's highest mileage 6-passenger car. With Dodge front-wheel drive pulling for you, America's not going to be pushed around anymore. At your Dodge Ram dealer, the American way to beat the pump.
After 7 years and millions of dollars, Xerox has developed the ultimate socket. It's called the information outlet. What does it do? Well, behind this outlet is a Xerox Ethernet cable that links with all kinds of different office machines. Let's say you have a Xerox information processor here. Someday you might add a printer over here. Now what's written on this machine can be printed on this machine automatically. Then over here, you have a machine that stores information. Now with this system, these people can call up that information. And so can these people or these people. And later on, you can add other machines as you need them, even those that aren't made by Xerox, giving yourself a flexible information network that offices, even in other cities, can plug into. And that's why we called it the information outlet.
Hey, Larry, is he drawing on the wall again?
So he climbs out of the wreck.
People spend enough time talking to computers. When you talk life insurance, you want to talk one-to-one. Century Life only works one-to-one. That means individualized services. It means when you call us,
You won't get through.
you get one of us.
Hello? Ah, Phil.
At Century Life, our sales representatives and agents only work one way. One-to-one.
3, it says that we...
The Century family of companies for all your insurance needs.
Garrick Utley has more for us now on the remaining Senate races, and they're very important.
They're important, John. We have about a half a dozen or so very close races still underway in which we can make no projections as of now. And it's of more than just interest to the people in those states because we're talking about who's going to control the next Senate, Democrats or Republicans. Both, either party could win depending on the outcome of these races. Let's look first at Arizona. Mr. Conservative Barry Goldwater, Republican candidate in 1964 with 1/4 of the precincts reporting so far. We show that he's trailing slightly behind Bill Schultz, a well-to-do real estate developer. Goldwater may be in some trouble in Arizona. In Pennsylvania, a Republican seat, Arlen Specter has a slight lead over Pete Flaherty, the former mayor of Pittsburgh there, with 89% of the precincts in, but it's still too close to call. We move on to New York State, and we've been watching this all night long. It's getting closer and closer. Alphonse D'Amato with a very narrow lead, just about 70,000 votes out of 5 million votes over Elizabeth Holtzman. Jacob Javits, the end of a long career in the Senate. It was estimated that he would get probably 20% of the vote, but his support collapsed. 95% of the precincts reported. I imagine we won't make that projection until we have 99.9% of the vote in. And in Wisconsin, a short while ago, Gaylord Nelson, the Democratic incumbent, had what we thought was a rather comfortable lead there, but with 65% of the precincts reporting, his opponent, Robert Kasten, is closing the gap, and it is also too close to call. We're not making any projection on that. So let's look right now at where the Senate races stand. First of all, in terms of the number of senators elected tonight, so far, 9 Democrats and 13 Republicans. When you add the seats already held, that brings us to 45 Democrats, 44 Republicans, and it is still going on. It is anybody's ball game in the Senate. One thing I would add, we were talking earlier, I believe, about Harry Byrd, senator from Virginia. He said tonight that he would side with the Republicans.
Well, he did.
He said tonight he would side with Steve Delaney, reported that.
Then they pick up another seat right there, automatically. Another vote for organization.
Not a seat.
They must be beginning to breathe fast. Howard Baker, who wants to be the Senate Minority Leader about as much as he wants to be anything else. And that's where the election stands at this time.
How'd you learn about this?
Now, with further election coverage, here are Bob Jameson and Carol Simpson.
5 senators retired voluntarily this election year. And in each of the races where NBC News has projected a winner, the party of the retiring senator has retained control. In Connecticut, Christopher Dodd has been projected the winner over James L. Buckley, who was also a senator from New York State, to fill the seat of retiring Abraham Ribicoff. In Illinois, to fill the seat of retiring Senator Adlai E. Stevenson III, Alan J. Dixon, the popular Secretary of State who's been a leading statewide vote-getter in Illinois for more than a decade, was elected over David C. O'Neill, the lieutenant governor. In North Dakota, to fill the seat of retiring Senator Milton R. Young, Mark Andrews, a congressman for 17 years, has been projected the winner over Kent Johanneson. In Pennsylvania, a race too close to call, with 89% of the precincts reporting, Arlen Specter, a former Philadelphia district attorney, the Republican, has a slight lead over Pete Flaherty, Democrat, former mayor of Pittsburgh, deputy attorney general, and unsuccessful candidate for governor 2 years ago. In Oklahoma, to fill the seat of retiring Senator Henry Bellman, a Republican, Don Nichols, a state senator from Ponca City, has been projected to defeat Andy Coates, an Oklahoma County prosecutor. That's the story on the retiring senators. Carol?
Bob, one of the Senate seats the Republicans picked up tonight was that lost by Alabama Democratic Senator Donald Stewart. He lost in the primary to Clark Folsom Jr. But tonight, Clark Folsom Jr. lost to Jeremiah Denton, the Republican candidate, and he is a former POW. Bob Jimenez is at Denton headquarters in Mobile, Alabama.
Jeremiah Denton, 56 years of age, has been elected the first Republican senator from the state of Alabama since Reconstruction more than 100 years ago. He did it running on a conservative...
18 years in Washington, By, a two-term presidential office seeker himself and chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, is out.
I have just sent the following wire to Congressman Quayle, which reads as follows. Congratulations on being chosen for the most rewarding job in the world, representing 5 million Hoosiers in the United States Senate. May God give you the wisdom needed to contribute to the task of making a great America an even better place in which to live. I continue to be dedicated to this same goal. I have known this privilege and stand ready to assist you in any way as you assume your new responsibilities.
His successor is Dan Quayle, a 34-year-old two-term congressman from Fort Wayne. By's defeat was tied to Reagan's strength, but Reagan's 250,000-plus plurality here proved too much to overcome. Some thought By's chairmanship of the committee investigating Billy Carter's Libyan affairs would effectively separate him from President Carter's bad fortunes. Such was not the case, and now By is considering his options for the future. Emery King, NBC News, at the By campaign headquarters in Indianapolis.
Birch By, who conceded earlier. In the presidential race, the outcome has not been determined in 6 states so far. However, the only question remaining is probably whether or not the size of Ronald Reagan's victory in terms of electoral votes will be historic. The electoral vote count now stands President Carter 45, Ronald Reagan 449, far above the 270 majority. The popular vote, with 72% of the precincts reporting, President Carter with a comfortable 9-point margin, John Anderson 6%, well above the qualification figure for retroactive federal funds. If John Anderson remains at 6%, he will get something approaching $4 million, which his handlers said today was the size of his campaign debt, most of it borrowed from individual supporters. More Decision 80 election coverage on NBC following station identification.
Peter Sellers stars as Inspector Clouseau.
So we meet again.
In the comedy classic, The Return of the Pink Panther.
Qu'est-ce saudade?
Friday.
On NBC Magazine, the first woman legally paid to have someone else's baby.
I think of myself as a human incubator.
And the marijuana boom in California, Friday.
A great news team is made of individuals. People like meteorologist Bob Ryan. Bob brings you weather reports that are fast and accurate. Fast because of an in-house computer data system. Accurate because he uses satellite technology, color radar, and a network of local weather watchers. Bob Ryan is part of our news team. When it comes to weather, get it all together on News Center 4.
We're gonna be together for a long time. We're gonna be together for a long time.
I'm really cooking to it.
The new sound of Kicks Country.
When I'm on the job, I knock around to it.
Kicks Country, 106 FM and 73 AM.
I always feed my boys to it. Get kicking, Radar.
Put new kicks in your life with a new sound of double country. Get into our boots on Kicks Country, 106 FM, 73 AM.
The Mary Tyler Moore Hour, weekdays at 9 on Channel 4.
Decision 80. NBC News continues its election night report. Here are Tom Brokaw and John Chancellor.
And we still have 4 states in the eastern part of the country that are too close to call. They are Arkansas, where the Carter and Reagan are both at 48% of the vote. North Carolina, where Reagan is at 49%, Carter 47%. Maine, where we're still waiting for Portland, I believe, to report. There must be one other. Massachusetts. Sorry, Massachusetts is still there. We don't have enough in to make a definitive call on Massachusetts. But if you look at the electoral vote, you will see that that hasn't changed. Still a huge lead for Reagan. Carter Thomas, I recall we said, doing worse than Barry Goldwater did in the debacle of 1964.
Barry Goldwater got 52 electoral votes in 1964. There's a good chance that Jimmy Carter will get that. Arkansas, North Carolina, a couple of places where he's got a nip and tuck race. Hawaii, he may pick up.
He'll pick up 3 in Hawaii, but I mean, he really ought to win Massachusetts. If he doesn't win Massachusetts, the only state that voted for Ronald Reagan, the only state that voted for George McGovern in the 1964 election, along with the District of Columbia. So Carter ought to pick that up and do better than Goldwater did down the line. Let's look at the popular vote. The popular vote has stayed about where it is now in percentages all evening long, except that John Anderson has been creeping up in the percentages. Reagan at 51. So it's not a popular vote landslide, it's an electoral vote landslide. It's a huge win for Ronald Reagan, much bigger than he himself had thought, as when he talked earlier tonight at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles, he said it was more than he ever thought it would be.
Well, it's more than almost anyone thought that it would be, except in the past 24 hours or so. Maybe the pollsters of the two campaigns, Pat Caddell for the president, Dick Wirthlin for Ronald Reagan, they may have seen it sliding dramatically in that direction, but if they did, they weren't talking about it. They were saying that the numbers look good. The numbers look pretty good for John Anderson, too, even though he has only 6% of the popular vote. That means that he can qualify for federal funds to pay off his debts and maybe have a little bit left over in case 1984 tempts him, as it very likely will. We have this interview now. Jim Cummins, who covered the Anderson campaign, with John Anderson, the former now congressman from Illinois.
Is this a watershed year, a conservative watershed? Are we moving, branching in that direction now?
Well, I would have to say you're drawing me in now to the instant analysis that I'm attempting to resist. But when I look at the names of some of the senators who lost in Senate contest today, as well as the sweeping electoral victory of Ronald Reagan, and when I think of the platform on which he campaigned, yes, it seems to me that there has been a shift rightward in the country politically. No one can gainsay that fact.
You've seen a lot of people on the campaign trail, people who fervently support you. Where are they going to go now, especially with the Reagan administration?
Well, you say especially with the Reagan administration. I suppose in the spirit of unity with which we are now suffused on this election eve, we ought to make sure where that administration really is going to go. I want to look very carefully at the first State of the Union message of a President Reagan. I want to look very carefully at his first budget. I want to look very carefully at his appointments, at his advisors, with whom it is he staffs his administration. I think we have time. I think we have time to make the deliberate decisions that we should make about the character of this administration, the one to come.
You have resisted talking about the future for the past several weeks on the campaign trail. Strongly resisted it.
Yes.
A number of your aides talk about this organization that has built up around you, an organization with something like 220,000 small contributors. They could get you on the ballot in 50 states in less than 6 months. One aide put it this way, he says, the horse is there, all he has to do is climb onto it. Are you going to climb onto that horse and ride it again?
Well, the last horse that I rode was called Rocinante. You remember that, Don Quixote's horse. You and the news media dubbed our chariot that made its way through the skies Rocinante. So if we're going to ride that horse, we're going to give it at least another name.
There was a whole herd of Rocinantes in this election in 1980. We'll be back with more of it after this.
A total foot care system from Clairol, with an automatic heater to keep the water hot and a vibrating water massage that soothes and refreshes.
The Foot Fixer makes your feet feel good.
The Foot Fixer from Clairol Research.
Litton knows you want it simple.
Who needs lessons with Litton's new AutoCook microwave oven?
Litton knows your recipes.
AutoCook knows how to cook my favorite foods automatically.
Litton knows you want to cook with ease.
It asks me what food, how much, and how I like it done. AutoCook does the rest.
When you buy a Litton, you're buying everything we know.
Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton.
Okay, who will open the bidding? Do I hear a 40? 40, 40.
Kate, I ran out of furniture polish right in the middle of this, Queen Anne.
Take my pledge.
Oh, but I wasn't using pledge. Well, what's the difference?
Watch. Pledge brings out the beauty of the wood. Shines better than your polish. See the difference?
Where's the 55? 55.
My polish looks blurry. And Pledge? Pledge is beautiful. Now, that's a Queen Anne that even Anne would be proud of.
Pledge brings out the beauty.
So.
Every time you dust.
When you sleep, your body relaxes, regenerating for tomorrow. That's an ideal time for Night of Olay, an incredible beauty cream that penetrates so quickly it never feels greasy. This remarkable beauty cream goes deep inside your skin, and hour upon hour helps restore fluids to the surface, regenerating softness. So you wake up with younger-looking skin. Night of Olay, the beauty cream that regenerates softness for younger-looking skin.
Here's how the Soviets covered the American presidential election, a one-paragraph story on TASS, the news agency, which said, speaking at the headquarters of the Democratic Party, President Carter admitted his defeat in the 1980 elections. A little later, TASS said, Ronald Reagan has been elected the new president of the United States. It said, Reagan was so much ahead that Carter was compelled to admit his defeat. Well, that's how the Soviets view our election. Jessica, how do you view our election?
I view our election in the House of Representatives that there will be more conservatives than liberals, according to our projection. And NBC News has projected that there will be 204. The House of Representatives does have 204 liberals and 231 conservatives. Margin of error for the projection being about plus or minus 8. So there will be 23 more conservatives than there were in the House of Representatives. Not more Republicans, just more conservatives, according to our projection. Checking some of our leadership races, although not many of the leadership positions changed. In Arizona, Mara Shudol's race there was a technicality. There were too many people turning out for ballots. They ran out of ballots in that district, so with 44% of the precincts now reporting, Udall has about a 2-to-1 lead, but the polls there closed without the election being finished, and according to our affiliate out there, they're going to have to reopen the polls tomorrow, so we may not be able to call that race until tomorrow. Let's check some of our other leadership races. In Oregon, Al Ullman, 59% of the precincts reporting in. The Ways and Means Committee chairman there, it looks like at this point he's running behind his challenger. Thomas P. O'Neill, Speaker of the House, doing just fine, 47% of the precincts reporting in. It looks like O'Neill's a pretty safe bet to remain the Speaker. In Texas, Majority Leader Wright, this was one of the targeted races, but as you see there with 99% of the precincts now reporting in, Wright looks like he has done it, and we're projecting he will win that race. One of the leaders who did not make it, Bradamus, the majority whip, was defeated. We project he will be defeated. Minority Leader Rhodes we project will be reelected, and Minority Whip, 42% of the precincts reporting in, 75% of them for Rhodes. Although Rhodes will not be the Speaker of the House and says he will step down, he will no doubt be returned as the representative of Arizona's 1st Congressional District. And Congressman Bob Michael, who some talk about, along with Congressman Guy Vanderjack, is possibly moving on to the Minority Leader. We project that in his race he's doing just fine and probably will be reelected. John.
They ran out of ballots in the Udall. So many people turned up.
90% of the people turned out in that area, and they just ran out of ballots, according to our affiliate. And Udall's people went to a judge and said, we'd like to make sure this goes the way we think it's going to go. And they said, okay. They kept the polls open later and still couldn't work it out and said, we'll have to handle this whole thing tomorrow.
Well, does that mean that the people in, what is it, the 2nd Arizona Congressional District?
County.
Does that mean that they'll have it again, or what?
No, I think what it means is, according to our affiliate, that they won't have it again, but everybody who wanted to vote, that did not vote and was registered to vote, can vote again tomorrow.
If Tip O'Neill had his way, he'd get them all assembled, and he'd do what he did at the Democratic Convention. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mo Udall.
In the opinion of the chair,
Mo Udall wins.
That's right.
I was thinking about Tip O'Neill, looking at his read. He's safe, of course.
He's always safe.
Since about 1903. Well, it's not been that long. Of course, he inherited that chair from John Kennedy. As a matter of fact, that's the place
he was elected. This is the 15th time he's been elected.
And he's the old-fashioned politician who lived in they'd go up and down the stairs. He began delivering votes for Pauls in Massachusetts when he was 12 years old, going in knocking on doors. But tonight, despite the fact that he's going back, I'll bet he's wondering what's going on in Washington, D.C. when he gets there come January. Jessica?
I just wanted to add one other interesting note in Illinois' 16th Congressional District. That is John Anderson's seat. It looks at this point that a woman is running ahead, Lynn Martin, with 53% of the votes now totaled. It looks like perhaps, although we're not projecting this, there could be a woman in the seat that John Anderson did used to occupy.
John properly corrected me a moment ago when I said now former Congressman John Anderson. He's about to leave office, but he won't do so until January 20.
Did I ever tell you the story about the Cambridge, Massachusetts politician who wanted some help from the boys, and he went to the boys, and this one fella said, look, I'll help you, but my fellas need some suits. They look terrible. I want suits. And so the next day the politician came around with about a dozen suits in boxes, and the local pal opened the boxes and looked in there and said, but there are only coats. And he said, you get the pants when I win.
It's the best town in America for political stories, and John and I from time to time share with some of those people up there and have a good time. We'll be back with election 1980 right after this.
VSR, whatever the weather, the VSR, it's the tire for you.
This is General Tire's all-weather steel-belted radio. Its beginnings go back to America's first extra-wide traction tire. The VSR is smooth running. It offers excellent traction wherever the action. And the tread design is for rain or shine.
Sooner or later, you'll own Generals.
This is Linda Gray. Sue Ellen Ewing as Dallas rides again. This week's People talked to her, and she talked to this week's People about a lot.
But we won't know for 2 weeks who shot JR.
Not so fast. Remember when People asked its readers who done it? Thousands of People readers answered with some beautifully wacky theories, but one I'm sure is right. Plus, there's a week's worth of news about the people we're talking about. So treat yourself.
Treat your family to this week's People, where you'll find out more about yogurt, why people fear success, and what might have killed John Wayne.
That's Kathy Willis. She teaches at our school. I bet she's worried now about that problem dandruff of hers. I wish she'd ask me.
Mr. Owens, what shampoo do you think?
Ever tried Tegrin?
Can it really help my itching and flaking?
Well, in a national survey, 3 out of 4 dermatologists judged the medicated ingredient in Tegrin effective in fighting even problem dandruff.
I'll give it a test.
How's that dandruff problem?
I'll give Tegrin an A+, Mr. Owens.
Prove it to yourself. Tegrin works.
Vic versus Track 2. Who's kidding who?
You're testing Vic against Track 2. Good luck.
Vic against Track 2? I can tell the difference blindfolded.
The results of the Bic Barber test surprised a lot of people. 58% found Bic shape equal to or better than Track 2's.
I can't tell them apart.
Vic, I'm impressed.
Vic, I apologize.
Most men we tested felt
no difference.
And the price?
Big difference.
The incredible Bic, still under a quarter.
Headline, Reagan won the blue-collar vote, a very high priority target for the Reagan campaign. Blue-collar workers generally vote for the Democratic Party and sometimes by big majorities. But the NBC News Associated Press survey across the country of voters yesterday shows that blue-collar workers gave 45% of their votes to President Carter and 49% of their votes to Governor Reagan. The reasons they gave, their concern about inflation, their concern about American strength overseas. Those are the same concerns expressed by all occupational groups. But our sample of blue-collar workers indicates that they're looking to Reagan as the man best able, in their view, to slow inflation and keep the country strong. Tom?
I think in many ways he did not come off as a kind of country club Republican, although in many ways he is that. That is, his friends come from the country clubs of Los Angeles and so on. But he had his shirt sleeves rolled up and he was standing out there in Detroit and places like New Jersey. There was even a button that we saw at the Detroit convention with Ronald Reagan in the front and a kind of misty figure in the back, and it was John Wayne, and the slogan was, "Win this one for the Duke."
But you remember also that he kept saying over and over in the Middle Western states that Reagan was the only president of a union who had ever run for president.
I wonder how much that went down.
I don't know how much that went. I wondered at the time if that was helping him, but he really emphasized his union membership.
Yeah, not a lot of hard hats in the Screen Actors Guild.
No, sir.
Here's Gary Catley taking a look at Senate races.
Senate race halfway across the Pacific Ocean in Hawaii, Democratic state. As far as Senator Daniel Inouye is concerned, we project him the winner, the easy winner. They count quickly out there. 78% of the votes are in, and Inouye is running far ahead of Cooper Brown. Inouye has about 80% of the votes. That's not anything new to Inouye. In the last election 6 years ago, he didn't even have an opponent. He's going back to Washington for his 4th term in the United States Senate. Let's look at some of the other races, the very close races, which we've been tracking for the last several hours. In North Carolina, it's been that way all evening long. The incumbent Democrat Robert Morgan just about tied with John East. East is a political science professor. He's suffered from polio. He campaigns. He lives in a wheelchair. He has had the backing from a variety of conservative organizations, including Jesse Helms, the other Republican senator. A great deal of money put into his campaign. That may have helped him. In Colorado, Gary Hart is back in the lead there. He was trailing Mary Buchanan for quite a while. That's not really a great ideological battle. Hart, as a liberal, has become more moderate. Mary Buchanan is a moderate, some would say even a liberal Republican. Still too close for us to make any projection. In Florida, Paula Hawkins still maintains her slight lead over Bill Gunter, 92% of the precincts in, but we are not making any projection as yet. Paula Hawkins, the Republican, trying to take a seat away from the Democrats. In Vermont, it's looking a little bit better for Patrick Leahy, the Democratic incumbent. He is leading Stuart Ledbetter there with 85% of the precincts in. Still too early to call. Now 86% of the precincts in. Leahy maintaining his lead. New Hampshire, well, John Durkin, who won in that controversial election 6 years ago, which had to be re-held a second time, he is now trailing Warren Rudman, the Republican candidate, with 80% of the precincts in. The Republicans perhaps could pick up a Democratic seat there. And of course, this very close race in New York State. We have some developments here. 96% of the precincts in, those are the figures. Alphonse D'Amato with a very slight lead over Elizabeth Holtzman. Jacob Javits far behind. And we are told just a few minutes ago, Elizabeth Holtzman announced that she will ask for a recount in New York. With just a few precincts left to go and NBC News not able to make any projection, Elizabeth Holtzman will ask for a recount in New York, so maybe a day or two before we know who the winner in New York is going to be. As of now, our tally shows that either the Democrats and Republicans elected so far today, or those who seats already held, the totals are 46 seats for the Democrats and 44 for the Republicans. That's the way it stands right now. And one of the interesting things in the Senate race are the number of committee chairmen who have been defeated. I was just adding it up right here. Intelligence, Birch Bayh; Appropriations, Warren Magnuson; Frank Church; Foreign Relations. Big, powerful chairmanship seats empty.
It has been a convulsive time in American politics tonight, and we'll have more of Election 1980 right after this word.
Motors introduces Computer Command Control, a new system that uses this onboard computer to help achieve the highest corporate average fuel economy in GM history, while reducing exhaust emissions to the lowest in GM history. From now on, you'll activate this computer when you step on the gas. Computer Command Control on all standard and most optional gasoline engines from Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Cadillac.
1939. People admired this Karastan rug for its classic design, luminous color, and the luxury of its deep, sumptuous weave. 41 years later, they still do. For generations of beauty, invest in Karastan.
You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing.
Calvin Klein jeans.
We're going to ask Judy Woodruff and John Palmer some questions now. They've been covering President Carter all year, and they're in Washington. Judy, are you there?
I'm here.
How did the president look to you personally tonight when he conceded?
Well, John, I think by this evening, by the time he came over here to make his speech, he had recovered somewhat. Earlier in the day, this morning when he was in Plains, his hometown, I'm sure you saw the portion of his speech where he choked up. He was talking about his commitment, hoping that he had fulfilled his commitment to the townspeople, to the people in South Georgia. But I think by the end of the day, he had had a full day at least to absorb the enormity of facing defeat, and he had come to grips with it.
John, let me ask you one quick question, because we're coming to the end now. Do the Carter people feel that they could have done it differently? Any one single thing they should have done better?
John, they point constantly to this hostage situation. They say they were just about even as recently as last Saturday night. And then Sunday morning, when the president came back to Washington from Chicago, broke off the campaign trail, they say it wasn't his handling of the hostage situation this weekend, but by Monday, people saw the frustration again that the hostages really weren't coming home. And Pat Caddell, as we heard earlier this evening, really blames that for a 10-point drop in 48 hours on the part of President Carter. But other people like Stu Eisenstadt are saying, of course it was inflation, the economy, their foreign policy questions. But they felt the president at least had a fighting chance until Sunday, and that's when the bottom dropped out of their strategy.
John, thank you, and Judy, thank you very much. Good coverage. Tom?
It's been a long campaign for them, and it's been a long campaign for Chris Wallace and Heidi Shulman, who are standing by at Reagan headquarters in California. Let me ask you to divide your time out there, if you will, and answer this question, if you can. What is the sense of the Reagan staff? Are they ready to take power with a vengeance and put into effect all these conservative thoughts that the president, or that Reagan has been talking about? Chris?
Well, you know, Tom, the one thing that struck me most today was how serious the Reagan staff was. I went up to congratulate some of the members, and they really were almost asking for what? They were ready to go to work. I was talking with one of Reagan's top aides yesterday, and he said that he thought the next 45 days would be crucial, because one of the stories that will emerge now is the uneasy alliance within the Reagan camp between the so-called true believers, the California mafia, very conservative on the one hand, and the more moderate Republican establishment on the other. They've had to get along so far because they had to win the campaign. Now they don't have to. The knives are going to be out. So the race for the White House may have ended, but the race for Ronald Reagan's mind may have just begun. Heidi, what do you think?
I think it'll be a deliberate transition. That's the way these people do things. They will begin tomorrow morning having some meetings, sitting down with George Bush, the new vice president. And many of the same people, of course, who have been involved in this campaign will be involved in the transition. Ed Meese, who has been with Governor Reagan since he was first elected governor in California in 1966, will be heading it up. I think they're ready to move slowly towards it. They're not in any hurry. They're going to give the governor a few days off to go to the ranch, and then we'll see.
Heidi Shulman and Chris Wallace, thanks very much. In California with Ronald Reagan, Tom Pettit, still in Milwaukee at Serb Hall?
There he is.
What do you think, Tom?
One quick comment. We got about a minute or less.
Well, I think it's instructive, John and Tom, to look at Reagan's record as governor, even though he has changed and the world has changed since that time. He was a tough governor. He was tough-minded about many things, about welfare, about mental health, about aid to education on campuses, which then were in a turmoil. He had a habit of appointing task forces, trying to get the best people he could to study various state problems. He'll probably do the same thing as president. He had a policy of attracting fairly good men into his administration, and he also displayed the ability to change his mind on occasion. Those are some of the characteristics we can see in Reagan as president, I think. John?
Thank you very much. Garrick, two quick projections.
Very quick and important ones. First of all, in New York, NBC News projects that Alphonse D'Amato, Republican, will win there. As we mentioned a moment ago, Elizabeth Holtzman, the Democratic candidate, may ask for a recount. And in Florida, Paula Hawkins, Republican, projected as the winner.
And that is all the news. Thanks for watching.